Awakening in the desolate realm of Styia, engaging in fierce combat, at Jade Sea developing in Slave Bay, rising amidst the vast grass, sea thriving within the mercantile city-states ultimately, being crowned king in Westeros. Seated within the enigmatic box of black stone, Siefong surveyed his surroundings with a semblance of bewilderment. Everything around exuded a peculiar sense of dissonance. The half-covered, glossy black stone structure he found himself in, if his assumptions were correct, resembled a coffin. Scanning the vicinity, he noted the pervasive dust and dirt strewn across the courtyard. Remnants of the crumbled walls and black stone floor were visible, yet not a single plant, flower, tree, or moss graced the barren scene. There was not even a trace of withered grass or fallen leaves. The scattered earth and stones indicated that this place had long been abandoned. Astonishingly, not even a cobweb could be found. Nearby, vague outlines of dilapidated buildings emerged, while further in the distance loomed dark, jagged cliffs. Looking upward, the sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze, devoid of any illumination. The moon and stars had vanished without a trace. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he discerned only the faint whisper of the wind and the barely audible sound of water lapping against the rocks. No other sounds reached his ears. Monotonous and deathly silent. Common sense dictated that nighttime was a haven for insects and birds, particularly in such shadowy locales. One would expect a multitude of serpents, insects, and rodents. Yet, there was an utter absence of any living creatures. No signs of flora or fauna. After a brief observation, he perceived a second dissonance. There were no discernible sources of light surrounding him. The sky was cloaked in shadow, yet he could clearly see the objects around him, including the grotesque, imposing statues atop the dilapidated structures nearby and the faintly visible caves etched into the distant cliffs. The sounds of wind and flowing water also suggested a considerable distance. His sensory perceptions were undeniably heightened. Such acute hearing and night vision were not attributes he should possess. Most intriguingly, from his half-reclined position in the coffin and the glossy black stones encasing him, he observed a mysterious mist emanating from them. His throat constricted painfully, the bizarre circumstances sending shivers down his spine. A city of the dead? A graveyard? Had he traversed dimensions? His memories remained relatively clear. He recalled drifting into a peaceful slumber in his bed the previous night, without electric shocks, without the rumble of a truck, and certainly devoid of any chaotic web page prompts. It seemed he had simply transitioned here seamlessly. His right hand pressed against the stone coffin, its texture indicated a substantial weight. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Had he truly just pushed aside a 10-centimeter thick black stone lid with one hand? How heavy could this be? Even wood of such thickness would weigh at least 100 pounds, if not more. One-handedly pushing 100 kilograms? Is it still my body? Gazing down, he noted the bare skin of his torso, muscles subtly defined, neither exaggerated nor flabby, adorned with a network of scars. His lower body was clad only in a pair of rudimentary shorts, seemingly crafted from linen, though he could hardly distinguish fabric types. As he ran his hand over his features, he found his facial structure well-defined, yet his eyebrows were unusually elongated, arching outwards from the sides of his head. Most striking were his ears, elongated and surpassing the height of his head, indicating a nature not entirely human. Perhaps this was the reason for his heightened auditory abilities. In addition, a necklace resembling scales hung around his neck, emanating a faint chill and a subtle blue glow. He was certain he had never encountered this pendant before, yet it evoked a profound sense of familiarity and comfort within him. Elf? The familiar term flickered through his mind. As he fumbled about, his left hand suddenly grasped a hilt, which he vaguely discerned to be that of a metal sword. Bringing it before him, the familiar shape came into view, and the faint flickers of lightning dancing along the blade foretold its true identity. The wrath of thunder, the sword of the blessing of the Windwalker. A wave of joy emanated from the sword, akin to a long-lost friend expressing delight upon reunion. He exhaled deeply, realizing that this divine artifact was evidently intertwined with his bloodline. Much like the necklace, albeit it seemed to possess a rudimentary consciousness, unable to engage in conversation, yet conveying simple, pure emotions. Though he was unaware of why he had awakened here without warning, the wind sword and the elven form instilled a semblance of confidence within him. Surely, it was preferable to being clad in mere rags, was it not? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that I have traversed to Azeroth? He recalled that his highest-level character was a blood elf paladin. Had he perhaps become his own avatar? But what about the system? Even without it, he was confident he could thrive in that once familiar realm, yet who would not prefer more convenient circumstances? Perhaps he could even uncover the reason for his transmigration. With this in mind, he silently intoned, "System." After more than 10 seconds of silence, there was no response. The familiar system interface did not materialize. He attempted several other methods, yet still received no reply, reluctantly resigning himself to the reality of being without a system or a guiding elder. Moreover, he sensed not even a whisper of the holy light, despite his eyes clearly perceiving the surrounding colors, or perhaps the magical auras. Was he not a paladin? Somewhat disappointed, yet he managed to accept the situation. After 4 or 5 minutes, Siafong took a deep breath, gradually calming his thoughts as he began to formulate a plan for the next steps. The environment around him was evidently unwelcoming to the living. Survival came first, then blending into this realm. Mastering supernatural powers, these were the priorities. He understood that only with a measure of strength and influence could he make choices, even attain supreme power or return home. Yet, more urgently, he needed to find a being capable of communication. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the hilt and stepped out of the obsidian coffin, making his way through the walls of the courtyard. The Wrath of Thunder, when left unactivated, appeared no different from an ordinary iron sword. Save for its smoother and sharper visage, the lightning he had initially seen had faded into the blade. No longer emitting light, he did not directly choose to enter the urban ruins, but instead cautiously ventured forward along the periphery, navigating through the dilapidated buildings and crumbling walls. This place undeniably exuded the aura of a disaster-stricken wasteland, even though he did not encounter the skeletal remains, wraiths, or ghouls that one might expect. Walking barefoot on the dusty and stony ground felt somewhat awkward, yet he had no choice. His intention in exploring the outskirts of the ruins was to find some clothing. However, after traversing several shattered houses, he found not a single scrap of fabric. Even the wooden furniture had succumbed to decay. Occasionally, he spotted some iron fragments, also corroded beyond recognition. What timeline is this? Or perhaps it is not Azeroth. Various speculations arose in his mind, yet none could be substantiated. As he hesitated on whether to enter a large structure resembling a church or palace at the forefront, a piercing shriek suddenly pierced the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a peculiar black shadow coalescing from a corner of the ruins, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. What on earth is that? Startled, Siafong instinctively raised his left hand, wielding his longsword, and struck down at the approaching shadow. With a crisp sound, the fury of the elements effortlessly dispersed the shadow, the silvery lightning illuminating the area as the darkness dissipated into mist. Moments later, the swirling black vortex swept over the space, leaving no trace behind. Truly a remarkable elemental artifact, Siafong silently praised, though he distinctly recalled that his paladin character had never possessed the Windblade. He was puzzled as to why he had traversed into this realm with it, yet it felt harmoniously attuned to him. Nevertheless, he could not dwell on his confusion in his moment of panic. He had unleashed his full power, the silver lightning illuminating a significant portion of the street, with a thunderclap echoing ominously. Within mere seconds, more shrill wails reverberated above the city ruins. Various sizes of black and red mists materialized throughout the debris, mingled with the sounds of beastly roars and the crashing of stones. Even distant caverns on the cliffs flickered with sporadic flames, accompanied by low, guttural growls. What kind of place is this? Siafong felt his scalp prickle in response to the bizarre transformation surrounding him, cursing under his breath as he turned to flee. Thanks to his magical vision, the ghostly figures that nearly melded with the shadows were rendered vividly clear to him, making them all the more terrifying. The city ruins were evidently vast, and he found himself in merely a corner, far from the central zone. In the vicinity of just 100 meters, he had already observed at least a dozen phantoms rising. The shadow he had just vanquished had the outline of a small child, yet not far away, a figure loomed that was significantly larger than an adult. From farther afield came the cacophony of unknown beastly roars and shrieks. While the fury of the elements was formidable, who could tell what other strange entities lurked within, perhaps even those capable of long-range magical attacks? Without hesitation, several of the phantoms, after their haunting cries, lunged directly at Siafong. Before Siafong could return to the courtyard of his birth, a howling wind erupted behind him, compelling him to turn and confront the threat. Fortunately, these ghostly shadows lacked coordination, arriving and attacking in a staggered manner, depending on their varying distances. Utilizing the expansive reach of Thunder's wrath, which was even greater than that of a colossal sword, he effortlessly swept through their forms, scattering them with ease. Having learned from his previous encounter, he refrained from channeling elemental power through his sword when he struck at the first basketball's eye shadow. Instead, he simply wielded the artifact itself. As anticipated, without the accompaniment of lightning or thunder, he successfully dispersed the shadow. The subsequent apparitions were similarly small and fell before him with little resistance. Further afield, other shadows did not abandon their pursuit, however. The one in the center of the ruins ceased its chase after a brief while, allowing Siefeng to exhale with slight relief as he continued his escape. After vanquishing approximately 10 shadows, he had traversed the courtyard and approached a more dilapidated expanse of ruins. Meanwhile, the massive shadow he had previously glimpsed had caught up, its floating speed markedly superior to that of the others. Realizing he could not reach the dim remnants of the nearby building, Siefeng halted, positioning Thunder's wrath defensively across his chest, bracing himself for the impending assault. As a shadow drew near, it paused momentarily in the air before plunging downwards enveloped in mist, accelerating with ferocity. 2 claws materialized at its sides, striking down towards him. Drawing from his recent experience, Siefeng timed his strike, wielding the sword with one hand as he sliced horizontally from right to left just as the shadow approached. However, this time, his blade did not glide smoothly through the shadow. Instead, when he shattered the left claw and swept into its form, he felt a distinct obstruction. The right claw, after a brief hesitation, continued its onslaught. Panic surged through him, and instinctively he leaned to the right. The claw grazed his left shoulder, leaving 3 deep lacerations, narrowly missing his ear. Blood gushed from the wound, accompanied by a chilling aura that spread throughout his body. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose grip on Thunder's wrath, yet the shadow seemed to suffer as well, unable to capitalize on the moment to launch a further attack. A surge of anger welled within him. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, he grasped the sword with both hands and executed his previous maneuver. The sound of thunder erupted once more, effortlessly shattering the shadow, as a gust of dark wind swept away the lingering mist. Compared to his initial use, Siefeng's control over Thunder's wrath had improved even in his rage. He managed to restrain his full power, resulting in a far quieter display than before. After attracting several smaller shadows and dispatching them with ease, he finally found a moment to catch his breath. Perhaps due to the distance he had gained from the ruins, no shadows assailed him for a brief period. Cautiously, he stepped into the partially collapsed remnants ahead, finally affording himself the time to assess the injury on his shoulder. The claws of the specter did not penetrate too deeply, and the assault primarily targeted the muscles. Though the gashes appeared gruesome, the amount of blood lost indicated that no arteries had been damaged, nor the bones harmed. The chilling aura that had invaded his body was dispelled after a brief burst of the thunder fury, restoring him to his former self. However, the wound on his left shoulder remained unbandaged due to a lack of cloth, allowing the blood to flow freely. In his panic, he had not considered his shorts, or perhaps subconsciously wished to avoid running about in the nude. He found himself amidst the ruins of what seemed to be a grand hall, with half of the stone ceiling collapsed. Debris was strewn about, and in the corners lay several damaged statues. One, relatively intact, was composed entirely of black stone, emanating a faint magical glow. Its form resembled that of a Komodo dragon, albeit with a tail of absurd length at least double its body length. All the black stones radiated a magical luminescence, leading Siefeng to surmise that they might be some type of magical or used for construction or sculpture. Thus, he paid little heed to the statues and cautiously shifted the thunder fury to his right hand, peering out to assess the situation outside. The ruckus from earlier had only lasted 3 to 5 minutes, yet the city, once eerily silent, was now teeming with commotion. Shadows of dark figures were unavoidable, and there were even larger entities than the one that had previously injured him. Additionally, various grotesque monsters engaged in chaotic battles. On the ground, a giant lizard the size of a rhinoceros swung its long, slender tail, emitting sharp hisses, while dozens surrounded 2 larger creatures resembling a lion with a scorpion's tail. Glimmers of dark green light, the size of fists, flickered across the ground and walls, occasionally extinguished when trampled by colossal beasts. Yet, those titanic creatures soon fell silent, unable to rise again. In the distance, sounds akin to horses' whinnies and unknown roars echoed, as sparks of fire and white light danced amidst the swirling dust, their origins a mystery. In the sky, creatures with human-like faces and lion bodies, griffin-like beasts, and pale mists engaged in fierce combat, each battling with ferocity. The scene was one of chaos, disorder, and bloodshed. What in the world is this place? CF Fong murmured, repeating his earlier thoughts. A wave of dread washed over him. Had he ventured deeper into the ruins, he would have surely been torn apart by this horde of monsters. As he intently observed the skirmish, a sudden, jarring sound of stones scraping behind him drew his attention. Turning around, he was alarmed to find that the giant lizard he had mistaken for a statue had somehow come to life and was lunging at him with its tail aimed directly at his heart. In his shock, his instinctive reaction was to raise the Thunder Fury in defense. The artifact once again proved its worth. Although he could not summon elemental power in time, it successfully blocked the attack. The creature's tail shattered against the blade, disintegrating into a pile of broken black stone. However, the tremendous force of the impact sent him flying, crashing through the stone wall and out into the open air. Fortunately, this robust physique endured the violent impact, allowing him to retain his combat prowess. After rolling twice upon the ground, he swiftly regained his footing, gripping Thunder's Fury tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the colossal lizard within the chamber. Perhaps taken aback by the survival of the insignificant insect before it, the giant lizard hesitated, momentarily stunned, before it unleashed a silent roar, opening its massive maw and lumbering forth with its powerful limbs. Just as CF Fong and the giant lizard were poised to engage in a fierce clash once more, a powerful rush of wind suddenly swept overhead, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, a terrifying presence descending from above. Roar! In unison, CF Fong and the giant lizard halted, their gazes drawn upward, as a shadow that obscured the sun soared overhead. A dragon? With a wingspan of approximately 50 meters, adorned with elongated, barbed appendages, sturdy hind limbs, and a slender neck leading to a head the size of a horse. Crowned with a keratinous crest and golden vertical pupils, it was a quintessential Western dragon. CF Fong could even discern the searing red flames gathering within the dragon's slightly parted maw. Chapter 3. The Wrath of the Dragon. The dragon did not linger, its massive wings flapping as it soared directly over CF Feng's head, heading towards the battlefield amidst the ruins. In comparison to the two ants below, it was evidently more intrigued by the chaos unfolding in the distance. The powerful gusts of wind generated by its wings stirred up dust, rousing both the man and the beast locked in confrontation. CF Fong quickly redirected his gaze, fixating intently on the giant lizard that had also turned its head. Before the standoff could commence, a sudden blinding red light erupted nearby, once again seizing the attention of both parties, followed by the resounding roar of an explosion. From the corner of his eye, CF Fong observed that the dragon, upon descending onto the battlefield, exhibited no hesitation. It unleashed a torrent of dragon fire that swept horizontally across the sky, engulfing the gargoyles, phantoms, and various monsters that were still caught off guard in the fray. The explosive dragon fire was accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams, continuing for approximately 10 heartbeats before finally subsiding, having cloaked much of the sky. The dragon then flapped its wings and dove into the still roiling flames, its form temporarily obscured. Yet its exhilarated roar ushered in even greater chaos. The brilliant light emitted by the dragon's flames illuminated the entire ruins, drawing all creatures towards it. CF Fong licked his parched lips, a cold smile gracing his features as he regarded the giant lizard, raising his Thunder's Fury, its blade shimmering with a faint silver, lightning glow. The commotion stirred by the dragon seemed to suggest that a slight exertion on his part would pose no issue. The earlier ambush had been directed straight at his back, and had he not reacted swiftly, he might have met his end there. The thought stoked his anger further. Moreover, the giant lizard showed no inclination to relent. Resolving to act, he gripped his sword with both hands and charged forward, aiming a powerful strike at the giant lizard's head. The lizard opened its mouth in a silent roar. Its long tail, now reduced in length, lashed out again, though its body hesitated momentarily before darting to the side. Nevertheless, the heavy form composed of black stone was evidently not so agile. While its head evaded the attack, its right forearm and shoulder were severed. As its body lost balance, the trajectory of its tail's assault shifted, embedding itself into the ground beside CFO. Fueled by the elemental power of Thunder's fury, the strike was nearly indomitable, with the magically infused black stone offering no resistance as it was cleaved in two. However, the giant lizard seemed to be some form of construct, devoid of any sensation of pain. Although the loss of its forelimb did not hinder it, it swung its head, revealing a maw filled with jagged teeth. As it lunged toward CFO, its slender tongue darting forward first. CFO remained fully alert, promptly detecting the giant lizard's assault. Realizing that Thunder's fury could effortlessly shred through the black stone, he instinctively swept his sword horizontally towards the beast's head while simultaneously tilting his own to evade the strike of its tongue. As anticipated, the silver light sliced through the lizard's head, causing it to shatter, its entire body following suit. However, the long tongue still managed to graze CF's chest, leaving a superficial wound that, while painful, was far less severe than the injury to his shoulder. The magical aura enveloping the colossal lizard swiftly dissipated, rendering it indistinguishable from the surrounding black stones, transforming it into an ordinary magical ore. CFO exhaled a sigh of relief, as the tension in his mind eased slightly. The pain intensified, causing him to grimace. Without daring to linger, he navigated around the rubble and returned to the corner of the dilapidated house, shattering all the broken sculptures within before cautiously turning his gaze back to the central battlefield. The scene had grown even more chaotic than before. The enormous dragon was soaring through the sky, exuberantly unleashing its fiery breath. It occasionally swooped low, its powerful hind limbs grasping various monsters and flinging them into the air, roasting them with its flames before devouring them with practiced ease, clearly a familiar routine for it. Despite being far from a skirmish, Xiafang's keen elven vision allowed him to discern various details, leading to a sense of confusion. The dragon before him did not match his recollections of the five-colored dragons or even the primordial and spiritual winged dragons. Most notably, its forelimbs had been entirely replaced by leathery wings, with only its hind legs remaining. Furthermore, throughout the battle, Xiafeng had yet to witness the dragon casting any spells. Its primary means of attack consisted of biting, clawing, and breathing fire. While formidable, these methods appeared somewhat monotonous. Moreover, why was this bronze dragon exhaling red flames? Shouldn't it be breathing sand? Was it a dragon beast, or perhaps a bipedal wyvern? Additionally, he noticed that one of the menacing horns atop the dragon's head had broken off, its wings marred by numerous tears and holes, as if they were struggling to hold air. It was remarkable that it could still fly so steadily. Its body was adorned with various twisted scars. Its skin looked tough, yet was riddled with wrinkles, and its jaw and abdomen sagged, giving it an air of age. Perhaps this was an elder dragon in its twilight years. As he pondered, the chaos on the battlefield began to subside. The dragon appeared to have satiated its hunger, its fiery breath and attack frequency diminishing significantly. The sky was nearly cleared of foes, with only the scattered stone gargoyles pushed into corners, and several griffin-like monsters had already met their end in its belly. The phantoms disintegrated upon contact with the dragon's flames, vanishing without a trace. However, the fighting on the ground continued, with numerous corpses strewn about, though it lacked the earlier ferocity. After a while, the dragon seemed to have finally filled its belly, letting out a satisfied roar before lazily flapping its wings and drifting towards the cliff behind, perhaps to its lair in a cave above. Seeing the dragon's retreat, Xiafeng quickly concealed himself in the shadow of the house, planning to wait for its departure before making his exit. After all, there were still numerous other monsters lurking within the ruins. Although Thunder Fury could effortlessly dispatch most of them, that required harnessing elemental power, a state not invincible, and channeling such energy would create considerable noise. The injuries upon his body served as a stark reminder that should he fall victim to the onslaught of monsters, a grim fate awaited him. Most notably, he could distinctly perceive that the elemental power contained within Thunder's fury had diminished by nearly half compared to their initial confrontation, although it was gradually replenishing its energy by drawing from the surrounding magical essence. The process was exceedingly sluggish. At this rate of consumption, It could perhaps endure another 7 or 8 battles before it would regress to an ordinary longsword, albeit one that might possess enhanced sharpness and durability. Yet, before he could fully prepare for a retreat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded nearby. From the direction of the cliff to his side, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted, accompanied by a chorus of roars. Dozens of beasts, bearing the likeness of men with the bodies of lions and the wings of eagles, began to converge from a distance. Led by 2 creatures that were conspicuously larger than their kin, they lunged towards the returning dragon. In the face of this provocation, the dragon showed no signs of retreat, unleashing a furious roar as it gathered a crimson glow in its maw and charged forth. The clash between the 2 forces occurred not far above Siefeng's head, as the red dragon flames once again obscured the sky. Amidst the chaos of roars and combat, flesh and feathers erupted into the air, raining down in disarray. Chapter 4. Shadow Valley. Gazing ahead. Not far off lay a creature in its final throes, its upper body still writhing and emitting mournful cries. Siefeng felt a twinge of nausea. Although he had slain several monsters moments ago, they were either constructs or phantoms. The sight of this grotesque, half-bloody form before him rendered him somewhat weak-kneed. As it crawled along, a trail of blood quickly marked the ground. The creature's lower half had either been shredded or devoured by a dragon, yet relentlessly dragged itself toward the heart of the battlefield, its twisted humanoid visage betraying unyielding madness and brutality. The battle raged on, with dragon flames flickering intermittently across the fray, obscuring Siefeng's view. Yet, the dragon appeared far from at ease. Sporadic jets of searing blood splattered the ground, releasing puffs of steam, and the frequency of its fiery breath diminished. Before long, the largest of the beasts unleashed a harrowing roar. The dragon, braving the assaults of other monsters, sank its fangs into the creature's right wing and violently tossed it aside, tearing the wing asunder. The unbalanced beast plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. The dragon aimed to eliminate this paramount threat first. Though this came at a cost, one of its wings sustained a grievous gash, while several wounds marred its back and chest, and its tail was nearly severed by another colossal creature's claws, the injury deep enough to expose bone. This grievous harm only served to inflame the dragon's wrath. It disregarded the onslaught of other monsters and lunged toward the fallen beast, intent on utterly shredding its lower half. However, this lion-bodied creature was equally legendary, imbued with a magical essence not significantly inferior to that of the dragon. Despite the vast difference in size rendering it defenseless, its final ferocity ignited. It plunged its forepaw, imbued with a strange luminescence, deep into the dragon's throat, eliciting a pained roar from the beast. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon was momentarily stunned, another massive creature suddenly soared in from the side, its forepaw swinging fiercely toward the dragon's head. Although the dragon attempted to evade the strike, the prior engagement with the throat beast caused a slight delay in its response. In a flash of crimson, the monster's claw tore through the dragon's right eye, obliterating the eyelid and scattering crystalline fragments mixed with blood into the air. The wounded dragon, however, displayed remarkable resilience and battle instinct, disregarding the assaults of other creatures. Its battered wings descended, crashing down upon the assailant that had attacked its eye, pinning it to the ground beneath its weight, while the dragon's maw ensnared the monster clinging to its neck, drawing it deeper under the cover of its wings. Moments later, accompanied by 2 piercing cries, the largest of the 2 beasts was completely torn apart, but the dragon paid a steep price for this victory. The membrane of its middle wing section was nearly obliterated. The once rigid bones, now visibly fractured and twisted. Most grievous of all was its lower jaw. The sagging skin and a large portion of flesh had vanished, revealing the glimmer of its throat and the faintly glowing dragon fire within. The dragon had succumbed to utter madness, embracing a strategy of exchanging wounds for wounds, unleashing its final fury upon the remaining beasts. After a prolonged struggle, the battle concluded with the last beast being torn to shreds by the dragon. The battle-scarred dragon let out a wheezing roar before staggering to its feet. With a laborious effort, It took a long run and flapped its tattered wings, finally ascending into the sky. After a brief circling at a low altitude, it landed heavily on a broad platform atop a cliff, where it crawled into a cave, falling silent thereafter. Siefeng could even perceive the dragon's fervent magical aura not far from the cave's entrance. The dragon did not have long to live. A sigh of regret escaped Siefeng's heart. Such a powerful and beautiful creature, perfectly embodying the aesthetic ideals of man, could only be compared to the majestic feline. Witnessing the fall of a dragon was indeed a profound moment. As the dragon departed, the battlefield within the city reached its denouement. Various monsters either retreated into the deeper ruins, fled towards the cliff to enter unknown caverns, or concealed themselves in the shadows, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Momentarily taken aback, Siefeng noticed that the dim sky seemed to brighten as sparse rays of light broke through the clouds, dispelling some of the eerie atmosphere. Before long, the sunlight completely banished the darkness, revealing the full expanse of the ruins. A city primarily comprised of greasy black stone, with distant rolling hills and cliffs encircling the area. Numerous caverns of varying sizes were visible among the valleys and peaks, suggesting that the monsters, including the dragon, had emerged from this very place. The sound of water crashing against rocks echoed from afar, indicating the presence of a considerable river, suggesting that the ruins were situated within a mountainous valley. Continuing his observation, Siefeng finally spotted vegetation at a distance from the city ruins. On certain low hills surrounding the city, patches of pale grass emitting a faint glow were present, likely a form of magical flora. As the sunlight intensified, all monsters vanished from sight, perhaps in fear of the light. Siefeng speculated idly that if the tumultuous lightning had not originated from him, perhaps this chaotic battle would not have ensued. He turned his attention towards the sound of flowing water. After all the exertion, he was parched and in need of hydration. Moreover, the city ruins symbolized civilization, which inherently relied on a sufficient water supply. In this treacherous realm of chaos, he needed to find a being capable of communication, or at the very least, distance himself from threats. Typically, riversides revealed more traces of life. Not long after, a broad river came into view, meandering down the valley. Additionally, it appeared that a tributary merged upstream, increasing the flow's turbulence, with the water muddied and dark, intertwined with silt and debris. To the ordinary observer, it might merely appear as murky water tainted by silt. However, to Siefeng, the river exuded a nauseating, faint green hue, imbued with a sinister and eerie aura. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words, for this accursed place radiated malevolence in every direction. Apart from the earlier encounter with the colossal dragon, everything around him seemed to emanate a palpable hostility. The water was undoubtedly undrinkable. This river might possess parasitic properties lethal enough to annihilate any who dared to survive within it. He was in dire need of hydration to cleanse his wounds and to procure sustenance. With a heavy heart, he began to explore along the riverbank, seeking traces left by intelligent beings, albeit with little hope. After approximately an hour of traversing the river's edge, Siefeng was compelled to abandon his futile quest. It would be inaccurate to claim he had found nothing, yet his discoveries were scant at best. The sole notable find was a grotesque, distorted fish with regressed eyes, its repulsive form extinguishing any semblance of appetite he might have harbored. Reluctantly, he returned to his starting point. After a lengthy period of contemplation, his gaze was drawn to the platform atop the nearby cliff, the dragon's lair. All the creatures here exuded a sense of wickedness, with the exception of the dragon. Might there be other discoveries within its nest? Other monsters may have already adapted to this malevolent environment. His only glimmer of hope now lay with the dragon. Focusing intently, he noticed that the magical aura representing the dragon was now exceedingly faint and continuing to dissipate. The dragon might have perished entirely, leaving behind only the remnants of its once mighty form. The platform loomed high above the precipice. In his former state, Siefeng would have found it utterly unreachable. Yet with his current physical capabilities, he might just manage to ascend. It remained uncertain whether other dangers lurked within the dragon's lair. As he hesitated, contemplating the gamble, The encroaching twilight made the decision for him. The sunlight was waning, and the surroundings were gradually plunging into darkness. At this rate, nightfall would soon descend once more. If his instincts were correct, those wretched creatures would soon become active again. Had it truly been less than 2 hours? He pondered whether to retreat to the courtyard where the obsidian coffin was kept, seeking refuge once again. Yet he could not ascertain whether his earlier evasion of the monsters was due to mere fortune or the fact that they were unable to detect him while he remained concealed within a coffin. He recalled that from the moment he awakened to exploring the ruins, culminating in the ensuing chaos until dawn, scarcely an hour had passed, leaving him with no real certainty. If he were to be discovered, his fate would be sealed. Moreover, enduring several hours in the pitch-black coffin was a torment few could withstand. After a thorough examination of the dragon's platform and discovering a radius of several hundred meters devoid of other caves, he finally made up his mind. He would take the risk. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his sword and sprinted toward the cliff near the dragon's lair. Chapter 5. The mutated dragon egg. After half an hour, and following 2 near tumbles into the river, Siefong finally ascended to the platform before the dragon's lair, thanks to his formidable physical prowess. Meanwhile, the last vestiges of sunlight vanished behind the mountains, casting the valley once more into shadow. Glancing at the distant ruins from the heights, Siefong steeled himself and stepped into the dragon's den, treading on the viscous dragon blood that lay beneath his feet. As he had anticipated, the battered form of the dragon lay not far from the entrance of the lair. Blood pooled beneath it, forming a dark red puddle that had yet to fully dry, still emanating a searing warmth. Even the dragon's body had not entirely cooled. Witnessing its final battle was one thing, but seeing the legendary dragon up close left Siefong in awe. A meticulous examination confirmed it to be an aged dragon, its scales peeling, skin sagging, and its body marred by numerous fresh and old wounds, each scar a testament to its storied existence. These marks also hinted at the perilous nature of the mountains, valleys, and ruins, suggesting that any entity capable of inflicting such scars posed a significant threat to humanity. The pain radiating from his shoulder jolted Siefong from his reflections. He gingerly touched the still bleeding wound and, bypassing the colossal dragon, ventured further into the cave. The primary chamber of the lair appeared to be a natural cavern, yet the walls bore the unmistakable signs of dragon fire, indicating it had been altered by external influences. After walking approximately 20 meters into the cave, Siefong entered a spacious natural grotto, roughly the size of half a football field. In the corners lay remnants of corpses and bones, while a thin layer of ash covered a small platform nearby, suggesting this was the dragon's dining area. At the center stood a black stone platform over 1 meter high and 30 meters in radius, marred by deep scratches, with a slight depression in the middle, evidence of the dragon having reclined there for extended periods. Beyond this platform, several smaller caverns beckoned deeper exploration. Using his dim vision, Siefong discerned that some of these chambers housed white skeletal remains, which, based on their form, appear to be left by dragons as well. However, the largest skeleton, measuring only 3 to 4 meters from head to tail, resembled an underdeveloped juvenile dragon. Upon closer inspection of the largest dragon skeleton, he noted that it was remarkably intact, devoid of any scars or fractures, curled in a sleeping position, clearly not a victim of external forces. The bones in the adjacent 2 caverns were similarly unscathed. Continuing his examination of the other chambers, he even discovered a juvenile dragon skeleton measuring less than half a meter, accompanied by remnants of petrified eggshells, indicating that this youngling had perished shortly after hatching for reasons unknown. Was the survival rate truly so dismal? Logically, as apex predators, dragons would not typically have a high reproductive rate. However, the female dragon outside had proven to be highly prolific, having produced 7 juvenile skeletons to date. Thus, it could be surmised that the low survival rate of dragons was somewhat plausible. Approaching the final cavern, he was met with a vast array of obsidian, haphazardly strewn throughout the space, filling the entire cave. He could discern a faint red glow emanating from the center of the obsidian, as if it harbored remnants of fire elementals. However, Siefong was utterly preoccupied, his attention wholly captivated by the 4 meticulously arranged, scale-covered oval spheres at the heart of the obsidian. Dragon eggs. A hoarse voice escaped his throat, betraying his excitement. The 4 dragon eggs, nearly identical in size, were adorned in shades of red, black, emerald green, and icy blue. Their shells, protected by delicate scales, had lost their luster. The spaces between the scales were even slightly bleached, hinting at signs of petrification, resembling 4 lifeless eggs or dragon egg fossils. Yet, through Xie Feng's vision, he could perceive a faint flicker of what seemed like a candle's flame flickering in the wind, trembling ever so slightly from within the eggs. Evidently, among the obsidian-laden incubatory chamber, these 4 nearly petrified dragon eggs retained the last vestiges of vitality, not yet entirely extinguished. However, this scant life force was insufficient to enable them to break free from their shells. As time passed, it diminished further. To preserve their remaining vitality, the dragon eggs had no choice but to concentrate all their energy internally, resulting in their shells losing their sheen and gradually turning to stone. Consequently, the dragon mother had entirely relinquished her hopes of hatching them, possibly disheartened by the repeated loss of her offspring. The 4 dragon eggs had thus been abandoned in the incubation chamber until now. With a hint of trepidation, Xie Feng extended his hand to grasp the nearest black dragon egg, bringing it closer for scrutiny. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that he was not hallucinating. Indeed, these dragon eggs exhibited a faint response, suggesting they might still hold the potential for hatching. He failed to notice, or perhaps chose to disregard, the blood from the wound on his shoulder that had inadvertently stained his palm. After approximately 10 heartbeats of contact with the dragon egg, a strand of pure, transparent magical essence manifested from his hand, forming a small whirlwind that spiraled into the interior of the egg. As the magical essence permeated the egg, the feeble life force within surged dramatically, stirring with greater intensity. If the vitality within the egg had previously been but a smoldering ember, it had now transformed into a flickering flame. Blood recognition? Xie Feng gazed in astonishment at the transformations occurring within the dragon egg, only to dismiss the notion. The blood on his hand showed no signs of alteration, nor had it been absorbed by the egg. No erratic mental connections or links had formed between him and the dragon egg. It was evident that the true catalyst for this change was the transparent magical energy that had emanated from his palm. Was it the pure magic contained within the elven blood? Xie Feng pondered briefly, as this was the only explanation he could conceive. He dabbed a bit more blood from his shoulder onto the dragon egg, yet this time, there was no further reaction. As doubts resurfaced in his mind, he proceeded to smear fresh blood on the other 3 dragon eggs, only to discover that they too absorbed a surge of magical energy, igniting their life force without exhibiting any further changes. It appeared that a more comprehensive understanding was required to elucidate the alterations in the dragon eggs and the process of hatching them. With this thought, Xie Feng placed the last blue dragon egg back onto the obsidian surface, just as he intended to continue his exploration of the dragon lair. He inadvertently noticed that all the elemental flames within the surrounding obsidian were quietly converging towards the black dragon egg. However, due to the constraints of the obsidian crystal, only a minuscule amount of elemental energy could seep through, imperceptible to the naked eye, while the other 3 dragon eggs displayed no such reactions. Assuming it was merely a matter of time, he waited for a moment but still observed no changes in the other 3 eggs, confirming that only the black dragon egg was ravenously absorbing the elemental flames. After contemplating a long, elongated piece of diamond-shaped obsidian, he suddenly raised his weapon, Thunder's Fury, and cleaved it in 2. In his line of sight, the scant fire elements previously confined within the obsidian began to evaporate into the air, only to be voraciously devoured by the black dragon egg, which experienced a slight enhancement in vitality. Did it require fire elements? Xie Feng pondered, a smile creeping onto his lips as he surveyed the obsidian that enveloped the cave. After confirming that the other 3 dragon eggs showed no response to the elemental energy within the obsidian, he removed them to a position behind him, leaving only the black dragon egg. He then returned to the cave and, wielding Thunder's Fury, struck down fiercely upon the obsidian. As shards of obsidian shattered, A significant amount of fire elements surged forth, nearly forming a visible storm of flames that engulfed the small cave. The black dragon egg, true to its nature, eagerly absorbed the concentrated fire elements, flourishing in growth. Approximately 15 minutes later, once all the fire elements had been consumed, the black dragon egg transformed from its fossilized appearance, radiating a dark red glow that shimmered along its scales, autonomously drawing in the sparse elements from the air, establishing a delicate equilibrium and stabilizing its vitality, which began to rise slowly. Simultaneously, the scales at the topmost part of the egg had mysteriously morphed into a small crystal pulsating with dark red light. At the moment the crystal appeared, he thought a hatchling was about to emerge, even preparing himself to welcome it. However, after waiting a while, apart from absorbing the scant magical energy in the air to sustain itself, the dragon egg exhibited no further changes. The dark red crystal seemed to meld seamlessly with the entire egg, as if it had always belonged there. Moreover, Xiefeng noticed other minute protrusions along the upper half of the egg, as if they had yet to fully develop. Chapter 6. Departure from the mountains following the peculiar transformation of the black dragon eggs. Xiefeng set them aside and continued his exploration. Eventually, he discovered a small pool of accumulated water deep within the cave. It was a naturally formed stone platform, roughly the size of a bathtub, sculpted by the relentless flow of water cascading through the crevices of the rock over the years. Once filled to the brim, the water would spill over from the lower edges of the platform and seep into the fissures in the ground, disappearing from sight. Upon finding the pool, Xiefeng noticed that it was already overflowing, with droplets continuing to cascade down the rock walls. It was precisely due to the flowing nature of the water, rather than mere dripping, that he had initially overlooked this hidden sanctuary. The pool was not particularly deep, the water reaching no more than half a bucket in volume. Perhaps owing to its origin from the rocks and the layers of filtration provided by the mountain, the water was remarkably clear, devoid of any unsightly green tinge, and possessed a slightly warm quality. Although the dragon's need for water was not proportionate to its immense size, survival without any intake of water is impossible for any creature. Perhaps this was the reason why the dragon chose to nest here, satisfied that the water was pure and free from contaminants. Xiefeng bent down and began to drink deeply, quenching his thirst. After satiating himself, he carefully cupped the clear water to cleanse the dust and debris from the wound on his shoulder. Previously, such an injury on a human would have required several stitches. Yet only 3 short hours had passed, and the wound was already beginning to heal, while it still oozed a small amount of blood. Complete recovery would likely occur within 3 to 5 days. This served as a vivid reminder of the resilience of his blood elf form. He pondered momentarily on the tremendous regenerative capabilities of trolls, causing him to shiver and hastily banish such unsettling thoughts from his mind. While water was now secured, food remained scarce, and his exploration had to continue. Approaching the dragon's dining area, he sliced off a sizable piece of somewhat desiccated hide from the remains of a human-faced sphinx and fashioned a rudimentary pouch to contain the 4 dragon eggs. Setting them aside, he then made his way to the platform at the cave's entrance, cautiously peering out to survey the surroundings. Approximately 4 to 5 hours passed, and as the night deepened, various eerie sounds began to echo through the mountainous valley. The lingering presence of the dragon seemed to deter other monsters within a radius of several hundred meters, though distant skirmishes could be heard from shadowy corners beyond. Thankfully, the noise was not as cacophonous as it had been the previous day. This state of affairs persisted for the better part of the night, reaching a peak around 12 hours after dusk, before gradually subsiding until the sun began to illuminate the valley a few hours later. After nearly a full night, Xiefeng basked in the rare sunlight and stepped out of the dragon's lair once more. The cycle of day and night in this world appeared to be similar to that of Earth, though he lacked the means to measure it precisely, relying solely on intuition for his conclusions. Perhaps due to its location within the mountainous valley, or for other reasons, the nights here were exceptionally long. Sunlight graced the land for only about 3 hours around noon, with an additional 2 hours characterized by the creature's relative silence. A faint signal of hunger coursed through his body. Despite having fasted for an entire day and night, his physical condition had not deteriorated significantly. Based on his estimations, with ample water supply, he should be able to sustain himself for a meager 3 to 5 days. Should the duration extend beyond that, however, various indicators would likely plummet. Thus, it became imperative for him to procure sustenance within the next 4 days at most, ideally in the form of ordinary creatures devoid of magical properties, to ensure his survival. Reassessing his predicament, Siefong began his ascent towards the mountain behind him under the relentless midday sun. Though he had explored the river valley the previous day with little to show for it, he now needed to venture vertically along the mountain range. The exploration posed considerable challenges, yet there were no alternatives. The limited time constrained his distance, leaving him to fervently hope for new discoveries. Additionally, the area across the river warranted investigation. From a higher perspective, the mountains behind him appeared far more expansive than the gently sloping terrain opposite, which seemed to harbor a comparatively lower density of monsters. Thus, a fortnight slipped by unnoticed. He had scoured the vicinity of the river valley within a 10-mile radius, and thanks to his robust physical constitution, the difficulty of exploration had significantly diminished. Yet, this was the extent of his reach. During this time, he had encountered numerous monster attacks, all of which he had quelled with the fury of thunder. He had invoked elemental power several times, depleting the strength within his sword to less than a third, and replenishing it had become increasingly sluggish. Fortunately, he had managed to avert a large-scale chaos like that of the past. Throughout this period, he had found no flora aside from the luminescent white grass, which left him no choice but to take the risk of ambushing a scorpion-tailed beast, which had been sleeping in a cave during the day. After days of observation, this had emerged as one of the rare creatures lacking a magical response. Its species barely survived in the mountains, relying solely on its venomous tail to scrape through the food chain's lower echelons. Siefong had witnessed the Sphinx, a creature resembling the mythological beasts of ancient Egypt, attacking scorpion-tailed beasts for sustenance, leading him to name it accordingly. Suppressing his disgust, he consumed the forelimb meat of the scorpion-tailed beast, which appeared least likely to harbor toxins. This not only replenished his food supply, but also allowed him to craft a few rudimentary water pouches from the remaining hide and tendons. Essentially, they were leather bags cinched tightly with sinew, barely capable of storing a small quantity of fresh water, thereby enabling him to explore a broader expanse. After a month of fruitless exploration, Siefong's patience had waned. When sunlight once again illuminated the mountains within the river valley, he resolved to venture further afield. With water pouches fashioned from sinews strapped to his waist, sufficient for half a month's use, and a leather bag containing a dragon egg slung over his shoulder, he departed the dragon's lair. He crossed the shadowy river from the predetermined location and resolutely stepped onto the western bank of the valley. The mountains of the eastern coast appeared boundless, and even after 2 months of traversing, there seemed no escape from their grasp. Thus, he placed his hopes upon the western bank of the river. With a journey of half a month ahead and lacking new sources of water, he could only advance for 10 more days at most before he would be compelled to turn back, lest he succumb to thirst. By night, he concealed himself, and by day, he ventured forth, utilizing the sun's fleeting safety and the brief transition between day and night to extend his daily activities to approximately 5 hours. When darkness enveloped the land, he would dig a small hole in relatively soft earth to hide within, covering it with a slab of stone to create a guise for his concealment. This strategy, born of desperation after failing to return to the dragon's lair, unexpectedly proved effective. Thus, after roughly another week of travel, upon surmounting a towering ridge, he observed that the terrain to the west abruptly leveled out. From the heights of the mountains, he could even glimpse the distant, low-lying hills, which uplifted his spirits immensely. Joy followed in swift succession. After 3 more days of walking, nearly depleting his fresh water, he discovered a spring behind a hillside, also seeping from the rock face. Crystal clear and sweet, with his water source replenished, he pressed onward towards the west without further concern. Simultaneously, the surrounding monsters diminished in number, and those imbued with magical essence became increasingly scarce. Even the elements within the air felt thinned, while the sunlight lingered longer in the sky. After approximately 10 days of journeying northwest, he finally beheld, within a valley, plants other than the white weeds, specifically a cluster of low shrubs. Though they appeared weak and on the brink of withering, they were genuine, ordinary flora. As he continued his trek, the magical essence became ever more sparse. The ordinary plants gradually increased, and the sources of water became easier to locate. Chapter 7. The Far East Region. After approximately 2 weeks of arduous travel, Xiefeng finally emerged from the mountains into the hilly terrain below as dusk settled. The relentless journey had left him exceedingly weary, while his body could still endure. The prolonged strain on his mind had taken a considerable toll. Noticing that the sky was darkening, he decided to rest against a nearby rock. The surroundings seemed relatively open, and having not encountered any of the monstrous creatures for several days allowed him to relax his vigilance. After resting for a short while, night began to fall, and Xiefeng felt slightly rejuvenated. Just as he contemplated whether to dig a hole for concealment, he suddenly spotted something intriguing not far away. Amidst the scattered rocks, approximately 40 to 50 meters from him, he discerned the faint outline of a feline creature, almost blending into its surroundings due to the dim light. Yet to Xiefeng, it was as conspicuous as a bonfire in the night. It was a large, black-furred feline, striped and reminiscent of a leopard, measuring around 2 meters in length. Unbeknownst to the creature, it had been detected. Its eyes glinted with a predatory gleam as it crouched low, stealthily advancing from the side, evidently intent on launching a surprise attack. In a relatively good mood, Xiefeng remained seated, feigning relaxation as he awaited the creature's approach. For him, this ordinary feline posed no greater challenge than a mere flick of his wrist could resolve, a trivial matter considering his 2 months of experience battling monsters. And he was confident he could even face it barehanded. Resolute in his intention, he continued to act relaxed, hoping to lure the large cat closer, contemplating the possibility of capturing it as a pet. Before long, the feline had closed the distance to about 10 meters, its limbs coiling with latent energy, poised to strike. However, just as Xiefeng focused intently on the approaching beast, his keen hearing suddenly detected a swift rush of wind from his left wrist, accompanied by the leap of the large cat, which simultaneously initiated its assault. With a jolt of adrenaline, Xiefeng instinctively swung his weapon, Thunder's Fury, to his side. A crisp sound echoed as an arrow snapped and fell to the ground, its metallic tip glinting ominously as it tumbled away. While fending off the ambush, Xiefeng did not lose sight of the large cat. He swiftly rolled to evade its pounce, then, wielding Thunder's Fury horizontally, struck the feline on the head, sending it crashing to the ground. Before the large cat could recover from its daze, Xiefeng extended his right hand, fiercely grasping the nape of its neck and lifting it upright. He then turned back with composure to face the direction from which the arrow had been shot. There, he beheld a female hunter clad in a green short-sleeved shirt, brandishing a wooden bow and a short sword at her waist. She peered out from behind a rock. Over 40 meters away, her face a portrait of astonishment as she regarded Xiefeng and the large cat he held. To Xiefeng's delight, the archer, maintaining her stance, bore skin tinged with a brownish-green hue, yet her ears were distinctly non-human, larger and pointed at the tips, resembling those of an elf, albeit not as elongated as his own. After a brief moment of surprise, the female hunter regained her composure, drawing another arrow and bending her bow to aim at Xiefeng. However, she hesitated to release the shot, her eyes betraying a mix of concern and urgency as they flicked toward the large cat. The distance was not insignificant, and having encountered a humanoid race with great difficulty, Xiefeng refrained from launching a counterattack in pursuit of information. Instead, he lowered his weapon, the Wrath of Thunder, allowing a smile to curve his lips as he expressed goodwill towards the other party. After all, he could effortlessly handle both the woman and her feline companion. Should communication prove impossible, he could always resort to force later. The female hunter visibly exhaled in relief, and after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately lowered her bow and responded. A surge of joy filled Xiefeng's heart, but just as he was about to initiate communication, the large cat, having recovered from its stupor, began to struggle violently upon realizing it was being held by the scruff of its neck. In its frenzy, it flailed its limbs in an attempt to retaliate. The expression on the female hunter's face turned anxious once more, and her bow was slightly raised again. Siafong dismissed the cat's thrashing, judging it to pose little threat. After a moment of contemplation, he planted the Wrath of Thunder into the ground and, with a swift motion, delivered a forceful slap to the cat's head before hurling it toward the female hunter. This gesture of goodwill finally eased her vigilance, prompting her to lower her bow. The cat, having completed a somersault in midair, landed gracefully and shot Siafong an indignant growl before scurrying to the female hunter, nuzzling against her in search of comfort. The hunter tenderly stroked the cat's head, offering solace for a brief moment before setting it down, and once again, both she and the cat turned their gazes towards Siafong. From a distance, he observed their interaction, and as their eyes met, he eagerly greeted them. "Hello?" The female hunter responded almost simultaneously, but soon they both fell into an awkward silence. The language barrier was palpable. Though Siafong had anticipated this predicament, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. The female hunter, too, recognized the issue, furrowing her brow in contemplation before seemingly having an epiphany. She gestured for him to follow, and then turned to walk toward the southeastern hills. Siafong understood the necessity of finding a way to communicate with the locals. Despite the potential dangers, he chose to follow her. Noticing that he had kept pace, the female hunter deliberately slowed her stride, and together they advanced, maintaining a distance of about 5 meters, while the large cat trailed outside, keeping its distance from Siafong. Seizing the opportunity to observe the female hunter closely, he noted that she appeared youthful, her features slightly childlike. Her skin bore a natural brownish-green hue, and her golden irises sparkled with curiosity. Adorned with unidentifiable markings painted in various hues, her slightly pointed chin complemented her round face and pointed ears, rendering her exceedingly charming and perfectly embodying the image of an elf. Gazing at her, Siafong couldn't help but recall a certain girl named Nico, known for her playful tongue. Sensing the scrutinizing gaze behind her, the girl turned her head and shot him a fierce glare, showcasing her small tiger-like teeth, while the cat beside her emitted a low growl, mirroring its displeasure. Siafong responded with a smile, momentarily averting his gaze. As they continued their journey through the darkness, the trio pressed onward. The young girl was evidently well acquainted with the surroundings, swiftly advancing towards a specific destination without any delay along the way. After traversing through the night, just as dawn broke and exhaustion began to weigh on Siafong, they finally arrived at their destination. Nestled between 2 towering hills lay a river valley, where a small stream meandered westward from the valley's mouth. Lush vegetation thrived within, and the air was filled with the cheerful chirps of insects and birds, creating a stark contrast to the desolate hills and mountains outside, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. At the heart of the valley stood a magnificent tree, its trunk thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Its expansive canopy provided shade from the sun, while its gray bark was adorned with golden broad leaves that carpeted the surrounding area. The female hunter approached the tree, wiping the fine sweat from her brow, and placed her palm against the white trunk, gesturing towards Siafong. "Should I follow suit?" He pondered internally. In this valley, he sensed a vibrant pulse of life, with the natural elements thriving, their source evidently stemming from this ancient tree. After a moment of contemplation, feeling no danger emanating from the tree, he mimicked the girl's action and placed his right palm upon the trunk. "Who are you?" A voice resonated in his mind the instant he made contact with the bark. The words were entirely foreign, yet their meaning was clear to him. Communicating through this ancient tree, it was a wondrous sensation, and Siafong grasped the reason the young huntress had brought him here. As he felt the fury of thunder coursing through his hand, he attempted to silently respond in his mind. "The Wind Chaser." "The Wind Chaser? Is it your surname or a title?" The young huntress turned her gaze towards Siafong, curiosity lighting her expression. "And what is your name? How did you end up here?" Utilizing this extraordinary sense of connection, the two stood beneath the colossal tree, engaging in dialogue. "That is my title." Siafong refrained from disclosing his true name. He You may call me Alex Linfong. Aware he was in a fantastical realm, and harboring caution towards certain cursed abilities, he chose a name that bore a Western flair. Before the huntress could speak, he inquired, "Where exactly is this place? And how can this tree enable our communication?" "You should have inquired about my name first, in polite little one. I am called Amber." The huntress pouted in mild annoyance, but after introducing herself, she answered his questions. "This is the hilly area at the confluence of the Dawn Mountain Range and the Edie Rainforest. This tree is merely an ordinary ancient tree, and it is due to my shapeshifter abilities that I can communicate with you through it." Shapeshifter, Dawn Mountain Range, Edie Rainforest? The first two terms were manageable, but upon hearing the Edie Rainforest, a sudden realization struck him, and he blurted out, "The Erosis continent? Edie?" The huntress, Amber, raised an eyebrow at his reaction, but nodded in affirmation, confirming his assertion. Now all the information aligned perfectly. Fire-breathing giants, sphinxes, colossal lizards, the Dawn Mountain Range. The verdant Ashen River, and the ruins of the city of Styia, guarded by shadows, demons, and dragons. And the so-called shapeshifters must refer to the aberrants in the eastern continent. "Do you hail from the northern Mojui forest?" he asked once more, seeking clarification. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, it is said that in the northeastern part of the continent of Essos, within the trembling southern shores near the Thousand Islands, there exists the Mosui Forest, where beings akin to the children of the forest may dwell. The shapeshifters among them are known as the Skin Changers and the Demon Hunters, guardians of this forest at the world's edge, standing against the malevolent forces that emerge from the Shadowlands and the Far East. Amber nodded once more, affirming his inquiry. She gestured towards the delicate, elongated ears of Siafong, her voice imbued with warmth. "Alex, perhaps we share a common heritage stemming from the bloodline of the children of the forest. Your ears are the most compelling evidence. However, my father is a Kogasnai. Which lineage do you claim on the other side? Valyrian, perhaps?" Siafeng's silver-white, tousled hair instantly evoked in Amber the image of the illustrious Valyrians, known for their silver-gold locks. As for his more elongated ears and emerald-green eyes, she attributed them to the mutations of a mixed lineage. Mistaken for a child of the earth and a Valyrian hybrid, Siafong did not contest this assumption. Rather, he embraced it, knowing he had traversed into the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire. Masquerading as a Valyrian seemed a prudent choice. At least until he had acquired sufficient means for self-protection, he was disinclined to reveal his elven heritage. In this tumultuous world, such a rare treasure could easily attract the greed of mercenaries, who might ensnare him and deliver him to the pits of Meereen for gladiatorial combat, or worse, to the depths of the abyss to learn the damned 7 forms of moans and the 16 pleasures of positions. Seeing his acquiescence, Amber's excitement grew. Although she appeared youthful, she was in fact over 30 years of age. It had been more than a decade since she left Mosai, during which she had traversed much of the world, even visiting the western continent of Westeros. The shape-shifting companion she now had was a shadow lynx she discovered in the Riverlands. After years of wandering, encountering a long-eared human for the first time, she instinctively felt a kinship with Siafong, whom she mistakenly presumed to be a fellow hybrid of the children of the forest. Thus, they sat beneath the great tree, joyfully exchanging words until the night once again descended upon them. Chapter 8. Journey to Yasha. For the subsequent fortnight, an individual engaged in continuous dialogue with Amber, acquiring insights into the customs, everyday knowledge, and linguistic intricacies of the Essos continent. With the ability to communicate with the ancient tree, the process of learning proved far simpler than he had anticipated, akin to an infusion of knowledge. Over the course of these 2 weeks, he mastered High Valyrian, the language of Yasha, the tongue of the free folk, and the common tongue of Westeros, known as New Undulls, as well as fragments of the Giscari and Dothraki languages. Though his fluency was lacking and his pronunciation imperfect, by the final days, he was capable of engaging in basic conversations without the aid of the ancient tree or Amber. The corresponding written forms were etched in his memory, allowing him to read at will, though writing remained a cumbersome task, as it required practice. Otherwise, he might find the characters he penned the day before unrecognizable. During this time, he also learned about Amber's origins. According to her, She hailed from a small Giscari tribe near Mos Eisley, one of the few among the Giscari who eschewed the worship of the moon singers in favor of the old gods. Her father was a shapeshifter who perished at the hands of a necromancer in Neveleys during a raid on the kingdom of Nigel. Subsequently, her mother took her from the tribe to raise her alone in the Mos Eisley forest. Upon reaching the age of 16, she awakened her shape-shifting abilities and formed her first animal companion, a savage lion, before departing the forest to traverse the continent of Essos. 6 months prior, she arrived in Yasha by ship from Qyrls, exploring and resting in this shadowy city while preparing for her next adventures. 2 months ago, while she grappled with the decision of whether to explore the more easterly Shadowlands, delve deeper into the continent of Ulthos, or venture into the subterranean palaces of the Isle of Thunder, each choice perilous in its own right, she received a summons from her mother in a dream. Her mother warned that the world's magic was awakening, heralding the resurgence of ancient eldritch beings and an increase in demonic activity, urging her to return to the Mos Eisley forest immediately. After making the necessary preparations, she set forth from the Yasha Peninsula with her companion, Snowfong, a shadowy lynx, traversing the northern shores of the Jade Sea across the ghost grasslands to the port city of Itchy, then turning northward along the foothills of the Dawn Mountains, intending to cross the Five Forts and return to the Mos Eisley forest along the eastern shores of the Blood Sea. Along the way, she encountered a solitary figure. Observing his attire, a rugged ensemble of fur, she instinctively classified him as a native of the Dawn Mountains. Akin to the savage and bloodthirsty raiders who worshipped dark deities and practiced bloody sacrifices, and without hesitation, she struck him down. Thus began their journey together, as she initiated his education. According to the timeline, the moment Amber received her mother's warning likely coincided with the instant he awakened in Staya. Thus, he wisely invoked the amnesia technique to obscure his origins, disclosing only that he had abruptly awakened beside the river of Ash a month prior, retaining nothing but his name and title. With the disheveled possessions he bore being remnants of his own ventures within the mountains. Upon receiving this revelation, Amber did not harbor any doubts. Rather, she gazed at him with a profound sense of compassion. She then, in an indignant tone, informed him that the occurrence was likely the malevolent handiwork of the wicked sorcerer lord ruling the southern city of Carcosa in Hidden Sea. She had often heard rumors in Ashia about that accursed sorcerer, who, after conducting his experiments, discarded the test subjects into the Dawn Mountains to fend for themselves. Perhaps, someone was merely a fortunate survivor of those nefarious experiments, cast into a tributary of the Ashen River, only to awaken in the valley, carried along by the currents. This notion was entirely disregarded by C.F. Fong, who chose not to refute it, allowing Amber to indulge in her own conjectures. As content continued to load, an advisory appeared, indicating that the site only supported mobile browser access. If this message was displayed, it signified a failure to load the chapter content. Users were instructed to disable reading modes and ad blockers or to copy the URL into another browser for reading. Eventually, after confirming that someone had mastered several languages and after an invitation to the Jugosnai Plains was declined, Amber reluctantly bid farewell, leaving him a wooden token shaped like a leaf. She urged him to visit her in Mosuai when time permitted, assuring him that bringing this leaf into the forest would signal her awareness, allowing her to guide him. Before departing, Amber also left behind a hooded black cloak, splitting her coin pouch in two. The cloak and hood were intended to conceal his wild attire and ears, while the pouch contained over 30 gold coins and several similarly sized yellow gems. According to Amber, these items would be unnecessary for the journey back to Mosai, nor in the forest itself. Thus, upon learning of his intention to go to Ashia, she left him everything aside from a few mementos, to assist him in his living arrangements. On the following morning, after sharing a few unknown wild fruits, Amber took Snowfong and departed the river valley, heading into the northern hills. Following Amber's departure, someone did not rush away. Instead, he returned to the ancient tree and retrieved 4 dragon eggs from his leather pouch. During this time, he had observed the abundant life energy in the valley converging towards the dragon eggs, albeit not all 4 were absorbing it. Only the emerald green egg was drawing in the life force. Perhaps due to the lack of widespread destruction, the absorption was exceedingly slow. After half a month, there had been scarcely any notable changes on the surface. Only a slight protrusion was visible at the top, unlike the black dragon egg which had begun to crystallize, with only a faint luminescence flickering between the dragon scales. Previously, Amber had shown curiosity towards the dragon eggs. However, he merely presented the relatively unchanged red and blue dragon eggs as fossils, quickly extinguishing her interest and successfully concealing the true secret. Now, the once abundant energy in the valley had dwindled significantly, and he sensed that the ancient tree had been shedding an increasing number of leaves in recent days. He suspected that if the dragon egg continued to absorb energy, it would soon lead to the tree's wilting and demise. The essence of life energy fundamentally differs from the fiery energy contained within obsidian. It is not merely imprisoned, but rather a gradual accumulation shaped by the environment of the valley over countless years to reach its current state. Thus, destruction does not necessarily yield greater energy. Perhaps a visit to Asha is in order. That city, shrouded in shadows, could be deemed the magical capital of this world, potentially unveiling the enigma of the dragon egg's mutations. Moreover, he yearns to delve into the mysteries of magic. In the absence of holy light, relying solely on the wrath of thunder to act as a warrior or knight would be a significant waste for a blood elf body. Given the proximity to Asha, why not seize the opportunity to explore? As for the land of E, according to Amber, it is currently embroiled in a tumultuous struggle among lords. Although its customs bear a striking resemblance to ancient China, his understanding of E is limited to Amber's scant anecdotes and the three cities, which prevents him from leveraging his familiarity with the narrative. He may not linger long in Asha either. After a moment of contemplation, he severed the lower portion of his cloak, wrapping the 4 dragon eggs and securing them diagonally across his back. He then departed the valley, following Amber's guidance toward the southwestern coastline. The name CF Foam may have reached its time of obscurity. Henceforth, I shall be known as Alex Lindfoam, the Windwalker from the Shadowlands. Chapter 1. The City of Shadows besieged by towering black walls. This city stands as the largest known expanse in the world, yet its inhabitants amount to little more than a modest town. This figure does not account for the slaves, regarded merely as consumables. The inky waters of the Ashen River snake through the city, shimmering with a nauseating green luminescence as it merges into the Jade Sea. The bustling docks at the river's mouth are alive with the comings and goings of merchant vessels from the lands of the exiles, Thunder Island, and even farther afield from Querce and the Slave Bay. Robust slaves, urged on by the crack of their masters' whips and the keen blades of mercenaries, unload barrels of fresh water, fine wine, sacks of grain, and spices, filling the vacant spaces around the docks. The polluted waters of the Ashen River are deemed undrinkable, and the plains flanking the city yield no vegetation save for the cursed ghost grass. Consequently, food and fresh water must be procured from distant lands, commanding prices rivaling that of gold. In Asha, slaves are mere commodities. Strong adult males toil as laborers, sacrificing their lives to procure gems and gold from the Dawn Mountains for their masters, or they serve as war slaves, battling the myriad beasts within the mountains to secure precious materials for various spellcasters. Females find themselves relegated to servitude, subjected to experimentation, or worse, consigned as materials for blood sacrifices. In contrast to the adults, children who are healthy and fair of face are fortunate, for most, barring a few of inferior lineage, are taken in by the city's indigenous populace to be raised as their own. The city itself stands in stark contrast to the lively docks, shrouded in an eerie tranquility. Sparse shops line the broad streets, yet none beckon patrons. Few pedestrians traverse the thoroughfare, and occasionally, a palanquin borne by slaves rushes past, its occupant's face obscured by a veil, revealing only a glimpse of a sinister red mask. A short distance from the docks, at a crossroads, stands a somewhat dilapidated tavern. Despite the approach of noon, it is sparsely populated, with only the proprietor and 2 or 3 solitary patrons seated in silence, engaged in their own thoughts, devoid of interaction. The tavern is enveloped in quietude, broken only by the faint sounds of chewing and the slurping of beverages. In a shadowy corner, A figure cloaked in black quietly savors their meal, the broad hood obscuring their features, save for the occasional flicker of green light emanating within. Leaning against the wall beside them is a colossal sword, nearly matching the seated figure's height. Without a sheath, its blade is swathed in black fabric, leaving only the hilt exposed. Next to it lies a square iron box, measuring about 70 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in thickness. 2 chains are affixed to one side of the box for carrying. This is none other than a certain individual who has adopted the name Alex. Having resided in Asha for a year, even within the city, they carry with them their 2 most treasured possessions, the Fury of Thunder and the Dragon Egg contained within the box. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoes from outside as several figures gather at the entrance. After a brief pause, one silhouette cautiously pushes the door open and steps into the tavern. It is a portly merchant from Quers, adorned in vibrant, opulent silk robes. He cautiously scanned the entirety of the tavern, and upon spotting Alex in the corner, he visibly exhaled in relief. Approaching with tentative steps, he refrained from taking the vacant seat across, and instead raised his hand to his chest. Bowing deeply as he spoke in a quivering voice, "My lord, Moreau pays his respects." This was a rather conventional form of greeting, devoid of any religious blessings or divine invocations, which was the safest approach in Ayasha. Alex nodded slightly and gestured for him to sit opposite. Well acquainted with the rules of Ayasha, Alex understood the considerable risks and psychological pressures that a life-preserving merchant like Moreau faced when entering the inner city. Ayasha could undoubtedly be regarded as the beacon of freedom within the world of a song of ice and fire. It neither prohibited any faith nor magic, including blood sorcery, blood rituals, shadow magic, necromancy, and vivisection. The inhabitants of this place, long subjected to the corrupting influence of various dark arts and a stifling environment, had mostly become eccentric, paranoid, and irritable. They were free to cast spells or conduct experiments throughout the city, trampling upon life without consequence. Conversely, when others wielded these same magics against them or subjected them to experimentation, no one would intervene. In the name of sunlight, you may return safely. Alex refrained from further pleasantries, casually tossing a small pouch to the merchant and solemnly providing assurance. Inside the pouch lay his promised remuneration, or rather a deposit of 5 yellow gemstones the size of pigeon eggs. In Ayasha, gemstones and gold held little value, especially for a bold merchant like Moreau who engaged in transoceanic trade, as he could easily acquire an entire chest of gemstones during a round trip from Quers to Ayasha. What truly compelled him to take risks was Alex himself, along with his commission. A renowned powerhouse in Ayasha, Alex differed from other spellcasters in the city. He was a formidable presence capable of normal conversation, and he valued integrity. There was no one more esteemed among merchants than such an individual. Securing his protection was akin to possessing a talisman in Ayasha, hence Moreau was willing to take risks even without compensation. With the assurance received, Moreau felt considerably more at ease, stowing away the gemstones as he whispered, "My lord, I have received word from my servant on Whip Island. He has located and purchased the slave warriors that meet your specifications. They have already set sail with the fleet, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should arrive in Ayasha within 2 months." Observing Alex nod slightly, Moreau leaned in a bit closer, a knowing smile gracing his face as he added, "In addition, I have prepared a small gift for you, a delightful delicacy." However, he also smeared some honey on top, adding with a hint of anxiety that it would take longer to arrive. He assured emphatically, "I trust you will be satisfied, my lord." Alex cast a knowing glance at him, choosing not to respond. It was merely a cunning trick of the merchant. By leveraging his role as a service provider, this rotund man not only secured a measure of safety in Asia, but also forged connections with numerous spellcasters, thereby reaping substantial rewards. The so-called gifts were not overly extravagant, yet they were undoubtedly rare and exquisite. Most importantly, they extended the duration of the services rendered to him. Such probing attempts were commonplace, and Alex, disinterested in exposing them, allowed Moreau to gain some advantage, as it was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, this time an unexpected turn of events arose. "No need to transport it here," Alex declared, finishing the last sip of his smooth red wine. Once that batch of slaves arrives, I shall soon depart from Asia to journey westward. I require a few tickets to Quails. He observed the astonished expression on the merchant's face as he casually elaborated, preferably in the most comfortable cabin available. Miro, momentarily taken aback by the disruption of his plans, quickly regained his jovial demeanor. My lord, the Emerald will return to Quails in 3 to 5 months. I am confident that the captain's cabin will meet your expectations. The captain's cabin? ISNT, that typically reserved for the captain? Alex inquired, without a moment's hesitation. The rotund man slightly bowed and smiled. The captain of the Emerald would be most honored. Alex was at a loss for words. It was evident that the so-called Emerald was to be his transport. He soon realized that this insatiable fat man intended for him to serve as a free bodyguard for his ship. Chapter 2. The mage scholar, after agreeing on a time to escort me, Luo, back to the dock, Alex returned to the inner city, making his way to an inconspicuous little courtyard nestled in the northern corner of the city. This was his sanctuary in Ashar City, a structure primarily composed of black stone, emanating a faint energy. Within the courtyard stood a slightly dilapidated house, yet remained largely intact, comprising a living room, study, kitchen, and bedroom. Unlike many Asharians who purchased slaves and servants, Alex had lived alone for a year. It was not due to a lack of means. Although he did not employ slaves for mining gems and gold, he supplemented his income by periodically venturing into the Shadowlands to hunt monsters, trading their carcasses with the Shadow Binders and the various temple priests within the city for materials. Occasionally, he would accept commissions to hunt specific beasts in exchange for a higher reward, which afforded him a comfortable lifestyle and allowed him to acquire numerous ancient tomes for the study and understanding of spells. This method of earning also contributed to his burgeoning reputation as the Wind Chaser in Ashar, aided by his good relations with many temples that spared him considerable trouble. Correspondingly, his combat prowess grew daily, establishing a virtuous cycle that enabled him to resolve many matters by leveraging his name. Remarkably, he had not engaged in combat with any humans for nearly 2 months. Upon returning home, he observed a robust figure seated in a stone chair in the living room. Paying no heed, he entered the house, lit a candle in the corner, set down his Thunder Fury and the iron box behind him, and removed his hood, revealing his true visage without reservation. Unsurprisingly, he garnered a gaze from the newcomer that was a mixture of envy, curiosity, and greed. Accustomed to such scrutiny, Alex dismissed the intruder's offense and spoke in the common tongue. Abandon your futile aspirations. You shall never have a chance, Malvin. The man referred to as Malvin possessed a bull-like neck and a jaw as firm as stone, with a prominent forehead and a twisted, sunken nose. His teeth were stained a mottled red from the sour grass he chewed, and a Valyrian steel necklace adorned his chest. He stared at the elven figure for a prolonged moment, reluctantly averting his gaze, muttering, Alex, there will come a time when you too shall be wounded. Fortunately, he recognized the disparity in their strengths and refrained from uttering the words, until you are dead. Alex shook his head, unfazed. Malvin was a scholar from the old town of Westeros, who had endured great hardships to pursue his obsession with magic and arcane knowledge in Ashar. As a doctor, his erudition surpassed that of the average scholar, and he had a wide-ranging understanding of various subjects. Thus, upon witnessing Alex's blood elf form, his curiosity was piqued, stemming from his expertise in another field, human anatomy. If the priests of Ashar and the Shadowbinders were to discover that this old fellow was constantly contemplating how to dissect a top-tier powerhouse capable of enduring the depths of the Dawn Mountains, one could only wonder at their reactions. In any case, when Malvin first revealed such thoughts, Alex had decisively caused his nose to collapse entirely. If it were not for the fact that he was the only Westerosi in Ashaya, and the assurance that this old fellow possessed no arcane abilities, the cost he paid would not have been as trivial as merely a broken nose. Following a rather pleasant exchange, Alex and the renowned wizard Marwyn of the scholarly city grew increasingly familiar with one another. The doctor bore no grudges against him. Instead, he found himself captivated by Marwyn's various theories on magic and sorcery, granting Alex access to an array of precious tomes he had painstakingly gathered, thereby offering him a more intuitive understanding of the mysterious forces at play in this world. Have you completed your manuscript? "Dear wizard?" Alex inquired casually. As their camaraderie blossomed, he preemptively bestowed upon the old man the title of wizard, a moniker that would typically have been met with derision from one of the city's scholars. Marwyn accepted this with delight. As the conversation shifted towards his manuscript, Marwyn uncharacteristically displayed a look of frustration, lamenting, "This lost book has consumed 8 years of my life. It was due for completion 6 months ago." He cast an envious glance towards Alex, simultaneously uttering vexed words, reiterating by the 7 hells. "Had it not been for your insufferable theories, it would have been concluded long ago." Alex shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, "Your book is nothing but a pile of nonsense. You've haphazardly fused lost chapters, many of which are clearly figments of your imagination, tales spun by a nursemaid at bedtime, along with your own whimsical theories. What kind of meaningful work could emerge from such chaos?" Ignoring the furious glare of the doctor, whose face reddened with indignation, Alex added fuel to the fire. "By the 7 hells, that too might be a fabrication. In the context of the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, Marwyn's tome could indeed be deemed a significant work of mysticism. Yet, to Alex, it was merely mediocre." Marwyn trembled with rage, but just as Alex anticipated an outburst, the old man suddenly slumped onto the stone chair, a melancholic smile gracing his face as he shook his head. "Perhaps you are right, Alex. It cannot truly be regarded as a worthy manuscript. But do you know, I have resided in this city for a full 8 years. I do not know if the stranger will wait for me another 8. I no longer have time to squander." His gaze turned vacant as he stared out at the dimly lit city, whispering, "It is time to part ways." With that, he withdrew his gaze and produced 2 brown-bound books from the folds of his ample robe, presenting them to Alex with an unusual solemnity. "Take them, young man. They contain all the chapters one have uncovered regarding the hidden world. Perhaps they may not seem secretive to you, but I sincerely hope they prove useful." Malvin pointed to the book above, chuckling at his own expense. "All my conjectures are annotated. You may disregard them." "Are you leaving?" Alex raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Nevertheless, he solemnly tucked away the first book. Malvin appeared as robust as ever, yet he understood that the environment of Asha was not particularly forgiving for ordinary folk. If he lingered here, he might indeed not survive the next 8 years. He gestured towards the second book, his gaze fixed intently on Alex, tinged with anticipation. "This is the grimoire I have prepared for you. It is blank within, allowing you to fill it with your imagination. Should you complete it within a decade, perhaps you might still find me in the Academy of Sorcery. I shall endeavor to do so." Alex expressed little interest in the tome, especially after studying some of the spells of this world. He offered Malvin a non-committal reply, placing both books atop a nearby iron chest, and inquired, "What of your assistant? I have not heard you mention her in quite some time." "You mean Miri? She departed long ago. She mastered the knowledge of human anatomy 6 months past. The remaining courses necessitate practical application." Malvin's expression grew somewhat strained. "She has sought out a blood witch, intending to simultaneously study the remaining anatomy courses and blood magic. A talent." Alex's lips twitched slightly, uncertain how to appraise the future sorceress who would assist Daenerys in awakening her hatching dragons. Chapter 3. The Dragon Egg Hypothesis. After bidding farewell to Malvin, Alex entered the study, clutching 2 books, the Dragon Egg Box and the Thunder Fury. He settled at the stone table and picked up the 2 books gifted by Malvin. After a moment's contemplation, he inscribed the title The Lost Chapters in the common tongue on the cover of the first book. Stripped of Malvin's conjectures, this volume essentially comprised remnants of various lost ancient texts. Some fragments might harbor ancient secrets, while others proved utterly inconsequential. Having perused certain sections before, he casually flipped through it before setting it aside. As he took up the second book, a whimsical notion struck him, and he seized a quill to inscribe 4 characters in simplified Chinese, the Scroll of Knives. He then opened the book and penned 2 parallel phrases on the first page. Universal law, conservation of energy, the essence of sorcery, equivalent exchange. Written in the same simplified script, these words bore an inherent security for this world. The first phrase articulated a principle he adhered to, while the second encapsulated his insights gleaned from observing and studying various forms of sorcery, dark magic, shadow magic, curses, and certain divine rituals during this period. Turning page after page, he continued to write, though instead of theories, he merely inscribed a series of terms at the beginning of each page: elements, psychic energy, magical tides, souls, runes, word spirits, deities, laws, and so forth. He possessed only the most rudimentary and superficial conjectures regarding these concepts, yet none had undergone thorough verification, thus precluding any conclusive statements. Having spent an entire year in Asha, he had made almost no progress on his path to spellcasting. He could sense the presence of elements, yet his application of them remained woefully inadequate. As of now, he could only summon the wind element to provide himself with a meager acceleration, all without resorting to the thunder fury. The sluggish pace of his advancement stemmed from the fact that, although the magical tides of this world had begun to awaken, they remained in the nascent stages. Even in Asha and the Shadowlands, the surrounding elements were lamentably sparse. Moreover, the issue lay with his methods. He lacked a meditative practice, and despite being a blood elf with an innate affinity for the arcane, the energy he could absorb was exceedingly limited, let alone any potential for psychic growth. There were indeed faster paths to becoming a spellcaster, such as serving as a priest of Laro or some other deity, or even learning the spells of blood mages or shadowbinders. However, he instinctively recoiled from such notions. Alex questioned his capacity for sincere devotion to any deity, and the power of a priest relied entirely on the whims of the divine, rendering it precariously unstable. The most potent human spellcaster from the original narrative, the red-robed sorceress, often required a medium to cast spells or curses, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange. Much of Laro's power manifested in prophetic flames, while the remainder seemed heavily reliant on the gemstone adorning her chest. Most critically, was there truly no cost associated with invoking the power of deities? The most illustrative examples were the Green Prophet Brynden Hawn and Bran Stark. How much of their humanity remained in the end? Was there still their own? Furthermore, blood magic emphasized the soul and curses, while the shadows created by shadow magic bore an uncanny resemblance to the dark figures he encountered in Styia. He held them in utter disdain. Perhaps one should observe the enchanting wonders of nature or draw inspiration from those magical creatures, such as dragons. He pondered for a moment. Regarding the formidable powers of deities like the Frost God and Rollo, Alex speculated that they might have mastered some primordial rules of the world or runes, combined with the advantages afforded by the prolonged accumulation of time and the natural transitions of the seasons. Even a wild boar, if it lived for a millennium to amass strength, could still potentially be crushed by a behemoth, he mused with a perverse sense of humor. Turning to retrieve the black dragon egg from the chest and placing it upon the table. Loading additional content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Upon arriving in Ashura, he noticed that the black dragon egg had begun to absorb elemental fire from the abundant black stones of the region. The other 3 eggs merely absorbed from the air to sustain themselves, while the black dragon egg appeared to grow ever more formidable. The changes were subtle, yet a comparison to a year prior revealed that the color and texture of the crystals on the egg were aligning more closely with the hue of the egg itself, and the protruding tip was becoming increasingly sharp. The dragon egg was developing horns. After observing for a moment, a sudden flash of insight struck him, leading him to contemplate a possibility. He immediately unfurled his spellbook and sketched the outline of the black dragon egg onto the parchment. Once the overall shape was depicted, he did not cease there. Instead, he continued to elaborate. He exaggerated the proportions of the crystalline protrusions, transforming them into sharp spikes, and then meticulously traced the flowing light between the scales of the egg. Approximately 15 minutes later, an image of a dragon egg, enveloped in menacing spikes, materialized upon the page. Straining to contain his excitement, he set the similarly transformed green dragon egg beside it. According to his conjecture, if the dragon eggs continued to absorb elemental energy, they would evolve to resemble the illustrations on the paper, and the transformations they would undergo became vividly anticipated. a multicolored guardian dragon. In his memory, only the dragon eggs of Azeroth were adorned with spikes. Moreover, considering that these eggs were activated by the pure energy contained within his blood elf essence, it was only natural to associate them in this manner. Additionally, he recalled that the black dragon egg absorbed the most fire elements from the obsidian within, and obsidian is a natural glass formed when molten lava cools rapidly. In the realm of magic, lava symbolizes the fire of the earth. The black dragon lairs of Azeroth were similarly accompanied by volcanoes and molten rock. Alex was exceptionally exhilarated. The mysterious black stones that comprised Ashura emitted energy akin to the fiery essence found within obsidian, and according to the conjectures of certain spellcasters in Ashura, these black stones were likely forged through dragon fire, or, at the very least, contained the fire of the earth. Guardians of the earth, wielders of the powers of earth and flame. He turned his gaze toward the adjacent green dragon egg. This was the second egg to exhibit changes. It absorbed natural energy within the valley, guided by amber, and the green dragon epitomized the essence of nature and dreams. If my conjecture is correct, what remains of the red dragons, symbols of flame and life, and the blue dragons, embodiments of arcane and ice? Alex whispered with excitement. The dragons of Azeroth wield spells and possess unique powers that far surpass the mere fire-breathing bipedal dragons of this realm. Not to mention their combat prowess. Their advanced intelligence, allowing for verbal communication, sets them apart from the native dragons. If the dragons of Tangrakan had the same level of wisdom as those of Azeroth, the blood dragon's frenzied dance would likely devolve into a chaotic skirmish between the black and green factions, with a multitude of dragons spectating from above. Only to tidy up the aftermath. After a lengthy pause, Alex exhaled deeply, calming his exhilarated spirit. Yet, it remains merely a hypothesis. Further validation is required. After pondering for a moment, he directed his gaze towards the red dragon egg. If the theory holds true, the red dragon egg should be capable of absorbing flames that embody the essence of life, or flames of a nature other than lava. In the place that meets both of these criteria, the Temple of Rallick. Chapter 4. Melisandre. The next day, as noon approached, Alex tidied himself up briefly, adorning himself in his customary attire, and stepped out of his home, making his way towards the temple district within the city. His appearance was quite distinctive in Ashar. Those on cordial terms with him would directly address him by name or as the Windwalker, while those harboring ill intentions referred to him derisively as the bearer of the coffin, secretly wishing for his disappearance into the depths of the Dawn Mountains. Of course, such curses were uttered only in words. Along the way, he encountered a sparse few passers-by, all of whom hurriedly brushed past without a greeting. In truth, most of them were strangers to one another, a peculiar characteristic of Ashar. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the Rallo Temple. Yet he did not proceed inside. Bearing a secret, he maintained connections with many of the temple's priests, but his inherently cautious nature kept him from approaching the temple too closely, let alone entering it. The powers of the divine are enigmatic and unpredictable, and he wished to avoid drawing their attention for the time being. Numerous priests had previously sought to convert him, some of whom had yet to abandon their efforts. After all, a figure of his strength undoubtedly harbored certain secrets, whether they were offered to the deities or kept for himself, representing a considerable boon. Even if he could not share his secrets, it mattered little. The majority of the faithful judged not by strength but by tenure and belief, and a new acolyte would hold little status, who would decline a formidable enforcer. Unfortunately, Alex resolutely rejected all faiths. He acted in the name of sunlight, yet refused to serve Rallo, showing no reverence. Consequently, a degree of estrangement lingered between him and the priests and monks of the Red Temple, each regarding the other with distaste. After all, is not a heretic more detestable than a mere pagan? Standing at the entrance, he sensed a gathering of fiery energy within the temple. This energy was fundamentally different from the flames contained within obsidian, imbued with an inexplicable force that unsettled him, perhaps the so-called divinity or faith power. Additionally, a shadowy energy occupied the corners of the temple. A thin veil of elemental fire enveloped the temple's surroundings, slowly converging towards the dragon egg box behind him. As perceived through his senses, Indeed, there was a response. A surge of elation coursed through Alex's heart, yet he remained vigilant, continuing to observe intently. It was not until he confirmed that the fire element absorbed by the red dragon egg was merely the elemental force converging here, rather than the mixed powers of faith and shadow energy within the temple, that his anxieties eased. He feared that the yet-to-be-born red dragon might be polluted by Rollo's power. For the favor of the divine is not easily attained. Having validated his suspicions, he resolved to depart, turning to leave. Just as he did, he noticed a gentle cadence of footsteps emanating from a nearby alley. A slender figure cloaked in a red veil emerged from the shadows. Standing in the center of the path, she was a stunning beauty, possessing an enchanting visage that could captivate all. With a heart-shaped face and crimson eyes, her copper-red hair cascaded down, and her skin was as pale as milk, radiating a warmth akin to that of the temple itself. She bore an expression of indifference, her deep crimson eyes resembling a swirling vortex of flames. Her body was naturally relaxed, emanating an air of nonchalance towards all things. With her lips slightly parted, her tone remained tranquil as she slowly articulated in High Valyrian, "The Windwalker?" Alex fell silent. The moment he beheld the red-robed priestess before him, he already knew her name, Melisandre. For an ordinary person, encountering her would undoubtedly evoke fascination due to her breathtaking beauty and the enigmatic allure that surrounded her. Yet, Alex's attention was solely fixated on the ruby pendant suspended from the golden necklace adorning her chest. The formidable power of fire seemed to coalesce within the gem, as if it were on the verge of igniting at any moment. This extraordinary elemental force was far more potent than the dragon fire of the ancient dragon that had perished in Styria. Such a conspicuous characteristic made it nearly impossible for him to remain oblivious. She was the third entity he had encountered in the distant city of Ashai, whose name had been etched in the original text, and she was far more profound and powerful than both Dr. Malwyn and the witch Miri. Being confronted by Melisandre was entirely unanticipated. Throughout the year, he had heard no tidings of her presence in Ashai. The high priest of the Red Temple was an elderly red-robed monk, leaving Alex momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The two stood before the temple, silently confronting one another. The red-robed woman remained as composed as ever, while Alex struggled to maintain his facial expression, his mind spiraling in a whirlwind of thoughts. Was it mere coincidence? Had he caught the attention of Rollo? Or had the red-robed woman glimpsed something within the flames? Had she been in Ashai all along, or had she just returned from elsewhere? There were no answers. However, Alex understood that prolonging this encounter could potentially draw the attention of the Red Temple, placing him in an even more precarious position. As he gazed at Melisandre, a passage from the original text regarding this red-robed woman sprang to mind. Melisandre believes that if a sorcerer appears indifferent while casting spells, people will fear him even more. Therefore, she always employs various means to conceal the efforts she exerts in her magic, rendering herself more mysterious. Was this not the hallmark of a charlatan? Suddenly, a realization struck him. She feigned mystery, exuding an inscrutable aura, adopting an attitude as though she had deciphered the world and deemed mortals as mere insects. Cloaked in enigma, she elevated her status and identity, instilling psychological pressure upon others while seizing the initiative. Are you trying to play this game with me? A faint smile curled at the corners of Alex's lips as he softly uttered the name that had long been buried in his memory, Melis. As he had anticipated, the moment Melisandre heard this name, her facade crumbled, surprise eclipsing her earlier calmness. The weight that had enveloped Alex's heart dissipated, and he regarded the red-robed woman with an amused glint in his eyes, continuing, or perhaps, Number 7. Meryl was the name given to the red-robed Melisandre during her youth when she was sold as a slave to the Temple of the Red God. In the slave auction, she was referred to as Number 7, a memory that has lingered for countless years. By revealing her secret, the aura of mystery that the red-robed woman had so deliberately maintained was shattered, allowing Alex to regain the upper hand. Without waiting for her to react, he smiled and walked past her, retracing his steps. The red-robed woman's expression returned to calm, yet she made no attempt to obstruct him. Instead, she called out to his retreating figure. As they say, you hold no reverence for the true God. Alex responded with a light chuckle. ignoring her as he continued onward. Just as he was about to turn the corner, her voice echoed once more from behind. "I have seen your shadow in the flames, Windwalker." A stir within Alex's heart compelled him to halt and turn his head. The distance between them had widened, and the red-robed woman's voice now sounded ethereal and elusive. She gazed into Alex's emerald-green eyes and slowly pronounced, "Mortals must all serve." Chapter 5. Illusions in the Fire. Alex's brows lifted slightly. Should he respond with the phrase, "All mortals must eventually face death"? This expression in High Valyrian had gained some notoriety across the continent of Essos, particularly in the western free trade city-states and the Bay of Slaves. It was not, as he had previously assumed, a secret tongue exclusive to the Bravosi and the Faceless Men. The woman in the red robes seemed to use this phrase as a reminder, or perhaps a warning, to maintain reverence towards the divine. However, Alex remained indifferent to her insinuation. His curiosity was piqued more by her claim of seeing himself within the flames. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to engage further with the woman in red, driven not only by intrigue, but also by a desire to ascertain her purpose in seeking him, the attitude of the Red God as followers towards him, and even the stance of R'hllor himself, albeit not in this place. "Madam, I possess a bottle of exquisite red wine from the lands beyond the tavern by the docks," he said, opting not to address her as Melisandre, but simply as Madam, extending an inviting smile. Melisandre nodded in agreement. Perhaps realizing that her little ruse had no effect on Alex, she no longer feigned indifference, allowing a charming smile to grace her lips. The two walked side by side, swiftly arriving at the tavern they had visited the previous day, taking seats at the same table. After a delicate sip of her red wine, Melisandre wasted no time on pleasantries and delved directly into the matter at hand. "Over a year ago, I received a revelation from my lord at the Temple of R'hllor. The ancient, otherworldly gods have awakened. The prophesied prince will summon the Harbinger of Dawn, leading mankind to dispel the darkness and bring forth light and hope into the world." She paused before reciting the familiar prayer that resonated in Alex's ears. "The long night is dark, fraught with peril. The daylight is bright, teeming with vigor." This was yet another instance he had anticipated. Given that Amber, the child of the forest, could sense it, it stood to reason that R'hllor would also respond. "Have you forgotten something?" he probed, countering. "The long summer has not yet ended. According to my friend, a scholar from the Citadel, this summer is predicted to last at least another 3 to 5 years, if not longer." He had learned from Marwyn that the current year in Westerosi reckoning was 294 AC, 11 years since the War of the Usurper had concluded, meaning there were still 3 years until the event of 297 AC, when Wyman Royce would encounter the White Walkers, and 4 years until the appearance of the Red Comet and Daenerys' hatching of the dragons. His time was limited, though not immediately pressing. Melisandre did not respond to his assertion, but instead recited a widely circulated prophecy in Asshai. "After the long summer, the stars shall weep blood, and cold shall blanket the earth. Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, wielding the flaming sword, the Lightbringer, to combat R'hllor's enemies. I shall follow my lord's will and seek the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, assisting him in bringing an end to the long night." As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards the dragon eggs and the box of the thunderbolt placed nearby. This subtle movement sent a shiver through Alex, who had been fully attentive to her words. As he contemplated the possibility of the dragon egg's discovery, Melisandre continued, "In the flames, I saw you wielding that sword, battling countless dark servants." Alex was taken aback. It was not the dragon egg, but rather the Stormbringer? Nevertheless, the likelihood of such an event was indeed substantial, especially if he were to intervene in the conflicts of Westeros, for confrontation with the White Walkers was inevitable. Furthermore, the Stormbringer's striking appearance left little room for misidentification in this realm. Had she truly seen him in the fire? "So you sought me out specifically?" Alex inquired with a light chuckle, continuing to probe. The Red Priestess slowly shook her head. "The Temple of Asshai can offer greater revelations for my lord." Alex nodded thoughtfully. Aside from the wall and a few other unique locales, Asshai, or the Far East, was known to be the most potent region for magical energy in the world. Perhaps R'hllor's will could be more effectively communicated there. Yet, she did not directly address whether she had known of his presence here prior to returning to Ashai. This was crucial, as it pertained to whether Lawler had already discovered and was watching him, the outsider. This was his primary concern. Alex felt a twinge of frustration. Could these mystics not engage in a straightforward conversation? Cursed riddlers. He masked his irritation with a nonchalant demeanor and asked in a playful tone, "And then? What riddle has your true lord presented? Has he revealed who Azor Ahai is? Perhaps it is you." Melisandre remarked with a hint of a smile, raising her cup. "The one blessed by fire." Her tone carried a playful undertone, resembling jest. Before he could retort, she supplied the answer herself. "It is destined that you shall be my lord's servant. Over the years, you're the only mortal I have seen surrounded by flames outside my lord's temple. Yet, you are not the prophesied prince. The flames tell me the prophesied prince resides in the west." Alex furrowed his brow, maintaining a facade of levity while his thoughts raced. Being enveloped in flames was evidently a transformation induced by the dragon egg's absorption of fire elements. The Red Priestess before him was the sole entity he had encountered in this world capable of perceiving the gathering of elements. Amber had shown no reaction to the changes in the green dragon egg. However, Melisandre seemed to attribute the changes brought about by the red dragon egg to him personally, mistakenly believing he was blessed by fire. Clearly, her intentions were not malevolent, which provided Alex with a sense of relief. His demeanor grew bolder as he reiterated his stance. "I act in the name of the sun, yet I shall never become a servant of Lawler. No so-called deity shall ever be the vessel for my faith and soul." "The name of the sun?" Melisandre murmured, her brow furrowing. Alex affirmed resolutely, "In the name of the sun, by the power of the sun." This is a dialect he has long since established, and perhaps in the future, he shall raise the flag of the golden phoenix on a crimson field. All mortals must serve. Melisandre fixed her gaze upon Alex, her eyes ablaze like flames. Her tone resolute. "Before the great war arrives, all must make a choice. Men and women, young and old, noble or humble, our choices remain the same. We choose between light and darkness, justice and evil. We choose the true God or the false. And you have already been embraced by the flames. You have no other option. You are not the prophesied prince, the Windwalker. Yet no hero can confront the darkness alone. In following my lord's will, both you and I will serve as aides to Azor Ahai, aiding him in vanquishing evil." Alex was somewhat speechless. The lengthy discourse of the woman in red struck him as mere drivel. Though he might not face enmity from the Red Temple and its rituals in the future, he was unwilling to bear the label of Lawler. Once ensnared by religion and faith, one might gain a degree of assistance. Yet all subsequent achievements would be attributed to the deities, along with the looming threat of other sects and countless troubles. It was imperative to draw a clear line from the outset. He scoffed at the woman in red's words and replied curtly, "What then is the meaning?" Chapter 6. A forceful confrontation. Melisandre was engulfed in confusion, her mind a blank canvas. Years of preaching and wandering had introduced her to a myriad of individuals. Some were devout in their faith, while others feigned belief, driven solely by carnal desires or the pursuit of wealth, power, and health. There were those who drew swords against the divine, and even more who hurled insults, uttering blasphemous words. Yet, no one had ever questioned the true significance of worshiping the deities. Indeed, Alex nodded firmly. "You instruct me to serve Lawler, but what is the purpose behind it? What does it mean to assist a prince, whose whereabouts are uncertain, in battling the darkness? Or the cold god, the long night? What relevance do the wars between Lawler and the cold god hold for me? You insist on the necessity of a choice. Yet why can I not opt for the cold god?" His slow, resolute words struck at the very core of the Red Priestess's beliefs. He scoffed and continued, "By transforming into a White Walker, I could attain eternal life. What does Lawler offer in comparison? Most crucially, if the cold god were to triumph in this so-called battle, mortals might suffer grievous losses or face annihilation. And what of Lawler then? Are mortals the only adversaries of the cold god? Is his ultimate aim not Lawler himself?" Alex certainly had no desire to become a White Walker. In fact, he intended to subdue the prophesied prince and assist him thoroughly. Such rhetoric was merely a tactic of negotiation to achieve his own ends. The cold god was inherently antagonistic to Lawler. Should mortals forsake their devotion to Lawler, would they simply resign themselves to waiting for death rather than combating the cold god? Ignoring the Red Priestess, who was on the verge of fury, he continued to voice his blasphemous thoughts. Thus, even if the world regards Lawler as insignificant, he shall relentlessly provide strength to oppose the cold god. So, who truly needs whom more? Do mortals require Lawler, or does Lawler need mortals? Given that he will confront the cold god regardless, why must I kneel and beseech him for power? Why cannot he plead with me to willingly bestow strength? Melisandre found herself at a loss for words. The words of the devil, which she had never encountered before, nearly shattered her understanding. Yet, setting faith aside, there is a semblance of truth in his assertions. Ultimately, who needed whom more, the mortals or Lawler? No. Why was I pondering this question? My lord and the world. No. At this thought, she could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. She rose and fixed a fierce gaze upon Alex. Destiny has long been predetermined. The fight against evil and the cold god is not merely the will of my lord, but also his redemption for mortals and for the entire world. The cold god will obliterate all life and civilization. Azor Ahai is the son of the flames, his reincarnation. Melisandre stumbled over her words, passionately reiterating her convictions. Fortunately, the tavern was empty save for the two of them, the proprietor having retreated after serving their drinks. Alex scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. Prophecy? Let go to hell. As long as the long night can be brought to an end, anyone can become Azor Ahai, rather than the belief that only Azor Ahai has the power to do so. Should one fail, the so-called prophecy becomes nothing more than a jest. And you, what gives you the right to forcibly bestow the title of the Son of the Light upon the great mortal hero? Is it merely to showcase the might and omnipotence of Lawler? What distinguishes this from the actions of a thief? He leaned back in his chair, a playful shrug escaping him. Let me share a tale. It is said that there was once a deity of remarkable foresight who frequently offered prophecies through his priests, guiding mortals toward the future. One day, a formidable knight approached the priest with his soldiers, inquiring whether he would lose his left leg that day. Trembling, the priest replied, "No." Without hesitation, the knight severed his left leg, declaring, "Your prophecy is false," and departed. The following day, a band of thieves returned to the priest, and their leader asked if he would lose his right leg. Having learned from the previous day, the priest answered yes. The thief then cut off his right leg, proclaiming, "Your prophecy is indeed accurate." He then paid homage to the statue behind the priest before leaving. Upon finishing the story, he inquired with a light-hearted tone, "So, would you say the prophecy is accurate or not?" Melisandre felt on the verge of collapse. She had thought she would never again lose control over her emotions. Yet today had evidently rekindled her mortal feelings. Taking a deep breath, she slowly sat down, striving to maintain her composure. "Stormcaller, cease your blasphemous words. You know nothing of my lord's might. The power of my lord is unmatched by any false god." Alex remained unfazed, shaking his head with a smile. "Very well. Allow me to rephrase. Mortals wish to survive, unwilling to confront the long night, the evil, and the cold god. Lawler seeks to vanquish or defeat it as well. With mortals and deities sharing the same desires, why then should one adorn themselves with a collar and seek a master?" As he spoke, he rose, placing his hands upon the table, leaning closer to the red-robed woman, unwavering as he met her fiery gaze. "Why can I not collaborate with Lawler or the Red Temple?" The woman in red could no longer contain herself, her hands concealed within her voluminous robes, a surge of searing energy emanating from her being. Such arrogance, such reckless abandon. Who has granted you this audacity? Alex stood resolute, his left hand gripping the sword hilt with slight pressure, the sharp blade effortlessly slicing through the stone to embed itself nearly a foot into the ground. The black cloth enveloping the sword was torn apart, hanging in loose strips, and faint strands of barely perceptible lightning flickered from blade. A gentle breeze suddenly arose, lifting the garments of the two individuals. Alex, leaning on his sword with one hand, responded with pride, blood, and thunder. The unleashed elemental winds, accentuated by the fury of thunder, imbued him with an undeniable aura of strength. He appeared no less formidable than the crimson-robed woman enveloped in flames, and with his alluring emerald eyes, he seemed even more audacious. After a year, the elemental power within the Thunder Fury had partially revived, approximately to 50% of its prime state. This constituted the foundation of Alex's confidence. He was assured in his ability to suppress his opponent, even in a face-off. Even if she were to rally everyone from the Rallic Temple to attack him, he would harbor no fear, for he could always retreat into the Dawn Mountains if necessary. Of course, that would be the worst-case scenario. However, should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly strike first, aiming to kill the crimson-robed woman and seize that necklace. Perhaps sensing Alex's murderous intent, Melisandre awoke from her extreme fury. After about half a minute of tense standoff, seeing Alex's unwavering resolve, she gradually reined in her flames, extending her fair hands from her sleeves to again grasp her wine goblet. Alex too subdued the thunder fury, and the breeze slowly dissipated. In truth, he was nearing his limit. He raised his glass and drained the red wine in one gulp, then rose to approach the door, stating, "My promise remains intact. Should you wish for my assistance in aiding the prophesied prince, convey the message to me once you find him, before the long night. I shall be in various city-states of Essos' western lands or in Westeros. I trust this shall not pose a challenge for you. Naturally, bring with you the sincerity of collaboration." Melisandre remained seated, slightly turning her head at the sound of his voice. "What do you desire?" Alex pointed at the necklace adorning the crimson-robed woman's chest, grinning as he declared, "Fire." He then pushed open the door and departed. The crimson-robed woman remained silent, her right hand gripping the wine goblet, veins standing out, revealing her inner turbulence. Her left hand slowly brushed over the searing necklace, her tone laced with chilling coldness as she murmured softly, "You shall ultimately submit to the flames." Suddenly, the tavern door swung open and Alex re-entered, looking at the crimson-robed woman with a playful tone. "By the way, since you place such faith in that so-called prophecy, allow me to offer you 2 hints that might prove beneficial. Dragonstone in Westeros perfectly aligns with the prophecy's description of the land of smoke and salt. Its lord, Stannis Baratheon, is renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms for his sense of justice. Additionally, the Dorne family from Sunspear possesses a legendary greatsword known as Dawn, said to be forged from the core of a fallen meteorite. Its blade pale like milky glass, and its bearers through the ages are known as the Dawn Sword." Having spoken, he closed the tavern door behind him, his steady footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 7. The path ahead, departing from the tavern. He once again embarked on the journey home. Today's expedition to the temple was far from smooth. The sudden appearance of Melisandre caught him off guard, prompting many of his responses and actions to be improvised. This unexpected turn of events left Alex, who was accustomed to meticulous planning, feeling somewhat irritable, despite the fact that the outcomes of this journey far exceeded his expectations. Firstly, he achieved his initial goal. The red dragon egg indeed had the capacity to absorb pure flames, and although the life force remained unverified, it validated his conjecture. The powers corresponding to the dragons of Azeroth could indeed facilitate the hatching of various dragon eggs. The black dragon egg absorbed the fire of the earth, and its most suitable environment was undoubtedly a volcano. He had also contemplated a destination for the blue dragon egg. What could be more fitting than the Wall of Despair? The green dragon egg absorbed the essence of nature, and there were numerous areas that met this criterion. Among them, the most ideal was certainly the cave of the three-eyed crow beyond Westeros, which perfectly aligned with the green dragon's connection to nature and dreams. Another option was the Thousand Faces Isle in the Riverlands, a place that bore witness to the ancient oaths between the forebears and the children of the forest. Still home to many ancient weirwood trees, where the natural energy was likely to be abundant. Additionally, there were rumored remnants of the children of the forest in the King's Wood, as well as the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, Highgarden, a castle said to be favored by the god of nature, Green Hangary. As for the red dragon egg, he found hope in the gemstone of Melisandre at the Red Temple. This was one of the reasons he infuriated Melisandre today, and confronted her so defiantly. If he were to act, he would seize the gemstone necklace and flee from Ass High. According to his speculation, the immense fiery power within the gem could potentially catalyze the transformation of the red dragon egg, meeting the standards for hatching. Of course, refraining from action was preferable. After all, he was not yet prepared for hatching a dragon egg. The proposal to collaborate with Lawler and the subsequent blasphemous rhetoric were not merely for the sake of excitement. Rather, they served as a means to probe the existence of this deity, confirmed in the original text, to ascertain whether it would exert any coercive influence over him or issue directives to the Red Temple, such as pursuing him or branding him a heretic. The subsequent reactions of the Red Temple would provide a reference for how to approach Lawler and other deities, as well as the stance of the priesthood. Upon returning, he informed Melisandre about Dragonstone, Stannis, and House Dane. His intent was genuinely to collaborate, seeking to ascertain if he could obtain the fiery energy from the Red Woman through peaceful means to catalyze the Red Dragon Egg. Should the Red Woman cease her wandering and head directly to Dragonstone? Confirming Stannis as the reincarnation of Azor Ahai ahead of time might allow him to acquire the fiery power sooner. Furthermore, this would not significantly impact the narrative. Even if she gained Stannis' trust prematurely, with King Robert and his brother's influence, Stannis and the Red Faith would likely not stir much upheaval in the Seven Kingdoms, as it remained the Garden of the Seven Gods, with a relatively stable situation. Mentioning House Dane served to create confusion and validate certain conjectures from his past life about the Dark Star of Highgarden, Ser Dane, and whether he was truly the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. Throughout the journey, my mind was engaged in introspection, contemplating the shortcomings in my responses and the potential repercussions they might entail. Upon swiftly returning to my sanctuary, I promptly prepared a water pouch and meticulously packed all my valuables for safekeeping. 2 volumes of magical tomes were carefully nestled within the crevices of the dragon egg box, while I chose to relinquish the other collected texts, as they were not of significant value and their essential contents were already etched in my memory. I then awaited the reaction of the Red Temple in tranquil anticipation, readying myself for the possibility of combat or flight. The ensuing fortnight was fraught with tension, yet I adhered to my customary routine and activities, even accepting a commission from a certain Black Goat priest to hunt beasts in the Dawn Mountains in exchange for a dozen ordinary gems as remuneration. However, the Red Temple and Melisandre remained conspicuously silent. After discreet inquiries with other collaborators, I learned that Melisandre had embarked on a vessel to the lands beyond a week prior, departing from Essos. Upon receiving this news, a sigh of relief escaped me, accompanied by a sense of frustration akin to a punch thrown at empty air. How could she endure this? Was it possible that Melisandre had concealed information regarding Lawler? Or perhaps she was aware, yet not as formidable as imagined, thus incapable of exerting substantial influence upon the world? Surely, it could not be due to a magnanimity that rendered her indifferent. Regardless, this revelation further diminished my vigilance towards Lawler. In the time that followed, I focused on accumulating wealth while refining and enriching my future plans. The hatching of the dragon egg was imperative to occur as soon as possible. After all, a dragon requires time to mature before it can exhibit any semblance of combat prowess, remaining exceedingly vulnerable in its infancy. Once the dragon is hatched, lacking sufficient strength and influence for self-preservation, it would be utterly incapable of fending off the covetous ambitions of others. Even if it were not possible to seize the young dragon, there would undoubtedly be those who would resort to all manner of schemes to eliminate it, thereby preempting future threats. Hence, the urgency to cultivate a power base was paramount. I must establish a protective force capable of safeguarding the young dragon's growth before the story unfolds, ideally within a time frame not exceeding 3 years. After careful deliberation, I resolved to forego Westeros. The region, at present, is relatively stable with little conflict. As an outsider, devoid of faith in the Seven and lacking a storied family lineage, my formidable prowess alone would not suffice to secure a foothold, let alone obtain a title or lands. Even if I could manage to support the second while simultaneously overthrowing all the Kingsguard, including Barristan, the utmost I could hope for would be knighthood, with land ownership remaining a distant dream. One may possess strength, Yet there exists an abundance of powerful mercenaries and knights. Those self-proclaimed noble lords would hardly entertain my presence. The fate of Littlefinger serves as a cautionary tale. As a noble, he faced scorn and oppression simply due to his impoverished domain. Boron's rise to prominence can be attributed to his repeated rescues of the little demon, Tyrion, earning him the favor of the most benevolent and least politically influential member of House Lannister, who believes in the principle of debts must be repaid. Coupled with his strategic allegiances during tumultuous times, he ascended to the title of Sayer of the Blackwater, albeit reluctantly having to win the affection of a certain corpulent and dim-witted noblewoman. Moreover, Alex possesses a significant flaw, his inability to ride a horse. This predicament raises questions about his capability to assume the role of a knight. It is not due to a lack of desire to learn, but rather the harsh reality that no creature can survive long in Essos, resulting in a scarcity of horses, let alone war steeds. Thus, his ascendance in Westeros within a short span appears implausible, unless he leverages his striking and alluring appearance as a blood elf to seduce Cersei, which might expedite his rise, albeit with limitations. Excluding the isolated and stable realm of Westeros, the only alternative remaining is the continent of Essos. This land offers greater freedom. Albeit still governed by strict hierarchies, it equally reveres strength. The flourishing trade and the threats posed by the Dothraki and pirates have granted the common folk an opportunity for ascension through mercenary work. Renowned bands, such as the Brave Companions, the Second Sons, the Long Spears, and the illustrious Golden Company, among others, have leaders who are unequivocally esteemed guests in the courts of governors and nobles across the city-states. At least on the surface, they command ample respect, if not fear. Furthermore, assembling a mercenary company is far more expedient and convenient than becoming a knight or developing territory and training soldiers. It requires merely the provision of funds. Countless bloodthirsty free riders and mercenaries, along with noble bastards and second sons educated in knightly skills, will willingly risk their lives for gold. Provided one can offer them wealth and victory, mercenaries will pledge a limited form of loyalty. In the early stages, the backbone of the mercenary company can be substituted with slaves. Bestowing strength, freedom, and status upon these slaves will yield greater loyalty than attempting to win over ordinary mercenaries and knights. Moreover, the mercenary company he envisions possesses subtle distinctions from other traditional mercenary groups on the Essos continent. To pursue this goal, he commenced accepting various commissions 6 months after arriving in Essos, amassing capital and converting numerous coins into more valuable gems for ease of transport and preservation. Concurrently, he utilized his influence to ensure the safety of the corpulent quirks, enabling him to generate sufficient profits in Essos. This foundation would facilitate his endeavors in reaching quirks and the western continent of Essos, where he could capitalize on the influence of this core member of the Quirks Spice Guild to expedite his ambitions. Chapter 8. Son of Cow. Time passed quietly amidst Alex's diligent endeavors. After Alex finally amassed a small chest filled with various gemstones, the merchant Quers arrived as promised. 8 merchant ships, laden with goods and slaves, docked at the wharf. The diverse merchandise and slaves were swiftly divided among the indigenous people of Ashar and their servants, who awaited at the docks. By the time Alex arrived, most of the cargo had already been cleared away. The sailors, servants, and mercenaries that accompanied the ships had returned to their respective quarters, leaving only Moreau standing resolutely in place, flanked by 8 slave warriors adorned with spiked helmets, clad in black leather armor, brandishing long spears and round shields. A short distance behind them sat 5 robust slaves with bronze skin and braided hair, their feet shackled together, their hands bound in front of them, connected by a long rope tied to a wooden post at the dock. These 5 young horsemen, notorious among the Dothraki of the western Essos, were not particularly old. The eldest was around 18, while the youngest was merely 13 or 14. Their facial features bore a striking resemblance, suggesting they were 5 brothers. Upon catching sight of Alex, Moreau's eyes brightened, and a warm smile spread across his chubby face as he approached with small, eager steps. "My lord, Moreau pays his respects to you." His words and gestures were the same as before, yet this time they carried a hint of composure. Perhaps it was the absence of the oppressive atmosphere of the city that afforded him such ease. Noticing Alex's nod in response, Miro stepped aside with a smile, gesturing for him to observe the 5 Dothraki youths. These are the finest 5 Dothraki boys I could procure. As per your request, they have not been trained and retained their wild nature. Though still young, it was evident that they had developed well. The 2 eldest were muscular and robust, while the 3 younger ones, though somewhat slender, possessed excellent bone structure and physique, promising to grow into formidable individuals. However, at present, the 5 sat there in a lethargic state, utterly devoid of the fierce wildness characteristic of Dothraki warriors, rendering their chains and ropes seemingly superfluous. My lord, they have drifted at sea for months, and their mere survival is a miracle, Moreau explained with a hint of resignation. I assure you, you could not find better specimens even in the Slave Bay. After speaking, he seemed somewhat uncertain, adding with a note of curiosity. They appear to have adapted to the ocean, no longer displaying the same fear of the sea as they did initially. Alex found himself reasonably satisfied with them. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Moreau posed a question, laced with a touch of pride. You may have heard of the young cow from Dothraki, the undefeated, son of Balba, named Drogo Cow. Drogo? This was the first time Alex had encountered the name of the future mightiest cow of the Dothraki, igniting his curiosity. Seeing that Alex seemed familiar with the name, Moreau grew even more animated. He is among the rare few in Dothraki who, in his youth, defeated all the raiders and formidable warriors of Karassa. He pointed to the 5 youths, like Drogo. They are all Calic of their own tribe. The son of Banako, known as the Blackrock, is referred to as Karassa by the Dothraki tribes. The most powerful leader is called Ko, while the heir to Ko is known as Karakak. The role of Ko, second only to Ko within the Dothraki tribes, is akin to that of a centurion or a commander, depending on the size of the tribe. Upon the death of a Ko, the Kos will compete, and the strongest among them shall ascend as the new Ko, while the underage Karakaks, as heirs, are often eliminated to prevent future claims. This indirectly underscores the threat posed by the Karakaks. Once the descendants of Ko reach maturity, they invariably evolve into formidable warriors, becoming serious contenders for the next Ko's position. Moreau emphasizes to himself their potential and rarity. Understanding this, Alex readily dispenses the remaining payment. The rotund merchant smiles as he accepts the pouch of gems, tucking it away without inspection, and gestures to his guards behind him. Banako perished in the war against Drogo. His Karassa is now led by Ogo Ko, who is said to have successfully evaded Drogo's pursuit. Casting his gaze upon the eldest boy, he reflects, those who follow you may still have a chance to avenge their fathers. Perhaps, Alex concedes, offering an ambiguous reply. The 2 converse in High Valyrian, leaving the boys oblivious to the exchange. Moreau, undeterred by Alex's demeanor, proactively inquires, what plans do you have for the West? Perhaps I could assist you with some trivial matters. The merchant, astute and shrewd, recognizes that Alex's tacit approval of his pretense could be advantageous to him. Thus, he spares no effort in fulfilling any requests, having gone to great lengths to gather these boys for this very purpose. The Dothraki are notorious for their disorganization and lack of discipline, rendering them unreliable as slave warriors. Even if Whip Island serves as a transit point for the Jade Sea slave trade, it is improbable for Dothraki to appear there. Who would be foolish enough to transport them all the way from Slave Bay to the Far East for sale? It was he who pulled strings to expedite their arrival from Slave Bay. Nonetheless, this cannot be compared to the gains he reaps from Alex's protection. Thus, upon learning of Alex's journey to the Far East, he readily offers his cabin and volunteers assistance. This clever and perceptive demeanor is what compels Alex to choose him. I shall establish a mercenary company, Alex states plainly, simultaneously producing a small chest he had prepared from his cloak and tossing it to Miro's guard. A chest of gems. Use half to procure Unsullied at Slave Bay, and the remainder to acquire Dothraki warriors, along with their steeds and weaponry. Also, prepare additional bows and arrows. As you wish, Miro promptly assures him. They will arrive with us in K's, awaiting your collection. I possess an idle estate just outside of Quarrels, which may serve as a suitable residence for you and your esteemed team. Furthermore, once your mercenary company is established, the Spice Guild shall reward you with your inaugural commission. As you are aware, we command a fleet of thousands of vessels, with trade caravans traversing the globe. When it comes to the forces that support him, Miluo speaks with a sense of pride, his voice resonating with conviction, offering guarantees and gifts in abundance. Although Alex has departed from Asha, he understands that the strong shall never be overlooked, regardless of their location. Investing in this alliance and nurturing the connection proves far more valuable than mere monetary gain. Four Quarrels is not solely dominated by the Spice Guild. The rivalry among the royal family, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, the 13 Titans, and the Spice Guild has persisted for countless years. Miluo cannot assure that he will not falter amidst internal strife. Perhaps one day, he may indeed require the assistance of this formidable wind chaser. Alex nodded, accepting the notion of the so-called idle estate, but then shook his head in refusal, stating that the mercenary company would not be accepting contracts for the time being, as he intended to engage in some modest business endeavors. Business? Miluo's gaze fell upon the chest held by his guard, his mind racing. The Unsullied could be overlooked, given their notorious reputation. Yet, is procuring such a multitude of Dothraki warriors merely for commercial ventures? Is it for slave capture? Aside from the latter, the Dothraki are ill-suited for intricate tasks due to their lack of discipline, rendering them incompetent even as guardians of trade caravans. Chapter 9. Unveiling ambitions in a moment of contemplation, Miro's guards cast several curved arak blades at the feet of the young Dothraki boys, and following Alex's instructions, they unshackled them, leaving only the leather collars around their necks, signifying their status as slaves. The 5 youths, previously feeble, instinctively grasped the weapons once liberated from their restraints, their gazes flickering with uncertainty, although their pallid faces betrayed their weakness, suggesting they might collapse at any moment. Miro discreetly stepped back, positioning himself between 2 unsullied guards. Despite their newfound armaments, the boys refrained from rash actions, acutely aware of their precarious situation. After exchanging furtive glances, they collectively directed their attention towards Alex, while the 2 older brothers subtly advanced, shielding their 3 younger siblings behind them. Alex, however, felt a sense of satisfaction. He had intentionally sought out young Dothraki slaves and specifically instructed against obedience training to preserve their wild spirit, which was crucial for his future plans. Nodding at the boys, he continued a casual conversation with Miro, setting a rendezvous for the fleet to return to Karth in 2 months. Subsequently, fueled by curiosity and intrigue about the mercenary company, Miro bid farewell. He had no intention of idleness during these 2 months. The environment of Ashai was unsuitable for his prolonged stay. Thus, he planned to engage in short-term trade between the Isle of Rain and Itchy. Perhaps in a buoyant mood, Miro even jested before parting, playfully tapping the gem box entrusted to him and quipping, "Are you not afraid I might not return?" Alex, far from vexed, raised his chin, revealing more of his facial features from beneath his cloak, and with a smile, patted the rotund merchant's shoulder, jesting, "It is well known that I detest blood sorcery and shadow magic, having never resorted to such foul arts. But that does not imply I am incapable." With a meaningful smile lingering on his lips, he turned and summoned the 5 boys in Dothraki to follow him into the city. A smile does not vanish. It merely shifts. Miro, once in high spirits, found his expression gradually transforming into one more sorrowful than tears, departing from the dock in dejection. After giving the portly merchant a slight scare to maintain his aura of strength and mystery, Alex's mood brightened further. Though astute, this merchant's cunning mind led him to incessantly test boundaries, relishing the challenge. Thus, while indulging him with sweetness, it was imperative to intersperse warnings as well. Having navigated this minor episode, they swiftly returned to the courtyard. The 5 Dothraki boys remained relatively obedient, silently following along the way. Standing at the entrance, Alex surveyed the boys gathered in the courtyard, shedding his robe and hood to reveal his visage without reservation. Under the astonished gazes of the youths, he slowly began. "First and foremost, you must recognize your future leader, Alex Windrider. For now, you may address me as Lord Windrider or simply Leader. Now, little ones, please introduce yourselves." I would prefer not to refer to you by names such as Grey Worm or Black Dog, which befits slaves. The pronunciation of the Dothraki self-introduction was somewhat inaccurate, yet its meaning sent a tremor through the hearts of the 5 youths. Among the brothers, the second in line, who exhibited the most recklessness, revealed a glimmer of confusion and anticipation in his eyes. We do not have to be slaves. Upon hearing his words, the others also began to comprehend, with the 2 youngest displaying expressions of delight. Alex did not respond. He merely raised an eyebrow and continued to observe them. Noticing this, the youths felt a pang of disappointment and despondency, and they instinctively turned to their older brother, Arusipa, who had been frowning in silence. Under the gaze of his younger siblings, the boy furrowed his brow and provided a somber answer. With his lead, the other 4 followed suit, introducing themselves in turn. Oribirl. Loculop. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Orumina. Lungu. Alex nodded, taking note of the names of the 5 brothers. He then continued, "This is Ashaya, the city shrouded in shadows." He cast a glance at Orusipa, the clear leader among the 5, and remarked, "From Slave Bay to Curlis, and then to Ashaya, even the fastest paddle ships sailing with favorable winds take about 6 months. I did not purchase you merely to acquire a few slave warriors." A calm yet chilling gaze swept over the 5 brothers as he intoned, "Your current strength is of no use to me, even if you were to reach the heights of your father, the renowned Benekeo." The merciless mockery ignited a blaze of fury within the 5 brothers. The second-ranked, Oribirl, raised his curved arak in a direct assault toward Alex's throat. The silver glint flashed as the blade snapped in 2 with a sharp crack, flying away, while Alex retaliated with a kick to Oribirl's chest. The Dothraki youth was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a charging warhorse, colliding with his brother Loculop, who hurried to catch him. Even with his brother's cushioning, he remained pale, coughing up blood and struggling to rise. This had been a deliberate act. The most essential factor in subduing Dothraki warriors was an overwhelming display of strength. Subduing them was the first step. Otherwise, words would be futile. Following the powerful intimidation, Alex continued amidst the astonished gazes of the 5 brothers. "In 2 months, I will take you back to Curlis to establish a mercenary group. I require commanders with a certain level of leadership ability, not merely a bunch of slaves who know only to follow orders, to help me manage the other Dothraki warriors. The prerequisite is that within these 2 months, you must earn my approval and demonstrate your loyalty to me. If you cannot, you will be forgotten in the shadows." "Commanders?" The youngest, Longo, could not contain his curiosity and inquired, like a call, "You want us to be your calls in the mercenary group?" It is evident that Longo possesses a rather exuberant character. At his age, he is fervently aspiring to become a formidable warrior, focusing solely on the ability to command other Dothraki fighters. Concepts such as recognition and loyalty do not occupy his thoughts. In the eyes of most Dothraki, as long as one is stronger and capable of leading them to victory, even a sworn enemy may earn their allegiance, provided they remain superior. Alex raised his right index finger and shook his head, stating, "You may interpret it as a thief, but I prefer to refer to it as a centurion." Observing the youthful Longo, still bearing the innocence of a child at under 14, he added, "However, you must wait at least a year or 2, young one." The initially enthusiastic boy's demeanor instantly waned, and he anxiously scratched his head. Despite having participated in raids alongside his father and brothers, he was acutely aware of his lack of distinction, even falling short of many ordinary Dothraki warriors. Age, after all, is an undeniable disadvantage. Arasipa cast a worried glance at his seriously injured brother and countered, "Why choose us, rather than the more powerful adult warriors?" Alex, taken aback by the question, nonetheless provided an answer. "Because you are younger and more amenable to new ideas and concepts, unlike your kin, whose minds are filled with muscle. To me, the current Dothraki resemble a band of mounted warriors, a disgrace to the nomadic people. You must abandon those foolish customs and methods of combat. I shall train you to become true nomadic knights and leaders. You must also employ the same approach to train your subordinates, allowing the vast grasslands and the continent of Essos to rediscover the essence of what it means to be cavalry. Chapter 10. The conspiracy of the city-states. Upon hearing Alex's grand declarations, the five brothers felt neither admiration nor excitement. The most impulsive among them, Olyber, despite being unable to rise from a prone position, dismissively turned his head away in contempt. The two youngest, Olumina and Longo, gazed at him with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. To the brothers, the Dothraki were already the most formidable people in the world, having obliterated the kingdom of Sailor over countless years, instilling such fear in the Undulls that they dared not venture beyond the hills and valleys. They had driven the towering Ebony back to their frozen isle, leaving only a struggling fishing village on a peninsula. Whether in the free cities or the Slaver's Bay, the cows were always met with exquisite tributes during their passage. How formidable could the so-called nomadic cavalry be? However, out of respect for Alex's overwhelming prowess, they wisely chose silence, refraining from any rebuttal. Though merely 17, Olyber's strength was formidable. Even his father, Benacal, could not easily best him, let alone cast aside two brothers. The sight of him wielding a sword taller than himself was testament enough to the might of this master. Perhaps fearing to provoke him, the relatively composed Loculops stepped forward, earnestly stating, "If you wish to establish your own Khalasar and become a cow, we are prepared to swear fealty to you as blood riders. While we are uncertain of what customs you seek to alter, it would be prudent to reconsider your previous words, my lord, if you aim to rule the Dothraki." Neither Olusipa nor Olyber opposed this notion. In fact, they felt a flicker of anticipation. Although this enigmatic powerhouse harbored some rather peculiar ideas, it was evident he had intentions toward the Dothraki Sea. Becoming his blood riders would not be a poor fate. The strength he had displayed surpassed that of their father Bena and could rival that of the illustrious Drogo cow. While blood riders had lost the prospect of becoming a cow, at least they could return to the Dothraki Sea, a fate infinitely preferable to the humiliation of lifelong servitude. The bond between a cow and his blood riders was deeper than that of blood brothers, sharing everything except their mounts, and in rare instances, even wives. In the Dothraki culture, blood riders held a sacred and honorable status, thus addressing the issue of loyalty in a rather imperfect yet effective manner. The youth's words took Alex by surprise. This boy before him displayed a composure uncharacteristic of a Dothraki, with a clear mind and logical articulation. He appeared to value familial ties greatly, consistently positioning himself protectively in front of his younger brothers. Meeting the eager gazes of the youths, Alex slowly shook his head. "I do not require blood riders." As disappointment washed over the boys, he continued, "There are few attributes of the Dothraki that I find appealing. Your horsemanship, your reverence and familiarity with steeds, and the curved arak are commendable. However, what I cannot abide is your disdain for armor, your combat methods, and your aversion to commerce and trade. In this regard, you fall short even of the Dohikar, for at least those women understand the necessity of market trade to sustain the prosperity of this Dothraki. The Dothraki regard the donning of armor as an act of cowardice, typically adorning themselves with only painted leather vests or remaining bare-chested. In the original text, Daenerys critiques them, noting that apart from their profound knowledge of horses, they are utterly foolish in every other regard. Furthermore, it is perplexing to Alex that the Khalas do not engage in commerce, deeming trading as too unprincipled. Consequently, they only accept gift from the great city-states and caravans, which can be interpreted as protection money. Failure to comply is seen as an affront and provocation, prompting acts of robbery. This band of simpletons has never considered the possibility of controlling these merchants and city-states to reap the rewards. If trade is deemed unprincipled, why not enslave the merchants, compelling them to present offerings? In his previous life, Alex had not pondered this deeply. Perhaps Martin lacked a nuanced understanding of nomadic civilizations, merely amalgamating the vices of such peoples to portray the Dothraki as savage and brutal. Yet now, in the realm of reality, it raises questions. Has no astute Dothraki observed this glaring oversight over millennia? Has there not been a single Khal who possesses both intellect and formidable strength? After all, even the Dothraki have recognized such truths. Coupled with their custom of eschewing armor, Alex cannot help but suspect whether this is a sophisticated conspiracy, with someone deliberately influencing or disseminating foolish notions that subtly cultivate the Dothraki's detrimental habits. According to historical accounts, no nomadic tribe throughout history has ever disregarded the significance of commerce. Countless conflicts with the Central Empires have revolved around the opening and closing of border markets and the contest for trade routes in the West. The Mongol invasions that ravaged Europe were ignited by the murder of Mongol traders by the Khwarezmian Empire. The Dothraki's refusal to partake in trade, opting instead for mere extortion, undoubtedly benefits the various trading city-states. Their lack of armor weakens their defenses, rendering them less of a threat to the fortified cities. The casualty rate during internal conflicts escalates, inadvertently controlling the growth of the Dothraki population. Historical records indicate that the last significant surge in Dothraki population led to the complete downfall of the once mighty empire of Sarnor, which unified the Dothraki across the vast grasslands. It is worth noting that the Sarnor Empire was a formidable power that once formed an alliance with the Valyrians, and, at its zenith, nearly vanquished Qohor. Even after years of internal strife, on the brink of annihilation, they managed to muster an army of 120,000, yet were ultimately subdued by the unified Dothraki under Mogokal. If such growth is left unchecked once more, it is the free trading city-states that shall face the dire consequences. It is reasonable to surmise that the transformation of the Dothraki into their current state is a result of deliberate manipulation by the free trade city-states, perhaps involving one or two, or possibly all of them, with the slave bay and Karth also under suspicion. The method is rather straightforward, spreading rumors and clandestinely funding those who believe such nonsense to combat other Khalasars. Once all the clever Khalasars have been vanquished, the narrative can be perpetuated for a century or more, and the Dothraki will have devolved into their present form. Wearing armor is an act of cowardice, the rebellious Orville declared, indignantly refuting their potential role as blood-sworn warriors, his pride evidently wounded. Alex sneered derisively, and then your 50,000 valiant warriors, unarmored, are routed by 3,000 armored, albeit merely leather-clad, cowards in Qohor. They are no better than a group of eunuchs unworthy of riding in a cart. In Dothraki tradition, only eunuchs, the disabled, the elderly, pregnant women, and young children are permitted to ride in carts. Anyone else who does so becomes the subject of mockery. Hence, the final remark was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Chapter 11. Setting sail the Qohor War stands as the most profound disgrace in the annals of the Dothraki. Temakeo, leading 50,000 elite warriors, launched an assault against a mere 3,000 unsullied, resulting in the demise of over 12,000, including himself. The survivors, in a show of utter defeat, severed their braids and cast them at the feet of the unsullied, whether in this life or the past. The sheer absurdity of this battle leaves Alex in disbelief. Is this truly the outcome that one could expect from a commander capable of leading 50,000 elite troops? Or is it merely what any reasonable leader could achieve? 50,000 elite warriors. Even during the zenith of Drogo's power, such a number was hardly matched. Alex even feels that those 50,000 Dothraki were superfluous. Surely, even 50 wild stallions charging together could trample 3,000 unsullied, could they not? If that fails, why not employ a fireball formation? Just gather a few thousand horses, blindfold them, ignite their tails, and a single charge could obliterate the unsullied ranks, wouldn't it? How could they still have the audacity to cut their braids and concede defeat? Alex finds himself at a loss for words. The group of youths, meanwhile, feels an overwhelming shame, bowing their heads with flushed faces. Young Longo murmurs in discontent, but they are unsullied. Without hesitation, Alex retorts, and what of it? Are they not, at their core, simply a band of eunuchs? If you all charge and armored, what difference would it make if they were twice as many? He shakes his head and adds, to earn my respect, you must abandon your foolish customs. Until you don armor, wield spears, and engage in trade at the docks to earn your first Asha coin. You remain slaves. Perhaps you might consider fleeing, but it would be wise to first familiarize yourselves with Asha before attempting such a venture. He turns to re-enter the dwelling, leaving them with a final warning. You are not irreplaceable. Furthermore, you have but 2 months. The 5 brothers stand in the courtyard, bewildered, their expressions a mix of shame, indignation, confusion, and contemplation. That night, they drape themselves in the inexpensive carpets provided by Alex, spending the evening in the common room. In the days that followed, Alex provided only the essential food and water, refraining from further persuasion. On the 3rd day, the 5 brothers, shivering in the cold, received their first set of armor. The light leather armor enveloped their bodies, with iron plates covering vital areas such as the chest, knees, and wrists. The helmets were forged from solid iron, and the interior was lined with coarse linen, offering protection while remaining lightweight and warm. This presented a dilemma for the 5 brothers. To wear it would signify cowardice, yet to forego it meant freezing to death. Consequently, Alex was met daily with their resentful glares. Half a month later, fully clad in armor, Alex led the 5 brothers into the Ashen Valley within the Dawn Mountains. Faced with the choice of freezing to death or succumbing to cowardice, the brothers made heartfelt decisions. "It's truly warm," exclaimed the spirited Ouroboros, rubbing the iron breastplate of his armor with genuine appreciation. He even donned an additional cloak to shield against the wind. After all, they were already armored. What difference does an extra layer make? In such a desolate place, warmth was undoubtedly of utmost importance. The other 5 brothers were similarly attired, cautiously trailing behind Alex while wielding their curved Yarick sabers. As they recovered from the weakness of drifting on the sea, Alex resolutely led them into the Dawn Mountains. As they embarked on this journey, it was imperative for them to strive further, acquiring goods for trade. Simultaneously, the formidable presence of the myriad beasts within the mountains would serve to accentuate his own formidable prowess, etching an image of invincibility in the minds of the 5 brothers, thus fostering their loyalty and reliability. Additionally, this endeavor would yield some funds for future development. The recent venture into the valley had not been extensive due to the brothers' limitations, yielding modest results, and they returned to Asha after 5 days. However, the brothers successfully hunted a visibly juvenile serpent lizard, and upon their return, they exchanged it with a merchant from Thunder Island at the dock for several gold coins and a barrel of inferior red wine, indulging in a hearty celebration. Customs were broken one by one, and the brothers appeared to embrace a reckless abandon. Alex, satisfied with his shrewdness, found that the rebellious youths were indeed more malleable. In the days that followed, he continued to lead the young men into the Dawn Mountains for hunting, accumulating wealth. As they vanquished one fearsome beast after another under the fury of thunder, the youths grew to respect him more, even to the point of reverence. During this period, they naturally glimpsed Alex's true persona, yet he offered no explanations, allowing them to speculate freely. Through their interactions, he also gleaned insights into the personalities of the 5 brothers. The eldest, Olusipa, was the strongest and thus took the lead. He was relatively intelligent but spoke little, exuding an air of steadiness that, upon closer acquaintance, revealed his propensity for lethargy, seemingly preferring to sleep for 20 hours of the day. The second brother, Allerbel, was impulsive and quick to action, embodying the archetype of a typical Dothraki warrior. The third, Loculop, was composed, possessing a rare meticulousness in thought and logic. The fourth, Olumina, was a reclusive and taciturn individual, appearing somewhat out of place. The youngest, Longo, was vivacious and inquisitive, more open to embracing new experiences. However, Alex inadvertently discovered that this young lad often gazed with bright eyes at the temple virgins and the tall priestesses, evidently harboring a rather mischievous interest. As the appointed time arrived, a prepared Alex, accompanied by the guardians of the 5 brothers, made his way to the port. Moreau awaited them at the dock, as always, accompanied by his own guards. Before him lay 7 ships at anchor, comprising 2 rowboats, 1 oared sailing vessel, and 4 large sailboats. This configuration is also quite common in long-distance maritime navigation, with the oared sailing ship serving as the flagship, embodying both maneuverability and offensive defensive capabilities. 2 rowing vessels take on the role of frigates, providing the necessary military might to counter pirates and fend off fleet plundering. The large sailing ships represent the quintessential ocean-going vessels, capable of sailing smoothly in the deep sea while offering ample space for the storage of provisions. In course, the Spice Guild stands as the most formidable power apart from the royal family, commanding approximately 200 to 300 ships. Undoubtedly, the majority of these vessels are large sailing ships designated for long voyages and trade, while the oared warships comprise a minority. As one of the core members of the Spice Guild, Moreau oversees around 40 to 50 ships, of which only a fraction currently resides in port. As a shrewd merchant, Moreau is acutely aware of the adage that one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. His other ships either accompany the grand fleet of the Spice Guild or participate in other trade routes under the command of his trusted associates. Clearly, the Jade Sea route is merely a newly established trade pathway for him. Under Moreau's guidance, Alex stepped onto the deck of the flagship, the Emerald. This oared sailing ship far surpasses the other 6 vessels, functioning as a super battleship. The deck is adorned with crossbows and catapults, revealing its superior capabilities in naval combat. Moreover, until they departed from the port of Ayasha, no cargo was loaded onto the ship, indicating that this singular oared sailing vessel is solely tasked with the responsibilities of combat. It is poised to provide maximum firepower support in the event of an attack or to escape from the fleet with utmost swiftness should the need arise. Chapter 12. Volcanic Islands. The Jade Sea is a semi-enclosed body of water embraced by 3 continents. To the north lies the Eshos continent. To the east is the Ayasha Peninsula, with the city of Ayasha perched at its tip, separated from the Urdas continent by the Saffron Strait. The westernmost edge of the Jade Sea is home to the largest island in the known world, the Grand Morak Island. To the southwest, it connects with the Sathoros continent, while the southern expanse remains an open, uncharted waterway, seldom visited. The precise size of the southern Jade Sea remains a mystery. Numerous islands dot the Jade Sea, including the renowned Thunder Island, Whip Island, Scorpion Beast Archipelago, and Morrissey Island, among others. Typically, vessels laden with Western goods set sail from course, traversing the Jade Sea Gate to engage in their initial trade at the border town of Asabaha. They subsequently pass through coastal cities such as Edu and Ichi, ultimately reaching the northern city of Lae on Thunder Island. Throughout this journey, traders exchange their cargo for an array of precious Jade Sea specialties, including saffron, cloves, cinnamon, exquisite silk, various gemstones, and spices. Finally, they navigate around the western coast of Thunder Island, departing from the southern port of Talani, passing by the Scorpion Beast Archipelago, Morrissey Island, and Elephant Island before arriving at the southern port of Morak Harbor on Morak Island, crossing the Cinnamon Strait to return to course from the southwest. The round trip typically requires between 6 months to 10 months, depending on the wind direction and the type of vessel. This trade route has been meticulously charted by maritime merchants over the years to maximize profits. Naturally, there are occasional diversions, such as slave traders who, after leaving Asabaha, head towards Whip Island. More audacious merchants, like Moreau, venture onward to Ayasha after reaching Thunder Island, seeking the utmost returns. The lucrative nature of long-distance trade allows small merchants to potentially multiply their fortunes several times over with each round trip, often sending out a single ship and returning with a small fleet. However, the pursuit of extraordinary profits is frequently accompanied by risks that far exceed expectations. Pirates, indigenous peoples, disease, and terrifying storms, not to mention rival merchants, can all lead to one's disappearance in a vast ocean. Moreau, it seems, has been fortunate. Ayasha is rich in gold and gemstones, rendering them far cheaper than even those from the golden heavenly empire of the Eshos. Over half a year of trading has yielded returns exceeding threefold, if not more. The captain's quarters aboard the Emerald have been surrendered to Alex, while Moreau has transformed an upper cabin into a makeshift bedroom. This improvised chamber is filled with chests overflowing with gold and jewels, raising the floor by more than a foot, while several large crates have been hastily assembled into a bed, occupying most of the space within. Even Alex, upon his first glimpse, could not help but feel envious. With a cargo of 4 large sailing ships, upon their return to course. The rotund merchant might ascend to one of the highest ranks within the Spice Guild, feeling somewhat inflated with pride. Moreau has chosen to forego the final short trade to Thunder Island, deeming it too trivial, and instead seeks to return to course with utmost haste. After picking up Alex and his companions in Ayasha, the fleet sails deep into the Jade Sea, aiming to chart a direct course between Talani and Morak Harbor. The fleet continues its voyage. In the initial leg of the journey, the weather was comparatively favorable, even as they ventured into the deep sea. The winds and waves were not particularly fierce. Nevertheless, Alex, who had been raised in the inland grasslands of his past life, found himself pale and weak, his legs trembling. He was no better off than the 5 young Dothraki, and his extraordinary physical constitution did little to alleviate his discomfort. This realization extinguished any aspirations he had of establishing a maritime empire akin to a pirate king in the world of ice and fire. At most, he could aspire to be a sea king. On the 10th day after the fleet's departure, Alex beheld the outlines of land for the first time where the sea met the sky. It was an archipelago comprising 7 small islands, blanketed in dense jungles. According to Myro's introduction, this was the fleet's first stop for rest and resupply, the Scorpion Tail Beast Island. True to its name, the island was inhabited by the highly venomous scorpion tail beasts, peculiar insects about the size of half a palm, adorned with a shell that gleamed like gemstones and possessing a chillingly human visage. Their venomous tails were particularly coveted by assassins and alchemists. Seizing the opportunity during their respite, the sailors and combatants, with the consent of the fleet's true commander, the dark-skinned, bearded Captain Volantis, disembarked to capture numerous scorpion tail beasts and their eggs. For the lower-ranking crew members, this would translate into a substantial source of income, as the renowned assassin organization, the Regrettable from Kyberth, regularly purchased these toxic creatures. After a brief period of recuperation, the fleet resumed its advance into the depths of the Jade Sea, perhaps due to the rest, or perhaps because his body was gradually acclimating. Alex found himself recovering significantly during the subsequent voyage. He at least dared to leave the cabin and step onto the deck to feel the breeze. The 7 ships advanced in 3 tiers. Leading the formation were 2 rowing ships acting as escorts, followed by the flagship, the Emerald, and finally, for cargo vessels. That morning, Alex was on the deck, listening to Myro and Captain Nabo's boast and chat idly to pass the time. More often than not, it was Myro who engaged in boasting, while Volantis struggled to keep up, adding embellishments to the conversation. Their topics ranged from the sorcerers of Kyberth, the undying, and the nobility, to the wall of Westeros, the Prince's Pass, and the factions of Volantis, including the Tiger and Elephant parties, as well as the various islands of the Summer Sea, the Shivering Sea, and the Narrow Sea. While lacking a central theme, their discourse greatly broadened Alex's knowledge. Just as he was engrossed in their conversation, he suddenly spotted 2 plumes of smoke rising in the distance, faintly illuminated by a flicker of fire, with a subtle acrid scent wafting through the air. This sight invigorated him, and he quickly inquired, "Is that the island of Morla?" Having learned of a method to hasten the hatching of dragon eggs, Alex had meticulously gathered a wealth of pertinent information, particularly regarding the volcanic conditions essential for accelerating the incubation of black dragon eggs. Aside from the first excluded ruin of the Smoke Sea Valyria, only 3 volcanoes remain: Dragonstone in Westeros, the ominous stronghold of House Bolton in the north, and the active volcano of Morahai Island in the Jade Sea. Moreau nodded with a smile. "Indeed, my lord, that is the place." After his response, he glanced at the sky and continued, "At our current sailing speed, we shall reach the outer islands by noon, where the fleet will make a brief stop." Morahai Island is an archipelago shaped like a crescent, encircling 2 perpetually erupting volcanic islands. This island was first recorded in the maritime diary of the legendary Valyrian figure, the sea snake, Corlys. Alex had initially learned the name of this island from Dr. Malwyn, prior to the confirmation of the black dragon egg's transformation. The association of volcanoes with the presence of obsidian made him remember the name of this island. Upon learning of the voyage, he expressed his desire to visit the volcanic island to Moreau. It was already along the course, and a trip to Fire Island would only take half a day, which the merchant readily agreed to. Captain Machili will navigate the Crystal Yellow to take you to the volcanic island, my lord, Napos noted in acknowledgement. The Crystal Yellow is one of the 2 rowing vessels, with Machili as its captain. Subsequently, after observing with a furrowed brow for a moment, Napos expressed his concern to the 2. Based on my experience, a minor storm is likely to arise this evening. If we set sail, we may be caught in it. While not fatal, navigating through a storm at night could inflict damage upon the ship and possibly cause us to lose our bearings. Moreau, feeling somewhat resigned, accepted the expert's advice. Then let us find a sheltered bay near Morahai Island and set sail tomorrow. As you wish, Napos nodded, then turned to Alex, my lord. You may need to spend the night near the volcanic island. If the winds pick up in the evening, your round trip may coincide with the storm. Alex nodded in agreement. This interruption, coupled with the approaching storm, diminished Moreau's interest in further boasting, and with a hint of reluctance, he headed towards the cabin, where he scooped up a captivating Reese beauty leaning against the doorway and tossed her onto the bed. Alex and Napos discreetly averted their gaze. The Reese beauty was a rare gem, evidently well-trained in the arts of seduction, her voice utterly enchanting. Moreau spent most of his time aboard with her, indulging in reckless abandon upon a bed fashioned from treasure chests. Due to the proximity of the cabins and his exceptional hearing, this brought considerable distress to Alex. Moreau, however, was generous, having even extended an invitation to him, offering to relinquish the beauty. Yet, Alex declined to join him in such pursuits. Perhaps tonight he would find solace in restful sleep. Gazing at the distant plume of smoke, his longing intensified. Chapter 13. The peril of the harbor. The fleet arrived at the outer chain of Mora Island around noon. Under the command of Captain Naposo, they anchored in a naturally formed crescent bay within the island chain. Alex, accompanied by the Arusip of 5 brothers, embarked on the Huang Crystal-class corvette, manned only by sailors and a handful of combatants, steering towards the volcanic island that was beginning to reveal its silhouette in the distance. Although there remained a considerable distance to traverse, Alex could already sense an increase in the elemental fire in the air, its concentration nearly matching that of the entirety of Ashar City, merely from the elements that had escaped. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the vessel finally reached the vicinity of one of the volcanic islands. The pungent scent of sulfur pervaded the air, leaving the crew somewhat lightheaded. Reluctantly, Alex had to command the ship to circle the island, finally anchoring in the upwind position. As Alex had surmised, the elemental fire in the vicinity of the island was even more potent than that within the Dawn Mountain range, coalescing almost to a tangible form near the volcano's mouth, casting a crimson hue across the entire sky in a magical vista. Lava, rich in elemental fire, periodically flowed from the crater, cascading down the mountainside and rapidly cooling near the base, sealing the unvented fire elements within, forming blocks of obsidian. Years of eruptions had elevated this volcanic island above its neighboring isles, with the volcano's peak displaying a steep gradient in its upper half, while the lower half sloped gently, scattered with various sizes of obsidian. Finding a relatively gentle spot, Alex was rowed by 2 sailors to the shallows in a small boat, stepping alone onto the island. As he approached, the black dragon egg within the dragonstone box grew remarkably animated, with countless fire elements flocking to it like swallows returning to their nests. Once on the island, out of sight of others, Alex attempted to harness his mental energy, effortlessly conjuring a sphere of flame in the palm of his hand. After traversing a short distance on the island, he came upon a natural river valley adorned with obsidian and decided to halt there. He did not consider delving deeper. Although the fire elements were more abundant, so too were the dangers. It was imperative to maintain a profound respect for an active volcano in eruption. Should lava approach, Alex could envision no fate but to be reduced to ashes, with the thunder fury offering no salvation. However, while this area was less potent than the central zone, it was not devoid of potential manipulation. Alex retrieved the black dragon egg and placed it in the center of the clearing, wielding the thunder fury to commence his reckless destruction. The obsidian, already hard yet brittle, was no different from ordinary glass beneath the blade of the thunder fury, easily releasing its internal elements. For the remainder of the afternoon, Alex labored at the foot of the volcanic peak. By the time nightfall approached, The black dragon egg was nearly fully formed, all protruding crystals having transformed into solid spikes, indistinguishable from the black dragon eggs of the Azeroth world. The dragon egg, now absorbing the accumulated fire elements, approached saturation, and its pace slowed accordingly. Alex chose not to continue his destruction, uncertain whether the fully transformed black dragon egg would require a period of gestation or would hatch immediately. If the hatchling were to emerge now, it would undoubtedly bring about a multitude of unnecessary complications for itself. Moreover, the most pressing concern is the imminent storm predicted by Nabos, with the sea winds intensifying. Thus, it is imperative to return to the ship without delay. After some contemplation, it was estimated that the black dragon egg would reach saturation after absorbing approximately 100 square units of obsidian fire elements, which is equivalent to the carrying capacity of a merchant vessel. Alex decisively stowed it back in its box and approached the shore to summon the crew of the Yellow Crystal to retrieve him. He intended to establish a firm foothold in Quails, and, once he had secured his territory, commission Moreau to transport 1 or 2 ships laden with obsidian back home to incubate the dragon egg, since he would not engage in any other trade. The journey between Quails and Mora Island would take no more than 6 months, allowing him to control the dragon's birth and avoid a passive stance. Upon Alex's return aboard, the Yellow Crystal, under the command of Captain Machili, sought refuge in a sheltered bay, where the crew weathered the stormy night with great difficulty. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in gray, yet the winds and rains had significantly abated, posing no hindrance to navigation. It was estimated that the storm would pass or dissipate within 2 to 3 hours. As agreed, the crew began their return to the fleet's location. With one concern alleviated, Alex felt buoyant, disregarding the gentle rain as he stood on the deck alongside Machili, who was personally at the helm. Before long, the Yellow Crystal returned near the fleet's mooring site, rounding a small peninsula obscured by dense foliage, arriving at the entrance of Crescent Bay. However, the sight that greeted Alex cast a shadow over his heart. Upon entering Crescent Bay, he discovered that out of the original 6 vessels, only 4 remained visible, with 2 merchant ships having vanished within the harbor. The condition of another frigate was dire, as a large gash marred one side of its hull, water flooding in and causing it to list. The mast had snapped at the top, and a half-burnt sail lay crumpled upon the elevated bow. The flagship, the Emerald, appeared to be intact, with its sails seemingly lowered in a deliberate manner. Sailors could be seen busily working in the rain, seemingly engaged in the transportation of goods. Due to the distance, only Alex noticed the anomaly aboard the ship and promptly informed Machili. The young captain, having also discerned the fleet's unusual state, expressed his confusion. How could this be? Could the amethyst have been struck by lightning? From afar, he could not discern further details, and based solely on Alex's account, he could only speculate on this possibility. The notion of a pirate attack had not crossed his mind. After all, given the torrential downpour that had reduced visibility to a mere 5 meters, even the most seasoned pirate captain would hesitate to launch an assault. The deluge rendered catapults and crossbows ineffective. Only a boarding action could determine the outcome of any conflict. However, engaging in such an action amidst a tempest posed a risk of colliding vessels. While this might be manageable in a harbor in the open sea, a ship suffering severe damage would be left to its fate. Who among the sane would dare to take such a perilous gamble? Thus, Machili did not halt, but instead commanded an increase in speed toward Crescent Bay, preparing to offer assistance. Although Alex was perplexed, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. As they drew closer, he discerned further details. Aboard the Emerald, in addition to the industrious sailors, there was a group clad in a variety of garbs, wielding an assortment of weapons, seemingly monitoring the sailors. In stark contrast, the other 2 intact merchant ships were utterly deserted. The guards and the innocents, clad in uniform attire, were conspicuously absent. Before long, as the angle shifted, Alex's exceptional vision revealed 2 small figures dangling from the mast of the Emerald. Myro and the captain, Napaso, with his distinctive bushy beard. Their heads swayed in the wind, faces etched with terror and despair, narrating their fear in their final moments. Yet, before he could alert the others, a sudden cacophony of crashing waves erupted from behind at the entrance of Crescent Bay. An unfamiliar, single-masted warship unfurled its dark sails, cleaving through the waves. Hurtling toward the yellow crystal with the tempest, its eerie cries slicing through the drizzle, laden with palpable malice. Judging by their position, they must have been lurking behind another peninsula at the bay's entrance, concealed by dense foliage, remaining undetected by the yellow crystal until Alex and his companions breached the bay, blocking their escape route. The dark red hull appeared saturated with blood, and at the bow stood a statue of a black Iron Maiden, exuding a haunting beauty. Above the statue, a slender figure wielding a curved dagger stood, their shoulder-length black hair billowing in the wind, skin pale, handsome features marred by a mouth of ghastly purple. The figure seemed to have noticed Alex's gaze, a slight smirk curling at the corners of their lips as the dagger glided lightly across their neck. A sea monster? How could these accursed Ironborn appear in the Jade Sea? Markeely's trembling voice broke through the tension, pointing at the sea monster totem waving tentacles on the black sail, stammering in fear. This young captain was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated encountering the Iron Islands pirates, whose stronghold lay on the western shores of Westeros, in the far eastern Jade Sea. Even if the Jade Sea trade routes were prosperous, there seemed little reason to traverse half the world to engage in plunder. Had the Ironborn fallen to such depths of destitution? Oron Griffith. Alex inhaled deeply, unraveling the black cloth that shrouded the wrath of thunder. Their fleet is under their control. We have no retreat. Prepare to fight for our lives. The sea monster insignia, the Iron Maiden statue, and the purple lips, an unmistakable sign of prolonged consumption of shade of the evening, led Alex to instantly recognize their adversaries. The only Ironborn captain who could reach the far east, aside from claiming to have sailed the silence to Essos, was Euron, who, despite appearing to have intact eyes, was not yet the so-called Crow's Eye. Marchilly regained his composure, his eyes reflecting profound despair, stammering, "My lord, we must flee at once. The fighters aboard the Yellow Crystal remained here yesterday. We cannot prevail against them. Run swiftly, for there lies little peril in journeying to the volcanic isle." In a bid to evade the tempest, the majority of the combatants aboard the Crystal Yellow have sought refuge on the more stable flat-bottomed sailboats. Presently, scarcely more than 20 remain combat-ready, and they appear woefully inadequate against the Ironfolk pirates. "Can you escape?" Alex scoffed with irritation. The entrance is obstructed by Yulon Serenity, while the bay is dominated by the remnants of the fleet now under control. Most critically, the course is awry. Can one truly execute a 180-degree spin maneuver with the Crystal Yellow? Even in terms of mere velocity, this rowboat is unlikely to outpace Yulon Serenity. Taking a deep breath, he stated solemnly, "Only by vanquishing them do we secure our survival. Prepare to engage." Marchilly appeared despondent, uncertain of Alex's prowess. He gazed at him with a downcast demeanor, his eyes darting anxiously. "My lord, our numbers are far too few, perhaps. What are you afraid of without even having fought?" Alex retorted, delivering a swift kick to the timid captain, bellowing, "Do you not know how the Ironfolk treat their captives? Surrender to Yulon? Who do you think I am? Bring the ship alongside." Behind him, the bare-chested Orber stood unsteadily, brandishing a gleaming Arak curved blade, his face alight with exhilaration and bravado. "Indeed, bring the ship alongside. Let us strike first and speak later." Chapter 14. The Eyes of the Raven at Alex's urging. Marceely once again positioned himself at the helm, ready to make adjustments. With a resigned tone, he reminded, "My lord, we cannot draw closer, nor can we alter our course. That ironclad warship clearly seeks to capture the Huangshuijing. Those pirates do not regard us as a threat." He gestured toward the rapidly approaching ship, the Ningjing. "However, if we adjust our course and expose our side, the Huangshuijing may be torn apart by their ram." Alex nodded resolutely. "Then let it be as they wish. Prepare for boarding." Casting a glance at the 20 or so equally apprehensive crew members, he sneered, threateningly. "Milo may not have spoken, but you all know I boarded from Ashar. You would do well to consider who is more fearsome, the Ashar sorcerer or the ironclad pirates." As he spoke, the fury of thunder glided gently across the deck, and even amidst the drizzle, a plume of black smoke emanated from the tip of the blade, the charred marks visible. a testament to the high temperatures produced by the lightning scorching the wooden planks. However, the crew misinterpreted this as some form of malevolent sorcery, causing an immediate uproar of panic. After a moment's hesitation, they gritted their teeth and grasped their weapons, glaring fiercely at the Ninjing behind them. Having spent years at sea, they had faced countless pirates and were not lacking in courage for battle. Likewise, in the Jade Sea, the infamous reputation of the Ashar sorcerers was well known, leading them to make what they deemed the correct choice. Engaging with pirates might lead to death, but incurring the wrath of an Ashar sorcerer could be a fate worse than death. With the atmosphere thick with tension, Alex turned his gaze back to the increasingly close Ninjing. This could very well be the most formidable battle he had faced since arriving in this world. On land, he would dare to confront any of the so-called renowned generals of this realm, but naval warfare was an entirely different matter. Who knew how ancient navies fought? Could he possibly expect to form a wedge formation and seize the T-cross? His understanding of naval combat was limited to this. Thus, he could only hope for a boarding battle. The option of surrender was utterly dismissed. He understood better than anyone present the madness and cruelty of Yu'lon, not to mention the ambiguous connection with the god of drowning, and primarily, he was a two-pronged plug. In the tense atmosphere, the two vessels drew nearer. As Marseille reduced speed, the Ninjing did indeed behave as he had surmised, refraining from a direct collision, instead adjusting its angle and slowing to parallel their course. The distance soon narrowed to 20 or 30 meters, allowing everyone to clearly see the cruel smiles of the ironclad pirates opposite them. The experienced crew members did not confront them directly, but instead sought cover. Observing that Alex and the three Dothraki youths stood defiantly against the wind, or rather foolishly remained in place, Marseille's expression turned to one of helplessness. With a sigh, he rose and pulled the four of them to shelter behind the ship's railing. Having already struggled to maintain balance, Alex fell awkwardly onto the deck at Marseille's insistence. Alex turned over fiercely, glaring at the instigator. Before he could retaliate, dozens of piercing sounds whizzed overhead, followed by a barrage of sharp crossbow bolts that inundated the spot where he had just stood, embedding themselves into the rear deck and cabin, their iron tips penetrating deep into the wood. Machili looked at the bewildered individual with resignation and sighed. A common tactic among pirates, merely a greeting. The other crew members had anticipated this and had already taken evasive action, leaving only a handful of them. Splendid. Alex felt a flush of embarrassment as he patted Machili's shoulder and managed to force out a few words. The relentless volley of crossbow fire suppressed the group's ability to lift their heads, simultaneously closing the distance. Then came the collision. Machili took a deep breath, pulling the somewhat dazed Alex upright and signaling him to grip the ship's railing tightly for balance. As the two ships drew closer and crashed together, a violent tremor surged beneath their feet. Alerted by the warning, Alex tightened his grip on the railing, barely managing to steady himself. Arasapa, Alyabor, and Lokulop failed to comprehend his Valyrian words and tumbled helplessly to the other side of the vessel. Next came the grappling and boarding. The once timid young captain, whom Alex had perceived as cowardly, now exhibited remarkable composure and experience. His dark eyes radiated determination as he adeptly countered the pirates' assaults, all the while offering explanations to Alex. No sooner had he spoken than the second mast of the Serenity, accompanied by a small sail, crashed onto the deck of the Amber Crystal, forming a platform between the two vessels. Various hooks and ladders swiftly extended, securing the ships together, while the pirates, brandishing an array of short weapons, screamed as they charged from the Serenity. Unlike the dramatic leaps seen in movies, they seemed wary of becoming targets mid-air. "Well, it's up to you now," Machili grinned, brandishing his curved dagger and hand crossbow as he engaged the pirates. Alex, momentarily unable to discern Machili's true nature, set his thoughts aside and drew his wind sword to join the fray. "Prepare to meet your watery doom, you wretched squids," he shouted in the common tongue of Westeros, instantly capturing the pirates' attention, even drawing the gaze of Yu'lon aboard the Serenity. Laughing maniacally, Alex swung Thunder's Fury with one hand, cleaving the closest two pirates in half. Even though the elemental artifact had lost much of its power in this low magic era, Its strength and sharpness forged from pure material were unmatched by ordinary weapons, making it a formidable force. With the two warships now connected, the swaying beneath their feet diminished, bolstering Alex's confidence. As the combatants who had been previously suppressed by the pirates felt the pressure lift with Alex's explosive arrival, their morale surged dramatically. Alex persisted, continuing to mock with a cold smile. "Ironborn harlots, does Euron prefer your salt whores, or your filthy bodies? Or perhaps he is indiscriminate." It was widely known that Euron had been exiled by his older brother, Balon Greyjoy, the king of the Iron Islands, due to his liaison with her brother-esque salt whore. Additionally, rumors circulated that Euron had once violated their younger brother, Theon Greyjoy, in his youth. Thus Alex used this as a provocation, his gaze fixed on Euron, who stood apart, hoping to incite him and draw him closer. This statement ignited a furious response among the Ironborn pirates. Whether it struck a nerve or was merely a defense of their captain was uncertain, but the surrounding pirates erupted in fury, weapons and crossbow bolts soaring towards Alex. "Boy, Ragnar will cleave you in twain, from head to arse," roared a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, as he brushed aside two comrades in his path, brandishing a short axe with menacing intent. Though the battle axe had yet to descend, his gaping maw, filled with yellowed teeth and spewing foul saliva, initiated an offensive of its own. "What? Has Euron not spared even you?" Alex retorted, narrowly evading two treacherous crossbow bolts. With his objectives unmet, he resigned himself to the onslaught of the pirates. The burly man bellowed again, bringing the short axe down menacingly towards Alex's forehead. Two relatively smaller pirates seized the opportunity to attack from the side, their short swords aimed directly at Alex's waist. Several more pirates awaited their chance to strike. The battle axe was severed by the wrath of thunder, carving a bloody gash across the man's chest, revealing his writhing entrails. Just as Alex contemplated a follow-up attack, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air from the silence, as a bolt from a heavy crossbow shot towards his chest. The distance was too short, and with limited space, there was no time to evade. He barely managed to cross the wrath of thunder before him. The crossbow bolt was successfully deflected, yet the splintering wood left him somewhat disoriented. "You seem to know me quite well." Euron's booming voice echoed from the silence, laced with a chilling coldness and cruelty. Chapter 15. The departed do not die. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the bow of the Serenity. Balancing on one foot atop the ballista, his gaze fixed upon Alex. With a flourish, Alex wielded his sword, dispatching two encroaching pirates. His cloak, torn away in the throes of battle, revealed his true visage, leaving both Yulin and the pirates momentarily astonished, though the surprise was fleeting. The combat resumed with fervor. At some point, Alex's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an eerie black phosphorescence emanating from the surrounding waters, an intangible threat that eluded his grasp, compelling him to focus intently, reluctant to unleash his full power. The pirates, too, were cowed by the sharpness of Thunder's fury, their assaults becoming more measured. Orville and Oryuzipa, having dispatched their adversaries, joined forces with him, alleviating some of the pressure. "You bunch of worthless wretches." Yuluin spat disdainfully at the hesitant pirates, then brandished his short sword, stepping forward into the circle of confrontation, facing Alex with a bemused smile. "You boy, now is the time." Having bided his time, Alex summoned Thunder's fury in his left hand, its radiant lightning arcing toward Yuluin's chest. The weapon, nearly the length of Alex's own body, wielded an attack range of nearly 4 meters, launching an astonishing assault toward Yuluin. The bizarre atmosphere and pervasive menace left Yuluin feeling profoundly unsettled. He was eager to conclude the skirmish and escape. With little time for contemplation, an instinctual awareness pricked at him, suggesting he was being observed by some inscrutable presence. The decapitation tactic had been his devised strategy. Previously, he had failed to provoke Yuluin, instead suffering an ambush that had wounded him. Now, with Yuluin presenting himself, Alex would not hold back. Suddenly, the unforeseen twist left Yuluin pale with shock, his previously icy smile replaced by panic for the first time. Yet, years of experience enabled him to react swiftly. Instinctively, he leaned back, bending his knees to evade the strike. Thunder's fury grazed his face, the flash of lightning scorching the left side of his visage, leaving it charred and the flesh peeled back, while his left eye exploded, disintegrating into a mist of blood amidst the drizzle. The paralyzing jolt of electricity and excruciating pain rendered Yulun's body uncontrollable, causing him to collapse heavily onto the deck. Alex felt a twinge of regret, yet his irritation prevailed. He could have cleaved Yulun's head, but at the last moment, an enigmatic black mist had flickered into existence, granting Yulun a sudden burst of speed. The pirates, even the crew members, halted their actions. Terror etched upon their faces as they stared at Alex and the sword he wielded. What had they witnessed? A sword that commanded thunder? The deity of the abyss above. It was a storm. A piercing scream erupted from among the iron-willed pirates, as a diminutive pirate discarded his short sword, screaming as he fled toward the Serenity. It is the storm god. Run for your lives. Under his influence, the pirates completely lost their courage to continue fighting, each one discarding their weapons and fleeing in disarray. In the faith of the Iron Men, the storm god is the eternal adversary of the drowning god, a figure that instills fear in all Iron Men. Alex, wielding the power of lightning, evoked thoughts of the storm god, and the deeply ingrained beliefs and perceptions instilled in them since childhood extinguished their fighting spirit. In a moment of distraction and hesitation on Alex's part, Yulun trembled and staggered to his feet. The intense agony did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his madness. He swung his short sword, cutting down the nearby panicked Iron Men, bellowing furiously, "Damn the storm god! None shall escape! Kill him! I command you!" His single remaining eye, filled with rage, spewed blood, and combined with his disheveled hair and charred face, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The slaughter of his subordinates did not halt the rout. Rather, it accelerated the pirate's frantic escape. He abandoned the call to his men, his one eye glaring fiercely at Alex. "Damn bastard!" Realizing the tide had turned, Yulun hurled his broken sword and hastily retreated. The desperate throw was easily dodged by Alex, who retaliated with a flash of lightning. The bolt struck true, and Yulun let out a muffled grunt but was propelled off the deck, crashing into the sea, swiftly sinking beneath the waves, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Was it resolved? Alex's burden did not lessen. Instead, the strange sense of oppression and threat intensified. He could not be certain that Yulun was dead, yet the sight of the surrounding sea, illuminated by dark magical light, filled him with trepidation, preventing him from plunging into the water to deliver a final blow. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised the wrath of thunder once more, slicing horizontally where the two ships converged. The last surge of elemental power cleaved through the air, severing all connections between the two vessels, effectively separating them. He dismissed the approaching Olubor and Olusipa, embedding the wrath of thunder into the deck. Turning to the bloodied captain, Machili, he quickly commanded in the tongue of the land, "Go find the emerald, switch ships, and leave this place at once." As the battle raged on, the yellow crystal was nearing the docking area. The Ironman pirates aboard the emerald also witnessed the final confrontation, alarmed by the lightning and Yulun's defeat. They saw the commanding figures standing on the deck and dared not resist, each one shrieking as they leaped into the sea. The yellow crystal, under Machili's steering, effortlessly approached the emerald. Alex, accompanied by his 5 brothers and the remaining 7 crew members, including Machili, boarded the emerald, liberating the captured sailors bound for servitude, and steered the warship away from Crescent Bay without a backward glance. The 2 cargo ships, fully loaded, along with the yellow crystal, were left abandoned. The bewildered pirates dared not intervene, watching as their vessel departed from Crescent Bay, vanishing into the vast ocean amidst a gentle drizzle. Beneath the Serenity, the profound depths of the sea were suddenly enveloped by a formidable and enigmatic pressure. In the pitch-black waters, tendrils of gray mist silently unfurled, coalescing around the shattered form of Yulun, gradually encasing him in a gray cocoon. After approximately 20 minutes, the mist dissipated. Miraculously, Yulun's once tattered body began to mend itself. He abruptly awakened from his stupor, swimming upward with remarkable agility, quickly breaking the surface and effortlessly climbing aboard the Serenity. The pirates, who had momentarily regained their composure after the departure of the Emerald, were once again plunged into panic and confusion. Yuluen said nothing. He disregarded the presence of the pirates entirely, striding purposefully towards the figure of the maiden at the bow of the ship. His once azure left eye was now replaced by a sinister black pupil, exuding a malevolence far surpassing anything previously known. He fixed his gaze intently on the direction in which the emerald had vanished, slowly uttering, "The departed shall not perish." After a prolonged silence, Yuluen averted his gaze, seizing a curved blade from beside him, and under the watchful eyes of all the pirates, struck fiercely at the lips of the maiden statue. Chapter 16. Reflections after the war in the waters northwest of Moraha Island. The nearly unscathed vessel, the Emerald, glided swiftly under the urging of the sea breeze. Half a day had elapsed since the fierce battle. At Machili's suggestion, Alex abandoned the course toward Elephant Island, instead steering northwest, preparing to navigate along the northern coast of Yuhai via Whip Island, returning through the Strait of Yuhai. Due to the continued prosperity of the slave trade, the vicinity of Whip Island remained vibrant, with ships bustling to and fro. The traders engaged in this nefarious business, including pirates themselves, possessed formidable combat skills, creating an unspoken understanding in the area that minimized conflicts. Thus, the route was relatively safe. Upon departing the Moraha Island region, the wounded were promptly bandaged and cared for. Alex, sitting in his original cabin, was wrapping a blood-soaked bandage around his arm. The Thunder's Fury lay beside him, still shimmering with a cold glow. Yet Alex knew that the elemental winds within had been nearly depleted. After leaving Yasha, the elemental powers had further waned, and it was uncertain when he would be able to wield them again. This battle had profoundly awakened him to the perils of the ice and fire world. Although he had previously dispatched 2 unfortunate shadow mages, it had been relatively straightforward, merely using the Thunder's Fury to overpower their shadow magic. However, this naval confrontation revealed the stark reality of human conflict, which was markedly different from his hunts in the Dawn Mountains. The tactics of ambush, encirclement, and exchanging wounds were all employed with utmost desperation. The dying counterattacks were even more perilous. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of a band of iron pirates and ordinary people from Yuluen. What if he had encountered the raven-eyed Yuluen, who also wielded sorcery? Would he still claim victory? He was now fully alert. Though he possessed a legendary artifact and was hailed as the favorite of magic, he realized he was not as invincible as he had once presumed. His physical prowess was exceptional, yet he had never learned the intricacies of combat. Most of his experience stemmed from hunting against wild beasts. He fared well, but what of seasoned warriors like the Assassin King, Bali Stan, or Oberon, who were skilled and battle-hardened? Once the Thunder's Fury was revealed to his opponents, the outcome would be uncertain. Thus, seeking a martial arts mentor became imperative. In terms of magic, despite being regarded as a favored child of magic, he lacked any theoretical foundation and was left to navigate this realm on his own. Furthermore, the Blood Elves were not all of the same caliber. The abilities of a lowly apprentice conjuring magical fireworks in Silverpine Forest could not compare to those of Kael'dat's. Without any point of reference, he could not even ascertain whether his own talents were exceptional or mediocre. With heightened vigilance, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. The overarching narrative of the ice and fire world, aside from the likes of dragons and other unnatural beings, was rife with various conspiracies and schemes. He had initially believed that hatching 4 dragons would allow him to roam freely once they matured. Upon reflection, it is evident that the Dragon Knights did not all perish in battle against dragons. The ill-fated Maegor met his demise on the throne, abandoned by all, while Aemon, the eldest son of the venerable King Jaehaerys, fell victim to a crossbow assassination, unjustly bearing the blame for another's treachery. The second son, Balon, succumbed to poison. Thus, how does one guard against assassination and poisoning? The faceless men wield a mastery of disguise, if indeed this is the divine art of the many-faced god. It would be prudent, for one could employ magical sight to detect anomalies in advance and prepare accordingly. Yet, what if it is merely the crafting of exquisite masks from human skin? What are the regrets of Kaith? They are merely a cadre of ordinary assassins. Even more troubling is the specter of poison. While the Strangler is manageable, One might simply drink and succumb on the spot. Perhaps employing servants or slaves to taste for toxins, as ancient emperors did. What are the infamous tears of Lys? Its sweet flavor, colorless and tasteless, dissolves seamlessly in wine. And most insidiously, it has a delayed onset, initially showing no symptoms before leading to death by intestinal illness days later. How does one defend against such a threat? There are whispers that Balon, the Prince of the Dawn of House Targaryen, may have fallen prey to this very poison. Littlefinger's manipulation of Lisa Tully to poison Jon Arryn also involved this lethal toxin. If, as legend suggests, the tears of Lys are connected to the Lady of Tears and are indeed a magical poison, that would be one matter. But what if it is merely an ordinary alchemical toxin? Alex realized that the greater threat lay not in the dragons, but in those common assassins wielding deadly poisons. He found himself envious of Melisandre's uncanny ability to consume fatal toxins without consequence. As he contemplated the myriad dangers, his vigilance heightened. On the table before him lay 2 boxes, each containing the severed heads of the merchant Mir and Captain Napos. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Just yesterday at noon, he had been sharing laughter with them, and now only their heads remained? Who could have foreseen the madness of Euron, daring to launch a night raid amidst the storm, risking shipwreck and loss of life? The fleet was vanquished before it could mount a defense. Indeed, in this world of ice and fire, there exists no protagonist, and no one is beyond death. He pondered this with a sense of disillusionment, as he had hoped to leverage Mir's energies in Karth for rapid integration and initial accumulation. What now? Most of Mir's jewels and gold had been plundered by pirates, leaving perhaps less than a third, likely because there was no time to transport them. He had no knowledge of who among the pirates had absconded with his own possessions. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the enchanting Malachi and Mir's beautiful Lyseni maiden. By virtue of her beauty, she had successfully evaded the pirates' brutality. Perhaps it was because Euron had not yet had the chance to indulge, for she remained entirely unscathed. According to maritime custom, all treasures aboard this vessel belong to you. Malachi, similarly wrapped in bandages, appeared in good spirits, pointing excitedly to the 7 remaining treasure chests, his voice tinged with anticipation. However, the enchanting beauty of Lizzie offered a different answer. She gazed at Alex, cautiously probing, "My lord, although the master is already." Garrus remains a noble family, of course. A family? Alex's heart stirred, and he retorted, "Are you not an ordinary slave?" "You may call me Ginny," she replied, forcing a faint smile. "I serve as an assistant, responsible for certain intelligence and calculations." A secretary? Alex naturally thought of this position. However, considering that Moreau intended to gift Ginny to him while concealing her true identity, he found this merchant, who had transformed into a rather portly figure, both amusing and exasperating. "Are you aware of the transaction between Moreau and me, as well as the promises he made?" Alex inquired straightforwardly. Ginny nodded. "I sent the message to headquarters. Should Lord Garrow have no objections, the master's orders will be executed as usual, including that estate and the sweet delicacy." Garrow, Miro's brother, was responsible for the trade of the Garrus family between Querce and the Slave Bay. Machili interjected, somewhat displeased, clarifying Alex's doubts while casting a sharp glare at Ginny. "So, if we cannot obtain the approval of this so-called Garrow, then all previous investments would be in vain?" Simultaneously, he detected the underlying implication in Lizzie's words. Directing his gaze towards the gem chest nearby, Garrow's stance was evidently tied to the gems remaining in the chest. While these gems could not compare to the riches acquired at the outset of the journey, they undoubtedly represented a substantial fortune, akin to the yield from a normal caravan's round trip. Moreover, Machili and his crew had a contractual relationship with Moreau and his family. Thus, although Alex would undoubtedly claim the lion's share, it was only fair for the others to receive a portion as well. This was the source of Machili's dissatisfaction towards Ginny. After a moment of contemplation, Alex refrained from providing an answer and instead posed a question to Machili. "And this ship? Naturally, it belongs to you." Machili responded without hesitation. offering a resolute answer, while Ginny hesitated slightly and remained silent. Had Alex not repelled the pirates' nocturnal assault on the Emerald the previous night, these possessions would have no connection to him. Yet, the reality was that he had reclaimed the Emerald and its treasures from the pirates following the fleet's defeat, while Moreau and his guards had perished. The remaining crew and Machili now supported Alex, leaving little room for dispute regarding ownership. At least at sea, she dared not contest this. She merely sought to probe and remind. Acknowledging his true capabilities, Alex swiftly made his decision. Chapter 17. The bounty of Whip Island. Take it and share among yourselves. Alex opened a chest filled with jewels, extracting handfuls of various gems and tossing them to Machili. This is what you deserve. The young captain, though somewhat regretful, naturally pocketed the gems, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, Alex gestured towards the remaining 6 intact chests and informed Ginny, "The rest shall be entrusted to Garrow as a testament to my friendship with Moreau." The enchanting Riss looked at Alex with a hint of astonishment, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded, saying, "A wise choice, my lord." She dismissed the notion of friendship. Years of following Moreau had taught her that when individuals relinquish substantial personal gain, they invariably harbor greater ambitions, be it wealth, reputation, or other conveniences. At least in her experience, those who made choices akin to Alex's ultimately reaped rewards. Lord Garrow will cherish this bond, Ginny continued. I shall send word ahead to Whip Island, and you will receive all that Lord Moreau has promised, along with the friendship of the entire Garros family and even the whole guild. Alex did not specify the ownership of the Emerald, and Ginny wisely refrained from mentioning it. While the ship served as their flagship, it was, in truth, merely a medium-sized warship. According to the original tale, Illyrio had gifted Daenerys 3 grand sailing vessels, and the slaver of Astapor had offered 1,000 unsullied for each, roughly equating to a value of 5,000 golden coins per ship. Alex had previously entrusted Moreau to assist in purchasing unsullied and Dothraki slaves with gems, amounting to about a quarter of the gem chest, with half capable of buying around 200 unsullied and their corresponding gear. Assuming the value of the quarrel's coins was comparable to the prevailing currency of the slave bay of Meereen, each chest of gems would thus be valued at approximately 12 to 13,000 coins, sufficient to acquire about 3 emeralds. Consequently, in comparison to the gems within the other 6 chests, the value of the emerald appeared rather insignificant. He intended to utilize this vessel for transporting obsidian from the Isle of Mora, and should Machili pledge his loyalty, it would be entrusted to his command. This young captain possessed commendable nautical skills. Aside from a reckless spirit, he garnered Alex's approval in other respects. Naturally, he had no other options at present. With the distribution settled, only the tedious journey remained. Newly enriched, Machili and the crew were filled with vigor, and after sailing for over a month, they finally reached the fabled slave trading outpost of Whip Island. There were no further incidents along the way, yet due to losses among the sailors and crew, their pace had slowed considerably. Alex planned to replenish the crew and other supplies here. After more than a month at sea, Alex's injuries had largely healed, though his right hand still experienced some discomfort when exerted, which was inconsequential since he was left-handed. Upon docking at the designated berth, Alex tossed a low-quality gem to the fearsome dockmaster and, accompanied by Machili and Ginny, stepped onto Whip Island. The 5 brothers of Arusipa were tasked with guarding the premises while simultaneously monitoring the other sailors. Machili's injuries were considerably less severe than Alex's and had long since healed. During their journey, Alex revealed his intentions for recruitment, and the young captain from Bravos readily expressed his desire to join the unnamed mercenary band. He had witnessed the battle in its entirety, including the wielding of thunderous powers and an extraordinary appearance. Thus, he firmly believed that Alex's mercenary group would make a name for itself across the world. In their casual conversation, Alex also learned the reasons behind his youthful yet extensive experience. According to Machili, his father had once served as a captain of a warship in the Bravos Purple Fleet, while his mother's identity remained unknown. Growing up aboard ships, he had accompanied his father to nearly every coastal free trade city-state. However, at the tender age of 12, His father was fatally stabbed by a talented assassin amidst a dispute involving two renowned courtesans from Braavos. Subsequently, he faced the traditional debt collection methods of Braavos. The Iron Bank loomed large, but the Braavosi were even less inclined to confront the small-time lenders. As Machili spoke, the sense of helplessness on his face reminded Alex of the predatory bankers and usurers from his previous life. Machili was uncertain whether his father had truly borrowed from loan sharks, which led to the loss of all their assets. Left with no options, he was compelled to join a merchant ship as a lowly sailor, and after years of hardship, he arrived at Quarrels, where he leveraged his formidable skills to assemble a small crew. Ultimately, 3 years ago, he accepted employment from Moreau, traversing the Jade Sea trade route. Though not yet 30, he had transformed into a shrewd old sailor, knowing when to humble himself, when to fight fiercely, and when to seize opportunities for profit. Whip Island was barren and desolate, with nearly 90% of its area consisting of exposed rock and scant vegetation. The docks were surrounded by low, dilapidated buildings and fences, where various slaves were shackled and tethered like livestock for selection, representing a myriad of ethnicities from the eastern and western continents. In the bustling market, the slaves were treated like commodities, cheap and lowly. After purchasing 30 serpentine lizard islanders to serve as sailors, Alex, guided by Ginny and Machili, ventured deeper into the market. The further they went, the higher the quality and rarity of the slaves became. Alex even spotted several diminutive figures of the Cugnus Nai, their heads disproportionately large, alongside a pale-skinned young boy. According to the slave trader, this boy was a rare, bloodless individual procured from foreign lands, though the truth of this claim remained uncertain. Similarly, the presence of youthful women from distant lands has notably increased, showcasing their allure beneath the whip of their masters. Among them is a woman reminiscent of the enchanting Reese, alongside exotic beauties from the Summer Isles and even women from the far reaches of the continent. Alex, initially meandering with a mere desire to broaden his horizons, having never encountered such sights in his previous life, found himself captivated as he passed by a display of a Valantian slave master. His gaze was drawn to a striking figure, a young woman, likely in her 20s, with a slender and delicate physique, her skin fair as porcelain, and her facial features echoing the distinctive traits of East Asian women from his former life. Her gentle, refined visage combined with a serene demeanor evoked the essence of a fallen noblewoman, captivating Alex far more than the voluptuous Western beauties surrounding her. Yet, it was not merely her appearance that held his attention. It was her soft, silky hair, a shimmering silver gold cascading down her shoulders, and her eyes, clear and bright as sapphires. With determination, he pushed aside the other patrons negotiating with the Valantian slave master and approached her directly. Speaking in the tongue of her homeland, he asked in a low voice, "What is your name?" The girl timidly glanced at him, then turned to steal a furtive look at the irate merchant before retracting her neck and softly replied, "Chaiwe." Indeed, Alex silently nodded to himself. He then summoned Ginny, gesturing towards the girl and instructing in the common tongue of Westeros, "Purchase her. Utilize all the resources aboard the ship, no matter the cost." Chapter 18. Descendants of the Huang dynasty. Alex's stern demeanor left Ginny feeling compelled to act with utmost seriousness. After considerable deliberation, they ultimately reached an agreement for a modest pouch of gems, approximately worth 2,000 huibis. Holding the whip and the key to the shackles in his hands, Alex smiled and nodded at the timid young girl, feeling quite satisfied. However, Ginny expressed her regret with a tone of resignation, saying, "My lord, she's not worth this price." Throughout the extensive annals of history, the royal family of the Huang dynasty had left innumerable descendants in the foreign lands, and Valyrian bloodlines were not particularly rare. Alex remained non-committal, though inwardly dismissive. Ordinary royals and Valyrians were indeed not of such value. What if it were the bloodlines of the emperor of the foreign lands or the Dragon King? Unaware of his thoughts, Ginny continued, "For the same price, I could procure for you at least 30 slave girls of Valyrian descent, or 2 bands of Unsullied. The Unsullied are never sold individually. They come in batches of 100, thus 2 bands amount to 200. She cast a glance at Chayu, shaking her head in deep regret. "Of course, as long as you are pleased. Trailing behind them were 6 foreign girls, or rather, young children. Yet, they were of ordinary bloodlines, black-haired and black-eyed, with frail physiques. They were a complimentary addition to the purchase of Chayu, and the merchant from Volantis, who had profited handsomely, readily agreed to include them as part of the deal. Perhaps sensing goodwill from Alex, Chayu nervously edged closer to him, though she hesitated to approach too closely, merely trailing behind. With this unexpected acquisition, Alex lost interest in further exploration and soon returned to the Emerald ship with the others. The crew members who had originally remained on board were granted leave, and under the guidance of Machili, they took turns relaxing on the island. After instructing Ginny to arrange accommodations for the 6 little girls and escorting them below deck, Alex returned to his cabin with the anxious Chayu. Once the door was closed, he poured her a glass of water, took a seat at the table, and inquired, "How did you come to be sold here? What about your original home?" The intellectual aura emanating from the girl was clearly not something an ordinary person or even the offspring of a merchant family could cultivate, piquing Alex's curiosity. Upon hearing the word home, moisture welled in Chayu's eyes. After a moment, she responded in a soft, trembling voice, I come from the foreign capital. My father was falsely accused of treason, and with my family, I was left as a slave, sold to that merchant. So you have no family left. Alex pressed further. After receiving a nod of affirmation from the girl, he stated unequivocally, "Then you shall accompany me and leave the foreign lands." "Yes, my master." Chayu hurriedly nodded, stumbling over her words. In truth, she dared not return to the foreign capital. From the disgrace of her family to her sale, the timid girl had long accepted her fate. Moreover, it seemed that having a master who purchased her was not so bad after all. She cast a furtive glance at Alex, her heart filled with a glimmer of hope, but was caught by his unwavering gaze and quickly lowered her head in fear. Alex smiled gently, tossing her the key to the shackles and softly saying, "For now, be my maid." He purchased the young girl not only for her distinct beauty and charm, but also for the slightly above-average body temperature she possessed, along with the faint red glow visible in the magical realm. This was a manifestation of her innate affinity for the fire element, albeit so subtle that it barely distinguished her from ordinary individuals. In conjunction with the Targaryen dialect, where blood and fire are intertwined, Alex was immediately reminded of the ancient Yellow Dynasty Emperor, Chai-Duo, who was said to have what a noblewoman from Valyria and kept dragons in his palace. The name Chayu further confirmed her lineage as a direct descendant of Chai-Duo, which was the very reason Alex was willing to acquire her at any cost. Perhaps she might not be of immediate use, but Daenerys still had 3 dragons, and who knew what the future might hold. Moreover, it appeared that Chayu possessed a rather fragile disposition, having lost all her family, making her seem exceedingly easy to manipulate. Alex pondered this in silence. He had previously considered finding reliable individuals to serve as his aides and attendants for managing his daily needs. Acquiring someone from Kays or elsewhere would not guarantee loyalty and could potentially lead to spies infiltrating his ranks. The emergence of Chayu and the other girls from the land of the nomads perfectly resolved his dilemma. Furthermore, the abilities displayed by the enslaved Ginny piqued Alex's interest, as did Daenerys' assistant, Missandei. Why could he not cultivate someone of his own? Chayu conformed splendidly to his aesthetic preferences, promising both visual delight and future gratification. As he sat in contemplation, the girl beside him, who had taken the key to her shackles, appeared astonished yet joyful. Was she no longer to remain a slave? However, Alex did not explicitly convey this, and her timid nature prevented her from inquiring further. Caught in a web of uncertainty, she stood silently after the shackles were removed, fidgeting with her fingers. Alex, oblivious to her inner turmoil, assumed she was merely anxious and shy, offering her a few simple words of comfort. As night fell, the crew returned one by one after releasing their pent-up frustrations, and under the constraints imposed by Marquilly, they remained sober in anticipation of their impending departure the next day. They passed the night peacefully, and on the morrow, the Emerald set sail once again, heading towards the northwest, towards the Jade Sea gate. The monotonous routine of sailing resumed. Yet this time, Alex found himself less bored. He assigned Chayu and the 6 young girls to Ginny for rudimentary training, aiming to expedite their transformation into competent maids and attendants. In the evenings, he conducted private lessons with Chayu, teaching her various languages, including Mandarin. And then resting on the makeshift bed he had set up in his cabin. Ginny understood the immense cost Alex incurred in acquiring the young girl. Yet she remained oblivious to what he might have whispered to her during their clandestine moments of instruction. Regardless, each time before break, she would find herself blushing and mulling over her feelings, only to become disheartened due to her temperament, sulking in silence. Alex had long since noticed her turmoil, but chose to remain silent, deciding that all would be addressed once they reached Quails and settled down. After several days of interaction, Chayu exhibited no aversion towards him, and Alex was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. He had been in this world for nearly 2 years, and had it not been for his discerning tastes, combined with an extended stay in Asha, he would not have managed to endure for such a duration. While Asha certainly boasted its fair share of beautiful women, he dared not engage with them. That cursed place was notorious for its various forms of dual fetal witchcraft, a kind of magic akin to what Melisandre employed during the War of the Five Kings for assassination and curses. This was one of the primary reasons why the people of Asha were compelled to procure children for nurturing from outside. The mere thought of such imagery sent shivers down his spine, extinguishing all desire, and for over a year, he had refrained from crossing a line. Chapter 19. The city of Quails. After a month of sailing northwest from Whip Island, the Emerald finally arrived at the Jade Sea gate. This crucial waterway linking the east and west was far more bustling than Alex had anticipated. At the quay of Quail Island, situated at the heart of the strait, he beheld no fewer than 1,000 sails, a mere temporary stop before reaching Quail City. One could only imagine the splendor that awaited in Quail City. After a brief resupply, they continued their journey for 3 days before finally reaching Quail City. The first sight that greeted them was 2 immense harbor docks, teeming with countless vessels. Various merchant ships and warships navigated the waterways in a harmonious and orderly manner, guided by the signals of the harbor. As the Emerald merged into the flow of ships, the multitude of sails cast a shadow over the scene. "Sir, Quail City has reserved vast docks for the major guilds, so we need not dock here," Ginny announced as she stepped out of the cabin to introduce the city to Alex, adding, "Lord Garrow has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Upon their arrival at Quail Island, Ginny signaled once more towards Quail City. "What a magnificent sight," Alex remarked, nodding in awe. With a hint of pride, Ginny responded, "Quails is situated at the center of the known world, serving as the gateway connecting the north and south, and as a bridge linking the east and west, boasting the most formidable naval power in existence." Machili, steering the ship with great care, could not help but express his admiration. Braavos boasts its purple fleet and claims the title of king of the narrow sea, while the Valantians assert themselves as the mistresses of the summer sea, yet the people of Quails regard them with disdain. In truth, if the royal family of Quails, the 13 heads, the Spices Guild, and the Citron Brotherhood were to form a joint fleet, their warships alone could number in the thousands, an overwhelming force that no free trading city-state could contend with. He gazed enviously at the distant, towering triple walls and the vast city encased within them. The Quails had long since amassed immeasurable wealth by controlling the Jade Sea gate. With such maritime power, one could only wonder about their strength on land. The young Bravosi, filled with envy, could only think of the potential spoils to be gained from this place. With Ginny facilitating communication, the Emerald swiftly made its way to the second dock, guided by the patrol boats, and anchored at the berth belonging to the Garrus family. On the dock stood a middle-aged, bald man clad in the distinctive attire of Quails, accompanied by several servants and a small contingent of guards. His facial features bore a resemblance to the figure within the small box, though he appeared leaner and more astute. "Garrow Garrus?" Alex approached the bald man, flanked by Chaiwe and 5 young Dothraki, and spoke first. Behind him, Machili, now promoted to captain, directed the sailors in unloading their cargo, coordinating the exchange with the assistance of Ginny, although the arrangements had been made well in advance. The sight of the gems being successfully transferred allowed the middle-aged man to finally relax his previously anxious demeanor. 6 he silently counted, yet his face bore a rehearsed smile as he bowed slightly, saying, "I am indeed he. May the gods bless you, esteemed Windrider from Ashai." After a brief pause, he added, "Or perhaps you prefer another title, Captain of the Windriders?" A subtle smile graced the corners of Alex's mouth as he gently shook his head. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of Garrow and the others, he unveiled his true identity by parting his cloak. I have yet to decide on a name for my mercenary band, but you may address me as the Wind Chaser or simply Alex. The uniqueness of his appearance rendered Garrow momentarily speechless, while a ripple of commotion spread among the onlookers, who were also drawn to him. However, this fascination was fleeting. The bustling trade in quails had already introduced its inhabitants to many legendary beings, including the towering ibans, the green-skinned, sharp-toothed islanders, the large-headed and big-eared jugsnays, and the peculiar frog-like folk with web features. Though Alex's visage was somewhat striking, it was not excessively so. Save for his ears. After a brief pause to collect himself, Garrow quickly regained his composure. His gaze fell upon Chaiwe, standing beside Alex, and upon noticing their similar hair color, he could not help but exclaim politely, "Asha truly is a remarkable city." Alex refrained from elaborating, for his appearance was meant to leverage Garrow and his family's reputation in quails to establish his own. He hailed from the far eastern city of Asha, a remarkable blend of Valyrian heritage. He believed that as his renown and power grew, the number of those who would seek to exploit him as a rare slave would dwindle, remaining at most a mere curiosity, a hybrid with peculiar traits. Those who might dare to covet him would not be deterred by a trifling sum, and would need to be wary of the potential Asha sorcery, while those lacking the means would find themselves equally unafraid. After all, hadn't Daenerys, accompanied by her 3 young dragons, left quails unscathed after burning the house of the immortal? At that time, with her limited followers and strength, any one of the 3 guilds could have easily crushed her. Alex found himself more concerned about the group of quails, women clad in revealing robes, their half-exposed bosoms and gleaming eyes suggesting thoughts far from polite. Nearby, Jenny cradled a child of about 4 or 5 years, seemingly her own. Alex soon understood why this woman, despite her status as a slave, did not seek to escape following the demise of Miro. Instead, she fervently endeavored to secure advantages for the Garrus family, undeterred by the peril of being cast into the sea. "Perhaps you might witness it for yourself," Alex remarked casually. At least Miro fared reasonably well in Asha. With a semblance of regret, he added, "Had I not departed one night, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted. Those filthy pirates robbed me of a friend forever." A sorrowful expression settled on Garrow's face, though his true thoughts remained a mystery. He spoke with a melancholic tone, yet his words held a certain nonchalance. "It is not your fault, dear Wind Chaser. My beloved brother merely met his fate ahead of time. Perhaps next time it shall be my turn." He did not linger on the topic, instead gesturing for Alex to accompany him into the city. Conversing as they walked, "The Garrus family stands by their word. This is the foundation of our presence and course." A servant behind them promptly stepped forward, presenting a silk-wrapped golden tray. Garrow lifted the silk to reveal a vividly colored and peculiar short whip, which he offered to Alex. "Dear Windrider, you are under no obligation. Yet I kindly request that you return the body and belongings of Moreau. The Garrus family acknowledges the agreement between you and him. Perhaps this could serve as a testament to our burgeoning friendship." Alex accepted with pleasure, "Is only fitting." Upon saying this, he took the whip and handed it to Chaiwe, who, under Ginny's tutelage, was now a somewhat competent maid and assistant. As they walked, Garrow continued, "The short whip, as a token, will confirm your supreme command when you first issue a command to the Unsullied. As per our agreement, 200 Unsullied, alongside over 500 Dothraki and their steeds, await your acceptance at the estate outside the city. Shortly, someone will escort you there. Perhaps you would like to first enjoy the hospitality of the Spices Guild?" He smiled as he extended the invitation, representing the Spices Guild. This indication of goodwill towards Alex and the mercenary company he was about to establish suggested that a pleasant collaboration could elevate both Garrow and the Garrus families standing within the guild. The naval power, of course, was formidable, as it was essential for their survival. However, their corresponding land forces appeared rather inadequate. The natural barriers of the Bone Mountains and the Red Wastes kept the Dothraki marauders at bay, simultaneously stifling coarse aspirations for expansion. The drawbacks of a city-state system, compounded by the rivalries among the royal family, the 13 lords, the Spices Guild, and the Tourmaline Brotherhood hindered their ability to consolidate land forces. Ultimately, they maintained only a minimal force for law enforcement, with greater strength devoted to protecting themselves and their families. When confronted with external threats, they prefer to hire mercenary companies to address the issues. After all, merchants had long calculated the cost-effectiveness of a one-time payment for services rendered over the long-term upkeep of an army. Thus, the various factions in Quers held a degree of goodwill towards mercenary companies. Upon leaving the docks, Garrow thoughtfully arranged for 2 open palanquins, allowing the servants to carry himself and Alex into the inner city of Quers. The journey was filled with exotic sights, magnificent and grand architecture, vibrant decorations, bustling squares, and intricately designed fountains captivated even Alex, who had previously encountered numerous beautiful vistas in his past life, not to mention Chaiwe and the 5 Dothraki youths. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at a garden transformed into an open-air banquet, where maidens flitted between tables laden with fine wines and delicacies. Dozens of merchants clad in silk and adorned with precious gemstones raised their goblets, engaged in lively discourse, while the perimeter was secured by unsullied guards clad in black leather armor. As Alex and Garrow entered the garden, the other servants were assigned to different areas. Upon seeing Alex, the merchants approached in an orderly fashion to greet him and engage in conversation. Some merely sought to make their presence known, hoping for potential future employment, while others were driven by sheer curiosity regarding Alex's appearance and his mysterious origins from the Far East. A few audacious individuals subtly inquired about information regarding Asha, hinting at a desire for collaboration. Overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the merchants, Alex struggled to maintain his composure. However, such a claim drew the ire of onlookers. A sudden gasp captured the attention of those engaged in conversation. In a spot Alex had previously overlooked, 3 individuals, distinctly different in attire and demeanor from the other merchants, were seated. They appeared to be mercenaries. One of them, a burly man with graying hair and a broad face, was crassly caressing the servant who poured his wine, his large hands roaming indiscriminately across her form, while lewd words escaped his lips. The scream evidently emanated from the unfortunate maid. Beside him, a resplendently dressed Thalassian warrior frowned at the brutish man, yet chose silence, instead watching Alex with keen interest. His beard was meticulously styled into 3 points, with his upper lip and hair dyed blue, while his goatee gleamed golden. His fingers, clutching a wine glass, were adorned with blue nail polish, exuding an aura of sinister allure. On the far left sat a pale-skinned Quesian, bald with a curved scar slicing across his nose and traversing his face. With a disdainful gesture, he picked his nose, sneering provocatively at Alex. A grotesque attention-seeker. Are you assembling a mercenary band behind a door? You ought to return to Asha post-haste. Chapter 20. Acceptance of the manner. Upon entering the garden, Alex did not remove the dragon egg box from his back. Nor was the wrath of thunder unveiled, as the guards, perhaps reassured by Garrow's presence, did not insist on disarming him. However, this preferential treatment and the merchant's eager attention incited the displeasure of 3 other guests. Following the sound of their curses, Alex's gaze fell upon them, a sense of familiarity stirring within him, though he could not immediately recall their identities. At this moment, Garrow stepped forward discreetly, whispering introductions. Gentlemen, these are the 3 leaders of the Ravenous Crow mercenary group from the Free Trade City-States, Plandana Jason, Dario Naharis, and the Bald Salo. They hail from Gai's Tyrosh and are locals from Kyra. Upon hearing Dario's name, Alex recognized their identities. They were the same mercenaries who later accepted employment from the slaver Yuankai to oppose Daenerys. Dario, seizing the night, had decapitated the other 2 leaders when they refused to surrender to Daenerys. Garrow's expression darkened as he quietly explained, Bald Salo is from Kyra and has recently escorted a batch of slaves from here. Their appearance here is likely due to invitations from other members of the guild. An internal struggle within the Spice Guild? Observing the merchants who had been so lively just moments before now, standing idly by with a bemused air, Alex began to speculate. Perhaps they were also gauging their own intentions, considering their knowledge of him was solely based on Garrow's account. With this thought, he mentally prepared himself for the encounter. Instead of engaging in a verbal altercation with the provocateur Salo, he casually approached a dining table near the fountain, picked up a small square silk scarf, examined it briefly, and then tossed it towards the grinning mercenary leader. "Young man, do you dare challenge me to a duel?" Salo continued to taunt, seemingly unfazed. However, before he could utter more, he noticed that the scarf had not fallen to the ground, but was instead curiously flying back toward him. This was, of course, Alex's doing. What appeared casual was, in fact, a deliberate act of concentrating wind elements onto the scarf. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the scarf began to unfold, spin, and ultimately extend like a square piece of iron, hurtling towards Salo's face with a piercing whistling sound, gaining speed with each rotation. The sudden turn of events elicited gasps from the onlookers. Just as the scarf was about to slice through Salo's bald head, Daario Naharis timely intervened, gripping his shoulder and forcefully pushing him aside. The sharp scarf grazed Salo, drawing a spray of blood as it embedded itself into the stone sculpture behind them, sinking in a fraction of an inch. With the wind elements dissipating, it returned to its soft form, fluttering down to the ground. Daario, his expression grim, opened his palm to reveal Salo's severed earlobe. Planda, disregarding his previous amusement with the maid, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, while even Salo, after a muffled grunt, bore the sharp pain as he glared defiantly at the proud figure of Alex, confronted by the mercenaries, who appeared as if faced with a formidable adversary. Alex casually seized another silk handkerchief to wipe his hands. With a smile, he addressed the silent merchants, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for my abrupt departure today due to the weariness of travel. For the time being, I shall refrain from accepting any employments. However, this does not preclude the possibility of our collaboration. Once the mercenary company is established, I shall present you with a lucrative opportunity." He patted the flushed shoulder of Garrow, who gazed at him with excitement, and continued, "As for the enterprise in Ashar, I shall partner with the Garrus family. Those interested may converse with him." With that, he gracefully exited the garden. After exchanging brief farewells, Garrow hastily followed suit. A moment later, the brooding leaders of the Black Crow gang departed in silence. Alex's enigmatic combat techniques had momentarily instilled fear in them, rendering them hesitant to retaliate. Having swallowed their pride after suffering a silent defeat, they could no longer bear to linger. As the protagonists exited, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the merchants began to converse among themselves. They eagerly examined the somewhat tattered silk handkerchief and the chipped stone sculpture, each voicing their conjectures. They expressed envy for the Garrus family's fortunes, tinged with a sense of exhilaration. As news of today's conflict spread, the Garrus family's stature and influence were sure to rise, while the Spice Guild would likewise gain momentum, reaping greater benefits in its struggles against rival factions, not to mention the Ashar trade route. In the midst of their anticipations, an elderly man lifted the silk and placed it upon the stone sculpture, gesturing to the surrounding guards, instructing, "Deliver these to the Temple of the Immortals and inquire of the male witches." Meanwhile, Alex and Garrow were escorted to the Garrus family estate to rest. The earlier incident had long been cast aside in Alex's mind. Once he took charge of the purists, the 500 men of the Black Crow gang would hardly pose a threat. The following day, after breakfasting with Garrow, he was led to the northeastern manor of the city to receive the purists and the Dothraki slaves. The estate lay approximately 10 miles from Quail City, nestled beside a small river. Spanning roughly 3 hectares, the residential courtyard was modest, with the garden occupying merely 1/5 of the space. While the majority was designated for housing slaves, guards, training grounds, and corresponding warehouses, the main house, a quintessential Quail-style structure, covered around 300 square meters, surrounded by several guest rooms and quarters for servants, all encircled by a 1-meter-high stone wall. Originally guarded by the purists, upon Alex's arrival, they herded the Dothraki slaves to a vacant area by the river, gathering everyone within the estate. As Alex raised the short whip, 200 unsullied knelt on one knee. Gaius departed with the original servants and slaves of the estate, leaving only Alex and his entourage, alongside the unsullied and the Dothraki slaves. The Dothraki slaves were set aside for the moment, while Alex instructed Chaiwe to take 6 young girls to tidy up their quarters. He then summoned the captains of the 2 groups of Unsullied before him, demanding their names. Red Dog, Yellow Monkey. The responses came in a mechanical manner, devoid of any emotion, steady in tone, and without the slightest hesitation, their eyes vacant. Alex understood the training methods of the Unsullied and felt sympathy for their plight. Yet he was not inclined to alter their circumstances at this time. In his view, these cold-blooded killing machines were most suited for the roles of guardians, battlefield protectors, and enforcers, all of which he desperately needed. Very well. He had no desire to brainwash or win their affections. He simply commanded, Yellow Monkey, take your subordinates and guard the courtyard. Eliminate anyone attempting to enter from outside the main gate. Yes, master. With the visage of a Lazarene, Yellow Monkey promptly accepted the order and directed 100 Unsullied to depart. Chapter 21. The transformation of the cavalry 100 Unsullied, under the command of the Red Dog, maintained order at the scene. Mark Willie and the sailors remained at the dock, while Alex stood alongside 5 young Dothraki. Unlike the enslaved warriors, these 5 youths had long since become Alex's loyal subordinates, adorned in tailored brown leather armor and helmets, bearing longbows and slinging traditional Dothraki Iraq curved blades at their waists. Their distinctive attire stirred a commotion among the enslaved, some expressing curiosity, while others displayed disdain, perhaps already deeming them cowards. Yet, many merely watched with indifference, reveling in the spectacle. The Dothraki who had become slaves undoubtedly had experienced defeat and surrender, and thus were cowards unworthy of judging others. The uproar quickly subsided. After all, what was the point of overthinking their plight as slaves? Moreover, the Unsullied stood guard to maintain order. Pitiful failures, Alex proclaimed in Dothraki, declaring his identity. According to the predetermined fate, you shall live out your lives as slaves, yielding everything under my whip, or perish in rebellion. Your worthless corpses will be discarded in the stinking ditches by the roadside, on desolate shores, or even in the oceans you deem toxic, silently departing this world from some unknown corner with no one to care for you. A cacophony erupted as a handful of indignant warriors rose to their feet, roaring in defiance, attempting to charge forward, only to be pushed back helplessly under the pressure of the Unsullied spears. Unarmed, the slaves stood no chance against the Unsullied. Even if they had weapons, it would have made little difference. As the few rebellious spirits were subdued, the noise gradually diminished, ultimately plunging the scene back into silence. At Alex's signal, Olusipa and Oribur each led a contingent of Unsullied, bringing forth a pile of weaponry to lay before the slaves. To the left were ordinary leather armor and helmets, while the right showcased hundreds of Iraq curved blades. The familiar armaments ignited a spark of desire among the Dothraki slaves. Alex pointed at the gear and spoke in a grave tone. As slaves, you are expected to obey commands unconditionally. Yet, I grant you one final choice. The whip pointed alternately at the leather armor and the curved blades. Those who don the armor shall have the chance to wield a curved blade and become warriors. You will sever the heads of your enemies and present them to me, earning my favor in exchange for your freedom. Having lost their honor, they found it easier to accept what might be deemed cowardly actions, such as donning armor, especially in contrast to the Dothraki warriors in Khalasar. After a brief moment of silence, a sturdy man finally rose, hesitantly donning the helmet, followed by the leather armor, and ultimately, under Alex's approving gaze, he seized a curved blade from the pile on the right. At this moment, the fully armed Dothraki warrior, despite his doubts, felt a different kind of cruelty take hold, his gaze frequently drifting towards the other slaves yet to make a choice. When honor and tradition are cast aside, those who cling to outdated customs become the most detestable of beings. With a leader at the helm, it was not long before others followed suit, ultimately resulting in approximately 300 individuals donning armor. The remaining slaves, including Alex, ceased their persuasive efforts as they were ushered back to the rudimentary encampment by the Unsullied. The presence of 300 armored warriors did not suffice to satiate Alex's expectations, leaving a considerable gap between reality and his aspirations. After simply dividing the slaves into 3 factions, he appointed himself, Oribur, and Olusipa as temporary commanders to initiate the subsequent training regimen. In the ensuing training sessions, Alex led these warriors in groups aboard the Emerald, instructing Machili to navigate the vessel out of the harbor, and sequentially commanded the fearful Dothraki to leap overboard or had the Unsullied throw them in. It soon became evident that once the first step toward success was taken, subsequent barriers began to diminish. Within a fortnight, after inadvertently losing 2 to drowning, the remaining Dothraki had, for the most part, mastered the dog paddle, and their compliance markedly improved. Next came the fundamental drill training, conducted within the confines of the estate. While training the slave warriors, Alex also practiced horsemanship under the guidance of Lokulop. This training persisted for a month, enabling these previously undisciplined Dothraki to grasp the basics of formation. Once these training sessions were completed, amid the envious gazes of the remaining 200 Dothraki slaves, the 300 armored warriors encountered warhorses for the first time since their enslavement. This experience significantly diminished their initial resistance toward Alex, and they began to voluntarily choose obedience without reliance on the Unsullied's coercion. During this period, Alex, leveraging his exceptional physical prowess, learned to wield weapons from horseback. However, he struggled to find a suitable weapons instructor, as his Thunder Fury was rather unconventional, nearly twice the length of a two-handed sword, yet significantly shorter than a cavalry lance. Utilizing it as a spear would waste its sharp edge, and employing it as a poleaxe was equally impractical. Moreover, Quills was a port city, imposing natural limitations on heavy infantry, with a greater prevalence of masters of short weapons akin to water dancers. Ultimately, he resorted to enlisting an old mercenary for the most rudimentary training. Once he had acquired basic horsemanship, Alex began to lead the slave warriors on sorties, sweeping northward along the Bone Mountains. This area, due to its proximity to the mountains and distance from the Red Waste, was dotted with sparse wildlife and tribes reminiscent of the mountain clans of Westeros, which became the targets for Alex's cavalry training. Despite having scant theoretical knowledge regarding the combat tactics of nomadic cavalry, Alex understood that in his past life, nomadic tribes initially learned hunting strategies from wolf packs, gradually developing their own style of warfare. Thus, while training the Dothraki cavalry through hunting, he simultaneously endeavored to evolve into a light cavalry commander. In a striking departure from the customs of the Dothraki, he initially refrained from equipping his cavalry with bows and arrows, resulting in a lamentable harvest during the early stages. It was only through the gradual enhancement of his command skills and the burgeoning synergy with his cavalry that they occasionally managed to secure meager spoils by means of herding and encirclement. Subsequently, he distributed formidable bows to all the cavalry, encouraging them to master mounted archery rather than relying solely on the traditional method of charging with handheld curved blades. The complexity of training was incrementally intensified, following a progressive approach. After 3 months of foundational exercises, 300 Dothraki slave cavalrymen began to exhibit the rudiments of a nomadic cavalry. Upon returning to the estate, Alex unveiled the remaining gemstones, initiating a significant transformation for all the slave cavalrymen. Each received 2 warhorses, silk linings for arrow protection, exquisite chainmail, and steel helmets, alongside standard-issue Dothraki curved blades and sturdy bows, complete with 2 quivers of arrows. Once preparations were finalized, he proclaimed to all cavalrymen his intent to lead them across the Red Waste to engage in battle on the vast Dothraki Sea, promising them the opportunity to earn glory and liberate themselves from their slave identities. The months of training and conflict had showcased Alex as formidable prowess, gradually winning the allegiance of the cavalrymen, who harbored an inherent admiration for strength. This announcement of impending adventure secured their unwavering support. The once thoroughly fallen individuals, who had tasted the bitterness of defeat, were now eager to return that anguish to their former kin. Upon returning to the estate, he summoned the 2 captains, Red Dog and Yellow Monkey, instructing them to remain behind and heed Chayu's command during his absence. He then sought out Machili and Garrow, presenting Machili with the last of the gemstones, entrusting him to accompany the Gary's family's fleet to the Jade Sea for a brief trade expedition, with a subsequent stop at Mora Island to procure as much obsidian as possible for the estate. to ensure a prudent approach. He even commissioned Garrow and other merchants from the Spice Guild to acquire approximately 3 ships worth of obsidian. Once all arrangements were meticulously set, Alex, under the watchful gaze of a somewhat anxious Chayu, embarked with 5 Dothraki youths, the trained cavalry, and 200 Dothraki slaves serving as attendants or expendable troops, along with a supply of provisions, heading north along the western slopes of the Bone Mountains. Those who came to bid farewell, including Guy and several merchants from the Spice Guild, assumed he was bound for the marketplace of V's Dothraki for trade. Given its significance as a major hub connecting east and west, akin to the land-based Karth where countless merchants congregated. However, just before his departure, Alex offered a response that left them bewildered. This time, I may not necessarily go to V's Dothraki. At most, I will engage in minor trade with some Khalas. Ventures that require no capital. Chapter 22. The birth of the tribe from Queer's ascent along the eastern foothills of the Bone Mountains. One arrives at the southernmost of the 3 renowned routes of the Essos continent, the Road of Sand. Crossing the mountains to the east leads to the significant trading city of Tu, while heading north directly connects to the vast Dothraki Sea. Perhaps due to the yearning of the Dothraki cavalry and slaves for their homeland, under the leadership of Alex, the cavalry swiftly traversed this arid, water-scarce trade route in merely a month, revealing the lush expanses of the Dothraki Sea before them. The scattered merchant caravans, adventurers, and travelers encountered along the way did little to impede their progress. After a prolonged journey, their food supplies were nearly exhausted, aside from their reserve weapons and armor. The challenges of resupply and the imperative to unite the hearts of his men lay heavily upon Alex, particularly the latter concern. With the loss of the unsullied suppression, both warriors and slaves of the Dothraki could readily flee into the vast grasslands on horseback at any moment. He must rally these warriors and slaves to engage in battle and secure a resounding victory before the first deserters appeared. Such triumph would not only showcase his strength, but also foster a sense of belonging among the warriors and procure the essential supplies. Understanding this, Alex commanded his forces to rest briefly at the edge of the grasslands before eagerly embarking on a hunting expedition. The Dothraki Sea teams with numerous Khalasars, the larger ones, such as Mongo Khal, commanding thousands of roaring warriors, while the smaller ones barely sustained themselves with only a few hundred. Alex's target was these smaller Khalasars. He led his troops westward along the border between the Dothraki Sea and the Red Wastes, quickly encountering his first objective, a small Khalasar of approximately 3,000 Dothraki, who could scarcely even be considered a Khalasar, as only about 1,000 able-bodied men were armed and mounted. This number was just right. Too many would result in significant losses, even in victory, while too few would fail to demonstrate strength. The 3 cavalrymen dispatched by the enemy were easily vanquished by 2 of Alex's armored scouts, and at Alex's signal, the last one was spared, fleeing in disarray on horseback back to his camp. Seizing this opportunity for a surprise attack would ensure a swift victory, yet Alex refrained, instead choosing to maintain his position and await further developments. Soon, amidst a cloud of dust and chaos, over 1,000 Dothraki emerged from their encampment. Alex unsheathed his thunder's fury, mockingly taunting the advancing enemy cavalry. For too long, Dothraki have regarded armor as a disgrace, unwilling to change, even in slavery. Today, only cowards dare to fight alongside me. Let us witness the true cost of your so-called bravery. With that, he spurred his horse forward, followed closely by 300 armored warriors, while the slave soldiers remained to guard the supplies and observe the unfolding battle. The Dothraki warriors initially urged their steeds into a brisk trot, conserving their strength for a final, decisive charge. Alex led his troops to accelerate from a distance, a seemingly foolish maneuver that, combined with the cowardice of the armored cavalry, only served to provoke derisive laughter from the opposing Dothraki, who envisioned their enemies being mercilessly torn apart before them. As the 2 sides approached the charge distance, Alex issued his command, and the armored cavalry suddenly divided into 2 columns of over 100 men each, with the vanguard veering off to charge laterally. Release! A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield as the cavalry, now in 2 lines, drew their swords and bent their bows, unleashing a deluge of arrows upon their foes. The unexpected turn of events caught the Dothraki off guard, and dozens of riders fell, only to be swallowed by their comrades. For the bare-chested Dothraki, arrows were ever the most lethal adversary, and even Khal was not exempt. They had never anticipated that a battle on the plains would involve such projectiles. The commercially averse and nomadic Dothraki were woefully deficient in arrows, often employing designated individuals to recover them post-battle. Thus, the combat among the Khalasars relied heavily on close-range sharpshooting, making the act of launching arrows a luxury beyond their means. The armored cavalry, having unleashed a volley of arrows, did not cease their advance, but continued to encircle their foes while maintaining their barrage. Realizing they could no longer remain passive, the Dothraki sporadically retaliated with arrows. Yet, due to the distance, their direct shots were rendered ineffectual against the armored foes, and their sporadic volleys lacked the necessary coordination to yield any results. Recognizing the dire situation, the Dothraki, led by their chieftain, hastily increased their charge speed, but the rain of arrows disrupted their formation, leaving them unable to catch up. Additionally, the confusion over the enemy's division into two groups and their poor discipline prevented them from executing a proper maneuver, forcing them to pursue Alex's contingent headlong. Once again, they were met with a barrage of arrows. Meanwhile, another group of armored cavalry maneuvered to their flank, continuing their harassment and fire. This rudimentary, small-unit cavalry tactic rendered the traditional Dothraki, outnumbering their foes threefold, utterly defenseless. In less than an hourglass's time, they had suffered over 300 casualties without touching a single hair of the enemy, ultimately becoming encircled by foes numbering only half their own. Still not broken? Excellent, Alex remarked nonchalantly, ordering his men to cease fire and regroup before the remaining Dothraki. The enemy had not yet fully surrendered. The leading Dothraki warrior, with 2 arrows embedded in him, continued to roar defiantly. Upon seeing those cowards gathering not far away, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Even though his tribe had suffered the loss of 200 warriors in battle, the enemy's numbers were approximately double that. As long as they could charge forward, victory was within reach. The young chieftain gritted his teeth, severing the arrow shafts embedded in his body, rallying the spirits of his kin. Warriors, charge with me. Slay these despicable cowards. Fueled by the chieftain's fervor, the Dothraki warriors gathered their remaining courage and launched themselves into the fray once more. Alex, as they desired, arranged his forces in a phalanx to meet them head-on. The battle unfolded without suspense. Thunder's fury tore the enemy leader asunder, while the armored cavalry followed closely behind, effortlessly breaching the enemy lines before regrouping after a swift circuit. The remaining 500 Dothraki finally shattered, dismounting in despair, severing their braids, and casting them along with their curved blades to the ground. The battle was over. The Dothraki had suffered nearly half their number in casualties. The armored cavalry lost over 30 men, most of whom were downed in the final charge. After all, their caliber was merely that of ordinary slave warriors, not the elite handpicked for battle. Yet this attrition ratio left them astounded, particularly the 5 brothers of the Arasapa, who had once faced the formidable Khalasar of Drogo. Initially, they had regarded Alex's training with indifference, executing their duties solely out of loyalty. But now, they began to acknowledge its significance. The slave warriors were equally shocked. Some among them realized that their former Khalasar was perhaps inferior to the defeated foes before them, yet they had effortlessly claimed victory. When Alex gathered the surrendering warriors and returned to Khalasar, the watching slaves began inquiring with the stationed Lokulop about the possibility of donning armor themselves. The tattoos of servitude etched upon their faces condemned them to a life devoid of honor. Yet now they glimpsed a new opportunity. Alex did not oppose this. Instead, he encouraged the interested Arasapa to form a new contingent of armored cavalry. Ultimately, alongside the recent vanquished and the former slaves, they assembled a 100-strong unit using the spare weapons and armor from the supplies. The reception at Khalasar was uneventful. The old and weak, accustomed to the strife of the plains, showed no resistance to the new cow, even offering fresh blood pies and beet soup as tribute. Each individual dutifully attended to their tasks, tending to the lightly wounded, dispatching the grievously injured, caring for the horses, and retrieving arrows. Everything unfolded with remarkable order, requiring no commands from Alex. With this recharge at Khalasar, the issue of sustenance was resolved, granting Alex his first batch of goods. Though the scale of 1,000 was modest, it sufficed to intimidate smaller trade caravans, occasionally yielding some tributes, thus miraculously accumulating a wealth of precious items. The afternoon passed in a flurry of activity, and at dinner, per Alex's orders, the few remaining varieties of liquor were distributed among the warriors, leading to a night of revelry steeped in blood that lasted until midnight. By the following dawn, this 3,000-strong Khalasar bore Alex's name, and all awaited his direction for their migration. "Cow, we shall set forth." Yesterday, Orber, who had spent the day setting up several tents, now appeared invigorated, while Orusupa, for once, opened his small eyes, standing spiritedly behind Alex with a fervent determination. In contrast, Alex felt a twinge of awkwardness. With 3,000 tribesmen and fewer than 1,000 warriors in Cow, they were hardly as formidable as a single band of Zorgo. Yet, one might consider it a promising beginning, wouldn't one? He chose not to dampen the enthusiasm of the two brothers, but instead spoke slowly, in comparison to Cow. "I would prefer you to address me as Khan." He approached the armored cavalry who had long been lined up, and in their admiring gaze, he proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, Karasa shall be renamed the tribe, and I shall be your one and only Khan. You will follow the guidance of my whip." Traversing the vast Dothraki Sea, declaring to all Karasa and Cow that the era has changed. A brief silence was shattered by the resounding cheer of Orber. "Khan!" The fervor ignited completely, as the Dothraki cavalry, their faces marked with the devilish tattoos symbolizing their status as slaves, erupted into thunderous applause. In stark contrast stood the traditional Dothraki roaring warriors, their expressions blank, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Chapter 23. Advancing into the Raza region following a brief interlude of renaming, the tribe, under the guidance of the newly appointed Kagan, set forth westward. Although their proclamation was infused with fervor, Alex refrained from succumbing to hubris. He maintained a strategy of cautious expansion, traversing the relatively barren fringes of the steppe. They temporarily evaded the larger Karasa, opting to engage and incorporate the smaller ones, thus bolstering their ranks while simultaneously honing their combat skills. Over the course of a month, the tribe, under his leadership, endured 7 skirmishes. The adversaries consisted primarily of minor Karasa, the largest of which boasted no more than 2,000 warriors, easily assimilated. However, the Dothraki proved no less formidable than other fighters, unless their resolve and spirit were utterly shattered. As in the initial confrontation, they would choose to flee upon defeat, and due to their equestrian prowess, capturing prisoners proved exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Alex had refrained from launching raids on the Karasa strongholds to train his troops, and his subordinates exhibited remarkable discipline, resulting in negligible casualties among non-combatants. Consequently, while the tribe's numbers swelled, the majority comprised the elderly, women, and children who had not participated in battle, leading to a modest increase in the ranks of warriors. As the initial contingent of armored warriors diluted, the pace of ideological transformation lagged. Ultimately, he managed to elevate the number of armored warriors to a mere 1,000, while the traditional roaring warriors surged to 3,000, augmented by other tribesmen, bringing the total close to 15,000. This constituted a mid-sized Karasa, although the composition was somewhat lopsided. Alex felt a sense of contentment when referred to as a cow by those still unacquainted with the armored warriors. With the expansion of the tribe, their progress became increasingly sluggish. While provisions remained sufficient, the concentration of horses placed considerable strain on the surrounding pastures. The next course of action would either involve advancing to the lush central steppes to the north, where water and grass flourished and hunting would be facilitated, or heading south across the Skazadin River to extort or plunder towns, as the Dothraki prefer to term it, offering gifts. However, both options presented a common dilemma: competition. The mid-sized and larger Karasa would likely pursue the same choices, heightening the probability of encounters and conflict. He recalled the demise of Drogo in the original narrative, which stemmed from raiding a town of the Razalin and subsequently engaging in battle with another Ogo cow, resulting in fatal injuries. Ultimately, He fell victim to the blood magic or poison of Miri Mazdur, leading to his tragic end. Unfolding the map before him, he noted that the nearest town to the tribe was, seemingly, the Razalan settlement within the Raza region. Should he venture there to witness it firsthand? Alex felt a burgeoning curiosity regarding the Razalans, a race likely akin to the Dothraki. They excelled in herding and agriculture, possessed gentle temperaments, and congregated along the southern bank of the Skazadin River amidst the vast pastures and hills between the Red Wasteland and the Bay of Slaves, worshipping the so-called Supreme Shepherd. These individuals are notorious across the entire continent of Essos as the epitome of vulnerability, single-handedly sustaining countless Dothraki Khalasars and contributing their own bodies as commodities for the slave cities of the Bay. Alex was profoundly intrigued by how they managed to thrive in such a harsh environment for so long. Throughout known history, the region of Lazarene has never unified into a singular kingdom, existing merely as a collection of loosely connected city-states with almost non-existent defensive capabilities. As Alex led his substantial force effortlessly across the unfortified Skazadin River, a strategic northern stronghold, he initially encountered only a handful of Lazarene settlements, devoid of any towns, possibly due to the frequent incursions by the Dothraki. The meager resources of these settlements, with their scant food supplies and a mere 100 sheep, were hardly sufficient to sustain an entire tribe, rendering them unworthy of Alex's attention. However, the Dothraki scouts, adhering to their age-old customs, deemed the sheep unworthy of competing with horses for forage, and thus routinely slaughtered them. At first, Alex paid little heed, but upon passing a particularly unfortunate settlement and witnessing the surviving Lazarene weeping over the carcasses of the slain sheep, he was nearly incensed to the point of bloodshed. His outrage stemmed not from the perceived waste of food, but rather from the multitude of arrows embedded in the lifeless bodies of the sheep. After a month of relentless combat, their arrow supplies had dwindled significantly. While the tribes had some reserves, they were utterly insufficient. Arrows remained the most effective means of incapacitating the enemy and minimizing their own casualties, and for days, Alex had been troubled by the depletion of their stock. His purpose in traveling to the Lazarene region was to procure weapons and armor, particularly arrows, yet these foolish warriors squandered their precious ammunition on sheep. Infuriated, he summoned all scouts back, binding their leader, Alubor, and administering a severe whipping. He then ordered that henceforth, all iron arrows of the tribe would be strictly reserved for combat and hunting. Any violation of this decree would result in the confiscation of their water tools. The dead sheep were not wasted. However, combined with the distinctive spices of the Dothraki, they were transformed into succulent roasted lamb by the women, leaving everyone savoring the feast. Perhaps it was too harsh a punishment to impose the loss of half a lifetime's happiness, as in the ensuing days, no similar incidents occurred. Upon encountering smaller settlements, the Lazarene, devoid of Alex's command, dared not disturb them. Instead, they voluntarily offered food and meager coins, seeking forgiveness. This made Alex ponder their submission, while a particular thought began to take root in his mind with increasing fervor. Rather than allowing those horse lords to periodically slaughter them, why not domesticate these sheep people for regular harvests? If sheep were unworthy of the Dothraki's grazing land, could they not simply be allowed to pasture beyond the Skazadin River? After all, the pastures here were plentiful. The only matter to contemplate is how to transform this place into his own private garden, amidst thoughts of the plundering of other Khalasars. While he pondered this, his name began to swirl like a whirlwind through the Laza region. A benevolent horse lord with elongated ears. He commanded his followers to spare the Lazans from slaughter and refrain from pillaging, merely collecting a modest tribute. Compared to the other savage Dothraki horse lords and the shameless slavers of the Bay, his mercy was immeasurable. It felt as though the highest deity had bestowed a divine blessing. Little did they know, he merely looked down upon the small settlements, contemplating a deeper venture into the Laza region, aiming for the relatively affluent mid-sized towns near the trade routes connecting the Bay of Slaves to Keith. While leading his tribe and indulging in their feast, a delegation of envoys from the bustling commercial hub of Kashlak unexpectedly approached, with the leader claiming to be an old acquaintance of the guide, Orobor. At first, he suspected it might be a merchant from the Ancient Spices Guild of Keith. To his surprise, among the envoys, he recognized the robust Lazalan woman he had encountered several times before. Melis? Chapter 24. The Request of the Sheep People Miri Maz-Doer. Once an apprentice and assistant to the sorcerer Marwyn, had crossed paths with Alex on several occasions over a year ago in Ashar City. However, their meetings were infrequent, and after mastering the arts of medicine and human anatomy, she sought further tutelage from other wizards. Lord Windwalker, may the gods bless you, the witch greeted Alex. Her surprise at his distinctive appearance mingled with trepidation and unease. Despite not understanding why this renowned figure would become the legendary, merciful king of the sheep, she dare not show any disrespect. Alex nodded slowly, his tone surprisingly gentle, perhaps due to their acquaintance. Miri, I didn't expect you to return to your homeland. Their exchange lightened the atmosphere considerably. Orville stepped outside to continue his reconnaissance, while the other Dothraki warriors tempered their hostility, allowing the hearts of the accompanying Lazalan envoys to finally settle. Alex casually glanced at the two noble-looking envoys before turning his attention back to Miri. Noticing the forced smile on her face and the faint aura of magic surrounding her, he remarked with a hint of amusement. It seems you have learned quite a bit of blood magic. Just some trivial tricks, my lord, the witch replied, bending slightly in deference, a hint of panic in her voice as she flattered him. Compared to your great power, is hardly worth mentioning. Blood, waving his hand to interrupt her. Alex said bluntly, there's no need for further pleasantries. State your purpose, Miri. Without a trace of dissatisfaction, Miri exchanged glances with the two merchants. After they nodded, she bowed once more before Alex. Lord Windwalker, your mercy has spread throughout the Lazalan region. We represent Koslak and seek your forgiveness. According to tradition, Koslak will offer gifts that will surely please you. They have already been prepared. As anticipated, Alex showed no surprise. Regarding this so-called tradition, the Dothraki kings seldom accepted offerings from the sheep people. They typically resorted to plunder and slaughter. Encountering a merciful king was rare, so the Lazalans were eager to negotiate, hoping their gifts would be substantial. Miri, you know I'm not a traditional Dothraki, and my followers are certainly not. He did not nod in agreement, but instead pointed to the armored cavalry nearby, stating his demands directly, in addition to the necessary provisions and wealth. I require 2,000 pieces of armor and 100,000 standard iron arrows. That is impossible, exclaimed the dark-skinned Lazalan merchant. His protest quickly silenced as two curved arak blades appeared at his throat. Miri, startled by this demand, felt a surge of panic as she attempted to intervene on behalf of the envoy, but the armored cavalry clearly showed no leniency. Ultimately, she helplessly turned her gaze towards Alex. My lord, please forgive our rudeness, but your demands are truly the Lazalans. Though timid, were not foolish. Their desire was for safety. Providing armor and even arrows to the Dothraki seems hardly conducive to safety. What if they become armed and resort to pillaging? Alex waved his hand, signaling the guards to release the Lazaran merchants, and then remarked, perhaps you ought to understand that I am granting you this opportunity for negotiation merely to conserve time and effort. It does not imply that your agreement is necessary for me to attain these. His tone, seemingly nonchalant, bore an icy undertone that was palpable to Miri and the two Lazaran merchants. Their initial agitation swiftly subsided. The three of them, disregarding all else, commenced a dialogue in Lazaran. Alex, unable to comprehend their language, remained indifferent as the Dothraki showed no inclination to learn it. After a brief exchange of heated words, Miri cautiously spoke, My lord, we need to return and confer with others. We hope you can grant us a little more time. Alex recognized that his demands were somewhat unreasonable, and he had not anticipated their acquiescence. Having some acquaintance with Miri, he did not wish to impose unduly and nodded, saying, You may respond at any time before I reach Khosrak. Given the journey, it would take the tribe approximately 3 to 4 days to arrive at Khosrak. Considering the round trip, they had less than 2 days for deliberation, prompting Miri and the others to hurriedly take their leave. Meanwhile, Alex continued to command the tribe's advance. Unperturbed, on the morning of the 3rd day, as the tribe approached the vicinity of Khosrak, the scouts had already begun assessing the defensive conditions. Just as Alex was preparing for a siege, believing the Lazarin would choose to resist, Orobor, commanding the scouting unit, brought troubling news. Great Khan, we have captured some merchants fleeing from the west. Another Karasa has appeared there. The competition had arrived sooner than expected. Alex frowned slightly, but did not express undue concern. How many are there? Have you ascertained the details? Not yet, Orobor replied, somewhat embarrassed by his oversight, offering a sheepish smile. Great Khan, those merchants are also unclear about the specifics. They only know that a group has been pillaging, with at least 3 small towns destroyed. He added, I have dispatched people to verify. More information will arrive shortly. After a moment of contemplation, Alex swiftly issued orders. Gather the armored warriors and the roaring warriors. The main force will temporarily halt its advance. The sound of horns soon echoed, and the scattered warriors began to assemble, while the main force rounded up the horses and set up camp in the nearby hills. Although the exact number of enemies remained uncertain, it was improbable that a small Karasa would dare to invade the heart of the Lazarin with such audacity. Vigilance was paramount. Once the main force was settled, he set forth with 1,000 armored cavalry and 3,500 roaring warriors. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Aluber returned, accompanied by the 2 Lazarin emissaries from the previous day. The esteemed Cow, following negotiations, Khosrak is willing to bestow upon you the gifts you require. The dark-skinned, diminutive merchant bore a countenance of humility, yet soon his expression turned troubled as he awkwardly articulated in somewhat clumsy Dothraki. However, we have not yet managed to gather the sufficient amount, and we hope you can grant us a little more time. Alex, momentarily disinterested in correcting his address, replied candidly, Very well, deliver a portion first, and you shall have 10 days to assemble the remainder. Whether he would truly wait the full 10 days would depend on the scale of the plundering in the west by Karasa. If he could devour it, he would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. If it proved too formidable, he would need to retreat into the shadows. Nevertheless, it was prudent to secure Khosrak's gifts first. Clearly, the Lazarin had already received word, as the merchant cautiously probed. My lord, we have approximately 10,000 arrows and 300 sets of armor ready for your immediate acquisition. Additionally, we have a minor request. Chapter 25. Erroneous intelligence under the somber gaze of Alex. He mustered his courage and spoke. Perhaps you have received word that a band of Khalasar is pillaging us in the west. They likely number around 5,000 roaring warriors, obstructing the trade routes between Raza and Slaver's Bay, causing significant losses to the Dothraki and the Razalini. We seek your temporary protection. Should you defeat them and drive them back to the Dothraki Sea, we would bestow upon you a gift double the original amount. As the merchant spoke, his eyes flickered with uncertainty, a detail that Alex chose to overlook, attributing it to the man's timidity. Yet, out of caution, he inquired, 5,000? Who leads them? It is said to be a formidable warrior named Khosrak, with bells braided into his hair. The merchant replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Khosrak? Alex had no recollection of such a name. Neither the original text of his former life nor the current intelligence mentioned a powerful call. Perhaps he was merely a leader of a mid-sized tribe that had migrated from the western plains. 5,000 roaring warriors seemed to align with that level of strength. If this was indeed the case, Alex felt confident that he could handle them with his current forces. He was not one to easily take a single account at face value, and this somewhat cunning merchant instinctively aroused his suspicion. As he pondered, scouts he had dispatched returned, galloping towards him with urgency, succinctly conveying their findings. Great Khan, we have located them. They are approximately an hour away. The enemy has just taken a small camp of sheepmen. Their numbers are around 3,000, but they have already detected our presence and sounded the call to gather. So there may be more. The Khalasar camp has yet to be discovered. The scale was indeed similar to what the merchant had indicated, and Alex nodded silently. It was reasonable that the Khalasar had not been detected. During a raid, the main force would typically remain safely behind, beyond the reach of scouts. The numbers were comparable to his own, which he found acceptable. With the tactics of his armored knights, he believed they could prevail. Resolute, he summoned the more level-headed Lokulop and instructed him to lead 300 roaring warriors to meet the Razzolini merchant for the initial transport of supplies back to the camp, while he commanded the remaining armored knights and roaring warriors to charge westward. He had ample confidence in his meticulously trained subordinates. Traditional Dothraki were no match when numbers were equal, thus he harbored thoughts of absorbing this Khalasar, following the direction indicated by the scouts. They had not yet reached the sheepmen's camp when they encountered the enemy head-on. Alex swiftly ordered a halt, and from a distance, both sides were formed into a standoff, each issuing the same command. As both forces prepared themselves, Alex discovered that the opposition did not number 5,000, but rather exceeded 6,000, approaching 7,000. This revelation dampened his spirits somewhat. In the midst of this battlefield, although the terrain remained relatively flat, the small hills and gentle slopes on either side imposed certain limitations on the maneuvers of the cavalry archers, hindering their ability to execute flanking attacks without restraint. It appeared that casualties would inevitably rise. With a resigned sigh, he commanded the sounding of the horn in preparation for battle. To this point, he harbored no suspicions regarding the Lazalan merchant, attributing the unexpected increase of 2,000 foes to mere intelligence errors. Both sides displayed no intention of negotiation, simultaneously sounding their horns to signal an attack, clearly dismissing one another. The archers employed their familiar tactics, with armored knights leading the charge and roaring warriors following closely behind. They accelerated from a distance, reaching an appropriate range before veering sideways, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows upon the enemy. Thanks to the increased number of archers, this assault successfully stymied the advance of the opposing front, with 400 to 500 foes toppling from their mounts. Alas, the constricted terrain restricted the archers' continued efficacy, and after completing a circuit, Alex commanded a retreat. In comparison to the narrow confines between the two low hills, the relatively expansive plain behind them was far more suitable as a battleground. Witnessing their adversaries flee, the disoriented enemies, stung by the rain of arrows, reignited their fury and courage, urging their steeds forward in pursuit. Alex ordered a rearward volley, yet the traditional tactics of the roaring warriors lagged behind, failing to inflict significant damage, and their distraction only brought the enemy closer. Seeing this, Alex swiftly abandoned the idea of shooting and opted for a hasty retreat. Once they had escaped the low terrain and covered a certain distance, Alex issued commands to split his forces, directing Olusipa and the Alubor brothers to lead their troops in divergent paths. Based on past experiences, he anticipated that the disorganized Dothraki would be slightly delayed by their divided pursuit, granting the archers enough time to distance themselves and unleash several more volleys of arrows. However, to his astonishment, the enemy exhibited no hesitation, swiftly dividing their forces under the leadership of 2 warriors who pursued relentlessly. Impressed by their competence, Alex surmised that it was due to the superior abilities of the opposing commander. After initiating a round of simultaneous fire, he led the armored cavalry in a half-circle maneuver, launching an attack against the rear of the enemy, who had yet to fully emerge from the valley. The 2 brothers executed a similar response. The enemy's flank, still emerging from the gorge, lacked any semblance of formation, making them easy prey as they were cut through with ease, descending into chaos. Alex and the 2 brothers passed each other, continuing their charge, each engaging with the pursuing enemy forces. Leading the charge was a tall, robust roaring warrior who, upon clashing with Alex, found his curved sword severed and narrowly evaded the wrath of Thunder's strike, retreating in a state of disarray. The warriors who followed his roar were similarly vanquished, descending into chaos, with hundreds unceremoniously thrown from their steeds. By the time the 2 brothers shattered the enemy's ranks, the battle could essentially be deemed concluded. The disarrayed Dothraki at the valley's mouth were effortlessly slaughtered, no matter how fervently their commander bellowed. They could no longer form a cohesive unit. The number of surrendered captives barely exceeded 500. Approximately 2,000 of the enemy retreated along the same path from which they came, with around 1,500 perishing on the field, while the remainder scattered in flight. As for our own forces, the armored knights suffered losses of less than 200, and the ordinary knights around 600. A meticulous tally revealed that even if these captives were incorporated into our ranks, it would still amount to a losing venture. Alex could only pin his hopes on intercepting the enemy's camp, compelling the remaining foes to surrender in a bid to recover his losses. However, before he could fully secure the battlefield, Olusapa, his face flushed with anger, rushed over, brandishing a severed head which he forcefully cast to the ground, exclaiming furiously, "Khan, we have been deceived." He glowered in the direction of Khosrak, his teeth clenched. "Those damned sheepmen have tricked us. This is not a medium Karasa. Khosrak is not cow. He is merely a raider. The true cow is Chonga. Khosrak is but one of his 3 raiders. The one who just fled was another raider of Chonga cow. Duoe. There remains one raider, Chikra, who is yet to appear. Each commands 3,000 men. Chonga cow himself leads 10,000 roaring warriors." Chapter 26. The betrayal of merchants and mercenaries. 3 clans, alongside our own, amounted to nearly 20,000 roaring warriors. Even in the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea, this would undoubtedly be considered a formidable khalasar. These were adversaries that could not be vanquished through direct confrontation, unless we could simultaneously eliminate the esteemed Kronko Ko and his bloodsworn, thereby causing the morale of the enemy to collapse and compelling them to surrender. Alex understood that despite suffering devastating losses in the recent battle, his foes fought desperately to break through rather than dismount and sever their braids. Perhaps they still believed they were bested by the machinations of cowards and that Kronko Ko and his main force could be defeated. Had those merchants informed them? Alex's expression darkened ominously. Although their scouts had been discovered, the appropriate response from Keshik should have been to send out scouts of his own to ascertain their strength, rather than rallying another clan to attack. How could they ascertain that over 6,000 men could surely overpower them, unless someone had betrayed them? Indeed, Great Khan, Arasapa remained in a state of fury. They had informed Keshik that there were only 4,000 warriors. By what right? Alex could not fathom it. The Lazalan merchants had deceived him while providing Keshik with accurate intelligence. Even if both he and Keshik were to suffer mutual destruction, the remaining forces of Kronko Ko, numbering over 10,000, would easily overwhelm the low walls of Koslak and the feeble guard. Moreover, the merchant caravan left behind would be of no aid, unless they had some other form of support. What could it be? Alex pondered, absently stroking the mane of his steed, his mind racing. Suddenly, a thought struck him, darkening his countenance further, and he issued a command to Arasapa, who stood nearby. Inform the warriors to cease the clearing of the battlefield. He had led the majority of his main force into this battle, leaving only a few hundred roaring warriors to guard the tribal camp. There was also Lokulop, who had gone to receive supplies. If Koslak had chosen betrayal, then they too were in peril. They must return to the camp at once. Upon hearing his orders, Arasapa, filled with rage, became alert and hastened to convey the command. Soon, both Arasapa and the Orber brothers returned simultaneously, and the troops were assembled. Fewer than 3,000 remained, with only 800 armored knights and several hundred captives. What should they do? Orosubur, upon receiving the news, was equally incensed, pointing at the proud captives who had surrendered yet maintained their arrogance. With the main force of Kronko Ko still intact, Alex had no time to reclaim them. He decisively waved his hand, confiscate their weapons and mounts, and let them depart. With that, he took the lead and rode towards the direction of the tribe. The others followed suit, leaving behind hundreds of disarmed captives, bewildered and exposed to the biting wind. The cavalrymen who had previously encountered the captives of Kronko Ko were already aware of the enemy's strength and the merchant's treachery, and this knowledge swiftly spread throughout the ranks, occasionally inciting minor unrest and gasps of alarm. The armored cavalry fared reasonably well, yet the more than 2,000 roaring warriors began to show signs of wavering. Alex observed everything unfold without intervention, merely crouching upon his steed and galloping forward. His mind raced through the annals of warfare, both ancient and modern, contemplating strategies to break the stalemate. After nearly 2 hours of relentless pursuit, the silhouette of the tribal encampment finally emerged at sunset. What should have been a scene of orderly smoke and song was replaced by anguished cries and the din of battle, with the sounds of combat gradually diminishing. Before him, over 200 disordered cavalrymen besieged the scant remaining 30 or so roaring warriors within the camp. While countless others rampaged throughout the tribe, pillaging gold, silver, jewels, silk, spices, and even young women. Except for the grand tent designated for Alex, the tribe had been utterly overrun. The horrific plight of his kin reddened the eyes of the warriors behind him, who, disregarding their exhaustion, roared in fury as they struck their steeds' hindquarters, charging forth. Alex's gaze immediately fell upon the insignia and banners of these men, the four ravens of the Golden Lightning Brigade. What a twist of fate! An unprecedented fury ignited within him as he unsheathed his blade, thunder's fury, and charged at the enemy. He did not believe that the brigade had come specifically to exact vengeance upon him. Perhaps they were merely passing through the region of Laza and had inadvertently become embroiled in the conflict, having accepted employment from the city of Khosrak. Might this also embolden those merchants who dared to stab him in the back? The tremors and clouds of dust raised by the charging steeds jolted the mercenaries lost in their revelry back to reality. Before the grand tent, the one-eared bald Salo appeared even more menacing as he glared ferociously at the 30-odd stubborn Dothraki still resisting. Spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm, he rode alongside the other two captains. Dario had already withdrawn from the fray, his expression grave as he observed the 3,000 cavalry approaching with great speed. Had they not encountered the vanguard of Changakeo? Plandal felt a flicker of confusion. According to the merchant's plan, they were supposed to have met and engaged in battle by afternoon. But the enemy's numbers before him aligned closely with the intelligence received. This should not be the outcome of two Karasa clashing. Perhaps that long-eared one had received word and fled early? Salo seethed at the memory of the incident at Kesar Garden, his gaze toward Alex brimming with enmity. However, Dario proffered a different perspective, tugging at his golden mustache as he cautioned, "No, they have triumphed. The speed of their charge suggests their horses are nearly spent. They likely defeated the vanguard of Changakeo and returned to the camp with the intelligence. If they were fleeing, their path would have been marked by pursuing foes, and the prudent choice would have been to bypass the camp and continue their escape." After conveying his deductions to his two companions, the trio swiftly reached a consensus. The mercenaries abandoned the imminent collapse of their grand tent, converging amidst the chaos of pillaging and destruction, responding to the calls of heralds and the blaring of horns. Under the leadership of three commanders, they departed the camp from an alternate direction, amassing a force exceeding 600. The remaining scattered mercenaries within the camp were deemed expendable and left behind. These maneuvers coincided almost perfectly with their discovery of the cavalry. Although their loyalty was questionable, this semblance of discipline was beyond the capabilities of most lord soldiers. The profession of mercenary, which has thrived for countless years on the continent of Essos, possesses its merits, such as the ability to gauge circumstances, or more simply, to flee. Perched atop an open hill, the camp's location rendered a charge for below cumbersome. By the time Alex and his men entered the camp, the Crows of Fury had already made considerable headway, laden with their spoils. He commanded his brothers, Arasapa and Orobear, to eliminate the remaining mercenaries while he led 300 armored cavalry in pursuit. The stamina of the warhorses was severely depleted, making it nearly impossible to catch up under normal circumstances. He could only hope that the Crows, seeing their pursuers as few and fatigued, would choose to turn and retaliate. Yet, he ultimately underestimated his own deterrent effect. Even with merely 300 weary soldiers, the Crows did not return to engage. Perhaps Bald Salo had considered it, but the other two commanders and the majority of the mercenaries disagreed, as they were unwilling to risk their hard-won bounty against that formidable sorcerer. "Salo brothers, the great Krongoka will avenge you," Dario consoled, smiling at his unwilling companions as they sped towards the direction of Koslak City. The chase did not last long. As the sun set, Alex was compelled to return to the camp with his discontented subordinates. Arasapa and Orobear had already purged the entire encampment, executing over 200 mercenaries who failed to flee, their heads displayed atop long spears as a grim testament to their frustration. However, the losses incurred were irrevocable. In terms of resources, the primary loss consisted of precious jewels and gold coins that Alex had gathered. Approximately 2,000 of the herded horses scattered during the chaos, with arrangements already made to retrieve them. Additionally, a portion of supplies had been set ablaze. Personnel Louise. including those left behind and the 800 who had been returned early by Lokulop. Fewer than 100 roaring warriors survived. Over 3,000 aged, weak, and women perished in the initial assault, with countless others wounded, and given the limited medical resources, many more could succumb in the aftermath. Including the previous battles at Krongoka and the two Kars, the losses of cavalry exceeded 1,000 within a single day. Whether in terms of personnel or resources, the toll was devastating. However, the most significant loss stemmed from the overall morale. In stark contrast to their previous flourishing state, the tribe now faced a disheartening disunity. Alex's ability to rule them as an outsider and alter certain customs was due not only to his formidable strength, but also to the series of resounding victories that led all Dothraki to deem him worthy of their allegiance. In the traditional Dothraki manner, the camp had been plundered, yet the situation had not escalated to such dire consequences. However, with the tribes, the very fabric of their unity was on the verge of unraveling. Alex, accompanied by several mid-ranking officers, sat amidst the tattered tents, receiving a stream of grim tidings from the scouts, all the while striving to maintain an expression of composure. The day's combat and relentless galloping had left everyone utterly exhausted, yet they had no choice but to muster their spirits. Nearby, a handful of unique Dothraki healers, herbalists, and eunuchs tended to the unconscious Lokulop. His prudent nature had prompted him to lead a small group in a desperate escape upon sensing the impending danger. Returning to the camp to organize a defense, barely holding on until the main forces returned. Alas, his injuries from battle had led to excessive blood loss, plunging him into a state of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death. Beside him lay Longo, the youngest of the 5 brothers. He and the 4th brother, Urumina, had remained in the camp due to their youth, only to find themselves now in the clutches of death. In the chaos, Longo was fatally pierced through the heart by a spear, dying silently, while Urumina suffered a grievous wound to his right leg, impairing his mobility. The 3 brothers encircled them, their expressions etched with anguish and sorrow. Suddenly, another scout burst into the tent, his face a mask of panic. "Great Khan, we have located the main force of Chongo Cow. They are encamped less than 2 hours to the northwest, with at least 10,000 roaring warriors." The relentless stream of bad news had cast a pall over the atmosphere within the tent. A low-ranking captain of the roaring warriors swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he suggested, "Great Khan, perhaps we should." Though unspoken, his implication was clear. The other roaring warriors felt a stir of agreement. Yet the armored cavalry captains appeared distinctly displeased, with only a few hesitating. It was evident that the odds were insurmountable. Given the distance, Chongo could arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Even if the tribes attempted to flee under the cover of night, they could never outrun the lightly armed enemy. The roaring warriors, unfazed, had little attachment to their braids. Cutting them off would be of no concern, as they could always adopt another cow. However, for the armored knights, surrendering would lead to a dramatic decline in their status, compounded by the stigma of cowardice and enslavement, potentially culminating in execution, a fate they were unwilling to accept. "Let's fight," shouted Oribur, his body stained with blood, brandishing a somewhat dulled Arak curved sword. Mina, her cheeks stained with tears, drew a curved blade and limped to her brother's side, embodying silent resolve. The armored cavalry captains, including Orusipa, turned their gazes towards Alex, awaiting his decision. The captain's eyes burned with the fervor to fight, yet the common roaring warriors, they had become ineffective. Scanning the room for averted gazes, Alex found his answer. He rose to his full height and issued a command. "All armored cavalry, change your weapons and armor, replenish your arrows, and prepare 2 steeds per man, awaiting orders." "Yes, Great Khan." The crowd spirits soared as they obeyed. For the Dothraki, death was a commonplace occurrence. As long as their leader displayed the courage to fight to the bitter end, there would always be those willing to follow. The others, upon my departure, were to heed Orusipa's commands, gathering their subordinates to guard the camp. The second command was directed at the remaining roaring warriors' leaders, who bowed to Orusipa before exiting in succession. Subsequently, all physicians and maidens were ushered out, including Oribur and Orumina, leaving only Orusipa for a private discussion. Approximately half an hour later, the 800 armored cavalry had donned their gear and assembled under their respective captains. Alex, accompanied by Orusipa, emerged from the grand tent, patting his shoulder with solemnity. "Take good care of your brothers," he instructed, before mounting his horse at the forefront of the cavalry, leading them into a thunderous charge. Beneath the sparse moonlight, the 800 swiftly vanished into the distance. The captains of the Roaring Warriors, having received the news, approached Orusipa, who still stood before the grand tent. "What shall we do? Remain and guard the camp?" Orusipa took a deep breath, brandishing his knife to sever his braid, along with the bells adorning it. Casting them to the ground, he uttered words that astonished all present. "Send someone to pay homage to Kronkokeo. We surrender." Chapter 27. The revelry of Karasa. On the following day, Orusipa led the remaining Roaring Warriors, awaiting at the camp's forefront. In contrast to his usual attire, he had shed his familiar armor, donning merely a traditional painted vest like the others. Chongo Kao had accepted their surrender and dispatched the Blood Alliance guards, accompanied by a contingent of warriors who had hurried through the night, now standing among them to welcome Kao's arrival, despite having fought desperately just the day before. The Dothraki tradition dictated that upon surrender, they would be considered new members of Karasa, with their ultimate standing determined by their own prowess. Thus, most of the Roaring Warriors retained an inexplicable pride. As noon approached, a cloud of dust billowed from the distant hills, rapidly advancing toward the camp. The Dothraki, well versed in the ways of cavalry, could discern from the dust that at least 10,000 horsemen were approaching. Their new Kao was on his way. Orusipa felt a flutter of anxiety, but nonetheless rode forth to meet them under the guidance of the Blood Alliance guards. As the cavalry drew nearer, a burly man riding a pure black steed emerged at the center, his muscular frame towering over his kin. His chest bore a myriad of scars, and his long braid, adorned with numerous bells, almost reached his waist, ringing melodiously with the rhythm of his horse. An unusually large arak, nearly 1.5 times the size of standard weapons, rested upon his shoulder, exuding a haughty demeanor that set him apart among the Roaring Warriors. There was no need for introduction. His imposing presence and appearance made it evident that this was Chongo Kao. When Orusipa approached, he was interrupted by Chongo's wave before he could dismount, who regarded him with keen interest. "You are the eldest son of Benna?" Without awaiting a response, he rode past Orusipa toward the entrance of the camp. Orusipa halted, remounted his horse, and followed, replying, "Yes, Kao." The Roaring Warriors awaiting at the entrance hastily cleared a path, allowing Chongo and his retinue to advance unimpeded. Soon, they arrived at the grand tent in the center of the camp, where Chongo unceremoniously took the seat previously occupied by Alex the night before. Other leaders of Karasa, both great and small, followed suit, including Diko, who had narrowly escaped disaster the previous day. Orusipa, his brother Orabel, and a few of the original tribe's captains found themselves relegated to a position near the entrance of the grand tent. Chongo seized a goblet of strong liquor offered by a handmaiden and downed it in one gulp before tossing the entire flask to a nearby Blood Alliance guard, his gaze suddenly turning icy. "Who killed Kashyyyk?" The atmosphere within the tent grew tense. Duekeo, seated closest to Chongo, along with another Roaring Warrior, instinctively reached for their curved blades. Orusipa intercepted his brother's hand, stepping into the center of the tent with firm resolve. "It was I, Kao." Chongo nodded in silence, then reached behind him to take a gem-encrusted, exquisite arak from a Blood Alliance guard, throwing it before Orusipa. "From now on, you shall be my third commander. Son of Benna, led your current people to become the new Cass." He then turned to the two on his left. "Chick, Due, you shall divide Kashyyy's Cass." After finishing his words, he once again raised his filled wine goblet and laughed heartily. "Warriors, Kashyyyk has perished in battle. He shall ride upon a herd of fiery steeds back to the palace of the horse god. Let us all cheer for him, celebrate, and for my new comrade, the son of Benaka, Orusipa." The animosity dissipated into the ether with Chonga's proclamation, as everyone raised their goblets in unison, their cheers and laughter resonating throughout the grand tent. The atmosphere, buoyed by the vibrant sounds, enveloped the entire camp in a euphoric embrace. The fervent ambience belied the fact that just yesterday, These had been fierce adversaries, and the encampment had recently endured a brutal slaughter. Young women and robust warriors entwined themselves in a fervent display of desire upon the still warm ground stained with blood. Those unable to seize a woman turned their sights upon their comrades in arms, boldly issuing challenges until one side was vanquished, and the victor claimed the spoils of their conquest. The elders, accustomed to such spectacles, calmly enjoyed their meals, while the adolescent boys cast envious glances at the warriors engaged in their fierce tussles. Within the tent, after several cups of drink, Chonga Kao observed the somewhat out-of-place Olusipa and his brother Oluber, smiling as he offered a word of advice. Dua has recounted the events of yesterday's battle to me. That long-eared coward devised a capable warrior. Yet, this is of no consequence against the courage and might of the Dothraki. Do not easily forsake your valor. With that, he patted another comrade, Chick's shoulder, and commanded, "Take your men and seek out that coward. Do not venture too far. The sheepherders of Khosrak are still awaiting our visit, as are those mercenaries, the thieves who have stolen the spoils that rightfully belong to me." Chick nodded, grasping his arak curved blade as he exited the grand tent. Neither Chonga nor Chick harbored a deep thirst for bloodshed. On the plains, many leaders had abandoned Karasa along with their loyal followers due to the formidable strength of the enemy, and unless there was a profound enmity, they generally preferred mere expulsion. Naturally, those who fled in such a manner were seldom pursued. Thus, confirming their departure sufficed. In contrast to their fleeing kin, they harbored a greater loathing for the scheming sheepherders and the mercenaries who ravaged their encampment. Meanwhile, within the walls of Khosrak, merchants, unaware of the murderous intentions brewing within Chonga, found themselves in considerable trouble. They gathered in the temple of the Supreme Shepherd, alongside the priests, including Mealy, their brows furrowed in concern. According to their original expectations, Alex and Chonga would engage in mutual destruction, while a significant number of Dothraki remained. Fortified by the walls of Khosrak, the 2,000 guards, along with the merchants' escorts and mercenaries, still possessed defensive strength. At least this might afford them an opportunity for negotiation, employing the offering of gifts to send away this pack of ravenous wolves. Little did they anticipate that the formidable Raven's Roost, their greatest reliance, suffered a loss of 1/3 during last night's skirmish. Most notably, the returning mercenaries, having plundered wealth equivalent to at least 3 years' earnings, were disinclined to continue risking their lives against the Dothraki. In the morning, the 3 captains informed them that their contracts had been annulled. The remaining small mercenary band possessed combat capabilities comparable to the local city defense forces, rendering them utterly unreliable. Upon receiving this news, the merchants were left in a state of disbelief, hastily gathering to discuss strategies. As long as the Raven's Roost had not departed, they could still negotiate with Chonga Kao under the banner of the mercenaries. Perhaps they would need to offer more lavish gifts, along with a portion of slaves. They must persuade the Raven's Roost. Without them, their chances of defending the walls were bleak. Offering more gold to retain their services might just afford them another chance at battle. The merchants exchanged their thoughts, yet none considered rallying the townsfolk for a desperate stand. The nature of the sheepmen was laid bare, perhaps reflecting their realization that their kin were unreliable. Even in the face of impending slaughter, should the city fall, they remained skeptical of their own and other Lazarines' loyalty, ultimately deciding to prepare more gifts instead. Before they could finalize their contributions, dire news struck again. "You say the Windrider has fled? Chonga Kao has captured his Karasa unscathed?" Millie's face was one of disbelief, and the others sank deeper into despair. With the surrender, they discovered that Chonga Kao's Karasa had replenished its losses from the previous battle. Could they possibly grow even stronger? The merchants were left weeping silently. On the following morning, Chonga Kao's Karasa arrived, gathering all tribesmen, including over 50,000 Dothraki warriors, nearly 20,000 of whom were roaring fighters, camped in a small plain northeast of Khosrak. A mere half-day's journey away, tents and earthworks sprawled for miles. Some cavalry had even begun patrolling the city's perimeter, scouting for enemies, poised to launch an attack at any moment. The merchants, disregarding further quarrels, hastily pooled their offerings, gathering the first batch of gold alongside a makeshift convoy of spices, silks, and fine wines, urgently dispatched to the Dothraki camp. Once again, it was the same two merchants and the sorceress Millie Mazdour who served as envoys, accompanied by the slaves transporting the goods and a handful of guards. The merchants collectively believed that their predicament stemmed from their own mismanagement, unanimously electing the trio as emissaries for a second attempt at negotiation. The true reason, however, was the perilous nature of this mission. Others were reluctant to risk their lives while still hoping for a chance at diplomacy, ultimately selecting Millie, the least experienced among them, along with the two weakest, mirroring the choices made during their previous meeting with Alex. The three arrived at the plain by evening, trembling as they approached the Dothraki encampment under the piercing gaze of Arasipa's murderous intent. Lacking the privileges of their last visit, and faced with Cow's disdain for sheepmen, they could only kneel in the grand tent despite presenting generous gifts. This only intensified their trepidation, leaving them no room for discontent, forcing them to lower their heads as much as possible. Chonga sat prominently at the helm, flanked by Chica, Duoe, and Olusipa, their faces etched with impatience as they listened to the envoy's obsequious flattery. Chica had returned with his team the previous evening, having found no trace of Alex's forces, only the hoofprints stretching toward the Crimson Wasteland. Olusipa informed Chonga that Alex still had some subordinates and the innocents at Quers, which might be their next destination. However, they chose to redirect their focus towards the bountiful target of Khosrak. Chonga, unabashedly consuming copious amounts of strong liquor, inquired about the battle preparations in front of the envoys without any pretense. The tribe had settled in comfortably, planning to rest for a day, set up siege machinery, and launch their assault the day after. Chica, being the oldest and most formidable warrior among them, provided an answer that satisfied his cow. Meanwhile, harboring a deep disdain for the betrayal of the Lazalans, Olusipa sharpened his blade, casting a contemptuous glance at the envoys. The cow was indeed the instigator of the turmoil. Chonga, indifferent to the matter, waved his hand dismissively while sipping his drink, suggesting they first confine the envoys to the slave camp, and once Khosrak was conquered, they would be delivered to the pass of Kaisan to be sold to those fools in Mirin. The three, now engulfed in despair, were dragged out of the tent by Oluber and his warriors. Not long after, numerous maidens entered the great tent, bearing the exquisite wines they had brought, while Olusipa procured more fine spirits from the tribe supplies to share with the other roaring warriors and the subordinates of the two cow. This thoughtful gesture greatly pleased Chonga, Cow, and the two warriors. However, the battle-hardened Chonga did not succumb to drunkenness. He sent the injured Duoe away to oversee the guards. The revelry continued well into the night. Yet with the limited supply of alcohol, most of the Dothraki received little, exhausted more by the release of their desires than by actual inebriation, and gradually succumbed to slumber. As the night wore on, a somewhat inebriated Olusipa, supported by his brother, unsteadily exited the grand camp, striving to lift his head and whisper a few words toward the east before making his way to his Carson encampment. Behind him, in the grand tent, warriors embraced beautiful maidens, unleashing their passions under the influence of alcohol. Many had already succumbed to sleep, sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Chapter 28. Upon returning to his tent, Orrible did not tend to his inebriated elder brother who lay resting. Instead, he vigorously shook his shoulders and head. Awaken. Brother, rouse yourself. His somewhat rough actions and calls for awakening left Orumina, who was attending to another gravely injured sibling, utterly perplexed. Perhaps it was due to excessive drinking coupled with his youthful inability to hold his liquor. Despite the shaking and even receiving a few slaps, Olusipa remained unresponsive. Upon witnessing his second brother begin to scan for suitable implements, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Orumina's curved blade, she could no longer bear to watch. She hurriedly intervened, blocking her brother's attempt to draw the weapon, her typically aloof countenance momentarily betraying a look of alarm. You cannot do this, the reckless Orrible, finding it difficult to extricate himself, replied with a hint of grievance. It was brother who instructed me to wake him. I merely wished to induce some vomiting. Is that not how the eunuchs and herbalists operate? Orumina's lips twitched slightly as she seized the curved knife from his grasp. You could employ a different method. At the very least, Allow him to expel the contents of his stomach first. Orrible scratched his head, and together with his brother, they hoisted their elder sibling from the tent to facilitate the vomiting. However, their approach remained as forceful as ever, and with a punch to his abdomen. The effect was immediate. Orumina was left speechless by her second brother's antics, and, exasperated, inquired, "Why must you wake him? Was it not the case that Dothraki patrols the area in the latter part of the night?" "I do not know," replied Orrible, as he noticed their brother beginning to stir, seemingly on the verge of awakening. In his excitement, he seized a bucket of cold water and splashed it across his face. Responding nonchalantly, brother said that by any means necessary, he must be awakened at least an hour before dawn. At long last, their rough actions bore fruit, and Orusipa slowly lifted his heavy eyelids. Dothraki City. Despite the merchants' efforts, the majority of the populace was already aware of the Dothraki's movements. 20,000 roaring warriors could descend upon the city at any moment. Though an envoy had been dispatched, many held little hope. During the day, merchants, unrelenting in their pursuit, spent lavishly to secure the allegiance of mercenary companies, further exposing their impotence. While some sought to negotiate, there were also those wise individuals who opted for alternative strategies. East Gate of the city. During the day, the three leaders of the Ravenous Crows, engrossed in negotiations with merchant representatives over increased commissions, now found themselves huddled with two corpulent merchants. Surrounding them, mercenaries burdened with various possessions silently observed the ominous city gate. Captain Dario, one of the plump merchants, his face a mask of panic, reiterated under the protection of slaves and guards, "According to the agreed terms, you shall escort us to Kir City, and we will pay you in silver equal to our weight." Bald-headed Sala and Planda had long since lost their patience, choosing to ignore him, while only Dario maintained his composure. "Trick, taking you back is merely a matter of convenience. There is no need for concern." He tugged at his little mustache, revealing a smile that was both intriguing and enigmatic. "If you continue your incessant chatter and attract the attention of the city guards, perhaps none of us will be able to escape." As he spoke, the vulture gang sought to retrace their steps back to course, with the inclusion of the two merchants merely an unexpected boon. Moreover, part of the city gates would require their own means of persuasion. Why not take advantage of the situation? In the midst of this conversation, after a few faint cries and muffled groans, the dark city gates were slowly opened. "We have succeeded. Let us hasten," exclaimed the merchant known as Trick, his face alight with excitement, no longer concealing his exhilaration as he called out for his servants. A dozen carriages were driven out of the alley, making a chaotic advance toward the gaping gates. However, their movements were evidently not as swift as those of the mercenaries, as the bald-headed Salo and Pranda led the vanguard through the gates first. Yet, before they could regroup their forces, a cacophony of hooves echoed from the darkness in the southeast. Years of experience enabled Pranda to quickly assess the enemy's numbers, causing him to rein in his mount in alarm. At least 1,000. Beside him, Salo's expression darkened as he gripped his longsword tightly and muttered, "To be precise, it's between 1,005 and 1,008. What shall we do?" The two exchanged uncertain glances. The only nearby cavalry of such scale could belong to the Dothraki. Ignoring the brutal and uncertain nature of night combat, they knew that once entangled, reinforcements would arrive in relentless waves. Furthermore, mercenaries excelled in positional warfare and defense, while chaotic skirmishes were the forte of the Dothraki, a realm in which they were ill-prepared. Time was not on their side, as the sound of approaching hooves grew nearer. Then Dario, who had just exited the city gates, made their choice clear by swiftly striking down the merchant Trick, who had previously engaged in patient conversation, and leading his men to disperse the merchant guards and slaves blocking the gates. He returned without hesitation. Witnessing this, Salo and Pranda rallied their subordinates back into the city, sealing the gates behind them. Once gathered, the three captains wore expressions of utter dismay. The commotion they had caused had already alerted the entire city. As they observed the unfriendly faces of the encroaching merchants and other minor mercenary leaders, they realized that a second chance for escape would not present itself. Outside the city, Alex cast a glance at the now closed gates before steering his horse southward. "Continue onward." 800 armored cavalry, each mounted on 2 steeds, silently followed in his wake. The inhabitants of Koslak could not pierce the darkness, but the thunderous cadence of hooves forewarned them of the thousands of cavalry passing by outside. The sound reverberated in their hearts. As the hooves circled from the east gate to the south, then westward, ultimately fading into the northeast. Everyone felt a palpable fear that the Dothraki intended to launch a surprise attack. Mercenaries and city guards alike scrambled atop the walls, daring not to be complacent, nor to venture outside the city. As he circled to the north, Alex cast a glance back at the chaotic city of Kosarak. "Let me see if you dare to strike first." With a cold laugh, he continued his slow advance towards the northeastern encampment of Chonga. It was not until more than an hour later that the main force finally caught sight of the scout cavalry dispatched by Karasa. His exceptional night vision enabled him to spot them first, and he immediately commanded at the top of his lungs, "All units, advance at full speed." Paying no heed to the panicked enemy scouts, 800 armored cavalrymen roared in agreement, following closely behind. He had set out with these 800 relatively loyal armored cavalrymen, having hidden for 2 days in the southeast of Kosarak solely for this moment. Engaging an enemy force of over 10,000 with dispirited and weary soldiers was undoubtedly a reckless endeavor. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat and return to Kuers in disgrace. Countless historical conflicts fought with cold steel had taught him that the most effective strategy for overcoming a superior force was surprise attacks, with night assaults being the most formidable. Now, he returned with his armored cavalry, who had rested and recuperated for 2 days. Under the intimidation of his maneuver, the uncertain Kosarak dared not make any small moves. Now he was eager to see what grand spectacle would unfold among the already famously undisciplined Dothraki after the encampment was shattered. Chapter 29. The hoofbeats shatter the night as the scouts of Dothraki, under the sparse glow of the moon, discerned the enemy and signaled a warning before retreating. The distance between the two factions was not particularly vast. The torrential rain of arrows fell, leaving only a few scouts with the chance to escape. The Dothraki scouts possessed their own distinct signals for alerting their kin, yet they lacked the means to convey detailed information. In the wake of the alarm, Doha swiftly rallied his warriors. However, before he could ascertain the enemy's precise numbers, Alex had already raised his weapon, Thunder's Wrath, charging towards the newly formed ranks of the Roaring Warriors. "Brave warriors, follow my lead," he bellowed. The steeds surged forth once more, and utilizing his keen night vision, Alex soon located the enemy leader, galloping fiercely toward him. At this juncture, a countercharge was no longer feasible. Undeterred by his injuries, Doha spurred his mount forward, intent on intercepting Alex. Yet, he gravely underestimated the sharpness of Thunder's Wrath. With the momentum of his charge, Alex angled his blade slightly, cleaving both man and scimitar asunder. The armored cavalry, equally unstoppable, plunged into the fray, slicing through the makeshift formations of the Roaring Warriors like a sword through silk. In a single charge, the 1,000-strong contingent of Roaring Warriors that Doha had painstakingly gathered was dispersed, paying no heed to the fleeing foes. And after a brief moment to allow the cavalry to regroup, he pressed onward toward the Krongo encampment. Along the way, small groups of Roaring Warriors, summoned by Doha's command, attempted to rally. Some, cautious, observed from a distance and narrowly escaped, while many others recklessly converged, only to realize their peril too late. As they advanced, claiming lives, Alex finally glimpsed the sparsely lit stronghold of Karasa between the hours of 3 and 4 in the morning, a time traditionally associated with the wolves of Westeros. Stragglers, having evaded the onslaught, relayed their reports, yet this moment marked humanity's most exhausted hour, when sleep was deepest, an opportune time for a nocturnal assault, meticulously calculated by Alex. "Despicable half-breeds, cursed cowards," roared Krongo Kao, awakened by the blood oath guardians, as he battled through the piercing headache of a hangover, clutching his scimitar in a fit of rage. "By the stars above, I shall wrap them in sheepskin, bind them to stones, and cast them into the toxic sea." Alcohol and fury consumed his last vestiges of reason. He swore to his subordinates within the tent, driven by wrath. He yearned to personally sever the heads of those vile miscreants and bury them in the most ignoble manner. With that declaration, He grasped his weapon and slashed through the side of the great tent, racing towards his steed. 3 Blood Oath Guardians followed closely behind, and the last, just before exiting the tent, seized a golden horn that hung nearby and raised it to his lips. The blaring sound of the gathering horn resonated throughout the encampment. Though the cause of the commotion was unknown, upon hearing Kao's call to arms near his tent, other encampments soon echoed the same rhythm of horns, swiftly enveloping the entire area. Chaos ensued. Initially, the scouts and stragglers had only caused turmoil among the Night's Watch. However, with the blaring of horns, countless Dothraki, still in slumber or grappling with the remnants of intoxication, were abruptly awakened. The woman, in a state of sheer panic, instinctively let out a piercing scream, desperately seeking refuge in a nearby pit or calling upon the formidable warriors for protection. Meanwhile, the roaring warriors found themselves engulfed in chaos, some fumbling for their weapons in the darkness, while others began to seize the nearest steeds. At that moment, Alex, accompanied by a full-speed contingent of armored cavalry, arrived near the camp. Everyone changed horses. From the original 800 riders, fewer than 700 remained, perhaps having perished in the skirmishes along the way, or lost in the obscurity of night. The specifics remained unknown. Under Alex's command, the remaining cavalry mounted their reserve steeds, making final preparations. Without further ado, Alex raised the thunder's fury. Amidst the cacophony akin to 1,000 birds in flight, the delicate arcs of lightning cascaded from the hilt of the sword, ultimately converging at the tip, radiating a blinding white light that sparkled like stars falling to earth, illuminating the night with its resplendence. Warriors of the tribe, follow the light of the sword, crush them. Thunder's fury surged forward, pointing toward the increasingly chaotic camp, its power resonating with a thunderous roar from Alex's chest. Blood and thunder. The 700 armored cavalry fixated fervently on the gleaming tip of the sword, echoing the battle cry, blood and thunder. Under Alex's unwavering leadership, they charged headlong into the camp. Opposite them, the tumultuous encampment did little to restore reason in Chong-gu. He remained steadfast in his belief in his own might. Leading the blood-packed guard and a gathering of hundreds of roaring warriors, he launched an assault against the enemy. The two forces collided at the entrance of the camp. As leaders, both Alex and Chong-gu simultaneously set their sights on one another, spurring their horses to engage first. Confident in Thunder's fury and his own physical prowess, Alex aimed a horizontal slash from right to left towards Chong-gu's left shoulder. Lacking experience and combat finesse, he preferred a direct confrontation. Until now, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of matching him in strength. However, Chong-gu did not comply with his expectations. To Chong-gu, Alex's cavalry skills, honed in mere months, appeared clumsy compared to his own upbringing on horseback, yet they also aroused his vigilance. His extensive battle experience informed him that anyone capable of wielding a massive sword with one hand, regardless of their appearance, possessed strength far beyond the ordinary. Moreover, that radiant sword, crackling with lightning, seemed far superior to his own Yerrick curved blade. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, as, in a moment before their clash, Chong-gu urged his steed to veer slightly right, creating a small distance, while swiftly crouching low on his horse, sweeping his massive Yerrick curved blade toward Alex's waist. Alex had not anticipated that his colossal physique could execute such intricate maneuvers. Nevertheless, with his formidable dynamic vision and remarkable reflexes, he narrowly evaded the attack by forcefully shifting his body. Embracing a mindset of desperation, Alex remained composed, igniting a fierce determination within him. Without turning back, he utilized his sidelong motion to propel Thunder's wrath upwards, delivering a slashing strike toward Chong-gu, who had barely passed by. This reaction and assault, beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human, left Chong-gu with no opportunity for defense. The warhorse's timely evasion spared him from having his spine severed, yet Chong-gu was unable to retract his arm in time, resulting in a grievous injury to his left limb, along with his curved blade falling to the ground. The excruciating pain elicited a cry of anguish from Chong-gu, causing him to sway dangerously close to falling from his mount. The Blood Alliance guards, quick to react, rushed to protect him as they charged forward, preventing him from being besieged by the approaching armored cavalry. As the two factions collided, the armored cavalry incurred only a handful of losses, while the roaring warriors, stunned by Chong-Ji's defeat, saw their morale waver, resulting in over 300 of them being unseated, with merely a little over 200 managing to break free from the chaos. Alex did not pursue them. He noticed that in another part of the encampment, over 1,000 roaring warriors had congregated, prompting him to raise his sword and charge forth, the armored cavalry closely trailing him. Chong-Gu, now deprived of his arm, had lost his invincible aura. Even if he gathered his subordinates, they posed no further threat and instead would instill doubt and fear among them. More crucially, it was imperative to sweep through the entire camp, amplifying the chaos while eliminating those enemy leaders still capable of rallying sufficient warriors. Not far off, the troops were gathered under the command of Chong-Ji's most capable aide, Chica. Confident in Chong-Ji's prowess, Chica remained mounted, intending to suppress the disorder. However, as Alex surged toward him after defeating Chong-Gu, it was too late. He and the thousands of subordinates behind him were instantly obliterated. The scattering cavalry incited even greater turmoil within the camp, while Alex pressed on without hesitation toward another encampment. Along the way, tents were overturned, flames spread, and both warriors and the elderly were mercilessly slaughtered beneath the charge of the armored cavalry. Any assembly of over 500 roaring warriors was swiftly dispersed by Alex's onslaught. Approximately half an hour later, the entire encampment had been ravaged, plowed from west to east. The armored cavalry behind him had dwindled to fewer than 500. But blinded by bloodlust, Alex did not relent. Instead, he turned and plunged further into the camp. During his absence, with the aid of the Blood Alliance guards, Chong-Gu managed to bind his wounds. Unwilling to accept defeat, he rallied 3,000 roaring warriors once more to launch a final charge against Alex. Injured and weakened from blood loss, his condition had deteriorated significantly, and without his left hand, his attacks lacked the swiftness and ferocity of before. This time, he failed to leave even a mark on Alex's armor and was effortlessly fell from his steed. Witnessing his fall, the roaring warriors lost heart, once again scattering in disarray. By the time Alex returned, only 3 Blood Alliance guards remained, alongside the last few hundred roaring warriors standing in his path. At this moment, all the Dothraki turned their fearful gazes toward the blood-soaked Alex and the gleaming great sword. Yet, among the last few hundred, only resolute determination remained in their eyes, and they were the first to charge. The battle was devoid of any suspense. The Blood Oath Guardians fulfilled their final duty, falling where their Kale had perished. Alex had no time to commend or mourn their bravery, as he continued to wield his sword with relentless fervor. By the time he had cut through the entire encampment once more, no substantial resistance remained. Every Dothraki who beheld him knelt in submission. As he led the last 300 armored cavalry to a corner of the camp, he unexpectedly discovered a gathering of over 200 individuals. However, the leader was not a Dothraki, but a Westlander clad in iron armor, a burly figure adorned with a thick beard. His towering stature could rival that of Khal Drogo, and the wrinkles on his face along with his receding hairline betrayed his advancing years. Alex paid little heed to his attire. He had long been numbed by the carnage. His mind fixated solely on the ultimate objective, to vanquish the assemblage until all Dothraki knelt in submission. Upon witnessing the gathering, he instinctively turned his steed to charge. Observing his movement, the warrior, somewhat flustered, dropped his cavalry sword and called out in halting Dothraki, "Mighty Khal, you have achieved victory. We are willing to submit." With his declaration, all Dothraki in the vicinity knelt to the ground. Alex paused momentarily, ceasing to spur his weary mount, allowing it to slowly approach the warrior. In a bid to rally morale, he had only minimally channeled his elemental energy, maintaining the crackling lightning at the tip of his sword, which, after an hour of battle, had finally waned and began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the first light of dawn illuminated the earth, and the chaos within the camp gradually subsided. Chapter 30. The Fallen Pure Love Warrior. Amidst the somber assembly of the remaining 300 armored cavalry, Alex returned to the heart of the camp. The great tent lay in ruins, ravaged by the previous day's battle and the consuming flames. He took a seat on a nearby stool in the open space before the tent. The efficient slaughter had rendered the remaining Dothraki warriors utterly subservient. Thousands gathered before him, kneeling on one knee. Great Khan, the pale-faced Olusipa, emerged from the throng with his two brothers, kneeling at the forefront and uttering the familiar title. The warriors surrounding them echoed this call, their voices transitioning from stilted to fluid, from muted to resounding, until the chorus reverberated throughout the camp. Alex sat there with a sense of rightful authority, thunderous wrath resting at his left side, his gaze fixed upon the magnificent spectacle before him. His armor, long battered and broken, lay discarded beside him, leaving his upper body exposed. Two youthful Dothraki maidens tended to his numerous wounds and bloodstains with fresh water and clean cloth, subsequently binding him in white fabric without the application of any herbs. Despite his remarkable prowess, it was impossible to evade every strike amidst the chaos of battle, and wounds were an inevitable consequence. The painful lesson learned from Drogo Ka-Ao cautioned him against the reckless use of unfamiliar medicines for non-fatal injuries. It was best to employ the simplest methods for staunching blood and await natural healing. At present, his physical constitution evidently afforded him that luxury. Chongo Ka-Ao lay quietly before him, accompanied by three bloodsworn, their broken bodies awkwardly assembled by the warriors, clinging to their last vestiges of dignity. Once the wounds were dressed, Alex raised his hand to quell the cacophony of cheers that had persisted for half the day. He prepared for the cremation ceremony, to send them to the palace of the horse god in the sky. Pointing to Chongo Ka-Ao's remains, he naturally issued directives to Oluber regarding the final rites. Olusipa was assigned to lead the remaining combat-capable warriors to patrol the vicinity of Khosrak to instill fear and maintain vigilance. His orders were to confine the sheepmen and mercenaries within the city, awaiting the tribe's reorganization. In contrast to Chongo's differing stance, he harbored a deeper loathing for those merchants and mercenaries. Gradually emerging from the haze of slaughter, Alex methodically relayed one command after another. Exhausted armored cavalrymen retreated to rest and recuperate, yet he retained sufficient energy. He remained occupied until the afternoon, as order was gradually restored within the camp. Tents and earth pits were repaired, the wounded received rudimentary care, and the deceased were gathered for cremation, while women began preparations for lunch, possibly dinner. The camp size had diminished by 1/3. Some Dothraki, who had fled the previous night, returned, and the herds were recovered. Originally housing nearly 50,000 people, the camp now barely retained over 30,000 Dothraki. Such staggering casualties would have shattered any other race or faction in existence. Yet, the remarkable Dothraki people managed to maintain a degree of cohesion. This resilience compelled Alex to acknowledge their tenacity. The fierce warriors, known as the Roaring Knights, who were primarily targeted during the night raid, now number approximately 12,000, including around 4,000 wounded, a figure that is expected to decline further. Their combat effectiveness has been diminished by nearly half, and about 1/3 of their supplies have been destroyed. However, compared to 3 days prior, both the size of their tribe and the number of warriors have doubled, which bolsters his resolve to continue besieging the city of Khosrak. He believes that once he dismantles this final obstacle, the entire Raza region will embrace him and his tribe, granting them whatever they desire. For an entire morning, he sat upon a low stool, observing the bustling activity within the camp while contemplating his next strategic move. His thoughts remained relatively clear, yet he found himself disheartened by the realization that aside from the three brothers, the Urusipa, he had very few capable subordinates. Particularly after the gravely wounded Lokulop, he was compelled to manage every minor detail, commanding the various tasks at hand. The captains of the armored cavalry, though loyal and adequately skilled in battle, lacked intellectual acuity. He yearned for advisors or aides de camp to assist in alleviating some of the mundane responsibilities, providing counsel, and validating his ideas. Such individuals, however, were predominantly concentrated in the free trade city-states of Essos, leaving the Dothraki at a disadvantage in this regard. In contrast, the noble families of Westeros, steeped in tradition, received a superior education from a young age, producing a wealth of advisors and scholars. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This morning, He had encountered a middle-aged man who had first stopped him and subsequently surrendered. The man's armor and attire bore the unmistakable marks of a Westerosi knight, suggesting that he might indeed hail from Westeros, wielding a traditional knight's sword. With a mindset of attempting to salvage the situation, he commanded that the man be brought before him, even if he could not serve as a full advisor. Someone who had undergone formal knightly education and training might suffice as a competent aide. "State your name, Westerosi knight, or should I address you as sir?" Alex inquired, scrutinizing him intently before switching to the common tongue of Westeros. The robust man approached awkwardly, bowing slightly before him and hesitating before replying. "You may call me Yura." "Great Khan, I'm not a knight, merely a free." "Yura?" Alex's expression shifted subtly as he interrupted the man's explanation. Taking a closer look at the middle-aged knight, he appeared to be around 40, yet the air of dishevelment and despair about him made him seem considerably older. He was stoutly built, with calloused hands, capable of matching the strength and stature of Chongo Cow. If he had indeed undergone rigorous knightly training for years, it would not be implausible for him to have won a tournament championship several years prior. Moreover, within the recesses of memory, there exists an account of Yura living alongside the Dothraki, becoming well acquainted with their customs, traditions, and language, even venturing to describe the far-off lands of these Dothraki. His name, age, experiences, and appearance all align with the recollections, the timeline matching seamlessly, which caused Alex's expression to gradually shift to one of intrigue. "Do you know me?" This inquiry cast a shadow of doubt upon the robust man, who posed the question with a sense of trepidation, his serious demeanor revealing a hint of awkwardness and shame. Alex nodded slowly, savoring the moment. "Sir Yura Mormont, the bearer of House Mormont, formerly the Earl of Bear Island in the north of Westeros, son of Jeor Mormont, and champion of the tournament at Lannisport. Am I correct, Sir Yura?" The gentle tone struck Yura as particularly harsh, especially the mention of the Lannisport tournament title, which dredged up painful memories, while the name of his father filled him with profound shame, prompting him to lower his gaze. Yet, within Alex, a surge of elation surged forth. Indeed, it was he, Yura Mormont, the most loyal knight and aide to Daenerys in the original narrative. A formidable warrior, seasoned in battle, endowed with a modicum of political acumen and command capabilities, he stood out as a rare talent, even in the entire realm of ice and fire. At least within Alex's current tribe, none possessed capabilities that surpassed his. Admittedly, there was a touch of romantic folly. However, at this moment, Alex found himself devoid of the luxury of choice. Yura was presently at his nadir, having fled Westeros due to the failure of his slave trading endeavors and the betrayal of his wife, Lyness Hightower. This offered Alex a potential opportunity to win him over and secure his loyalty. Chapter 31, A New Family? As Alex contemplated how to persuade Yura to serve him, a armored cavalry approached with a report. "Great Khan, 2 merchants and the witch wish to see you." It was evident that the armored messenger was reluctant, yet he dutifully conveyed the message, awaiting Alex's decision. "The witch, Myrai?" Following the cavalryman's gaze, Alex beheld the robust figure of the witch alongside 2 timid merchants. He had already learned from Arasapa that the Dothraki had contacted Chongo Cow, and he was aware of his approach. However, he was somewhat surprised that the 3 of them had managed to escape the chaos. "Bring them forth." After issuing his command to the cavalry, he gestured for a maid to bring a chair and table for the still-bowed Yura Mormont, allowing him to sit nearby, even thoughtfully arranging food and drink. Myrai and the 2 merchants were escorted before him. Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of an audience, Myrai subtly scrutinized Alex's expression as she approached. "Thank you for your mercy, Windwalker," she said. The 2 merchants beside her echoed their gratitude in the most humble tones, pleading for permission to return to Dothraki. They swore oaths, offering all their wealth to Alex, and promised to persuade others, all in the hope of preserving their lives. The night raid had instilled fear not only in the Dothraki and Yura, but had also left the witnessing slaves in utter terror. Alex remained silent, lifting his goblet and gesturing towards the still frowning Yura Mormont. In comparison to the Great Bear, Myrai and her companions were of little significance to him. Noticing his lack of response, Myrai's eyes darted, and she observed the still bleeding wound on his left side. With sincere concern, she addressed him, "My lord, perhaps your healer is inadequate. Allow me to tend to your wound." As she spoke, she carefully approached, producing 2 small vials from her voluminous robes. "You know, I studied medicine under Dr. Malwyn. My mother was a priestess of the highest shepherd, teaching me the art of preparing healing balms and sacred smokes. They will expedite the healing of your wounds." Upon hearing her words, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of Alex's mouth. After sharing a drink with Yura, he slowly nodded. Myrai's heart soared with delight, her face contorting into a humble, gentle smile as she took delicate steps closer. Observing this, Yura Mormont furrowed his brow, hesitating as he moved his lips, ultimately bowing his head in silence to pour himself a drink. Just as Myrai placed the small vials aside and leaned in to unbind Alex's wound, a flash of silver flickered in her eyes. The sharp thunder's fury sliced cleanly through the witch's neck, freezing her smile in an eternal moment. A brief pause ensued as her uncontrolled body collapsed backward, her smiling head rolling to rest before the 2 merchants. "I simply lacked the inclination to rise. Coincidentally, she offered her head to me," Alex remarked, driving Thunder's fury into the ground with a calm demeanor, as if swatting away the buzzing flies that surrounded him. "A wise decision, Great Khan," Yura replied, his mood still somewhat subdued. He admired the Khan for his remarkable ability to command such a multitude of horsemen despite being an outsider. It was evident that the Khan held a certain esteem and goodwill towards him, prompting his earlier desire to offer a word of caution. However, he found himself perplexed. If the other party was already aware of his unfortunate past, why then this approach? The armored cavalry, leading the witch and her companions, was taken aback by Alex's decisiveness. One of them approached and spat contemptuously at Myrai's body, gesturing for his subordinates to drag her away. Then, pointing at the 2 remaining merchants, who were on the verge of fainting, he eagerly inquired, "Khan, how shall we deal with them?" "Handle it as you see fit," Alex replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that he wished not to be disturbed. The 2 merchants were dragged away, their anguished cries quickly fading beyond the confines of a nearby tent. Alex remained unfazed, his heart devoid of any turmoil. Upon witnessing the silent form of his loyal companion, Longo, lying motionless before him, and seeing the steadfast Loculop unconscious, vulnerable to the whims of a stranger, the last vestige of hope within him shattered. His understanding of the world's cruelty and the baseness of human nature became starkly evident. The civilizational constructs of his past life, morality, law, were entirely cast aside, and he realized the mindset he needed to adopt to assimilate into this realm. After sharing 3 cups with Yura Mormont, he set down his cup, declining the maid's offer for more wine. "Did you once pledge allegiance to Kraggern Cow?" His expression grew serious, and his tone turned grave as he got straight to the point. Big Bear, recognizing the shift, also set his cup down and sat upright. "Khan, I joined the Karassa in Volantis to serve Chick's Cast for remuneration, but I did not swear an oath," Alex nodded, continuing, "according to the customs of the Dothraki. Those who surrender become my subjects, assimilating into a new tribe. Yet, you do not fall under this category. By the rules, your current status should be that of my captive or slave." Big Bear remained silent, knowing that such courtesy would surely lead to further developments. Alex spoke slowly. "Said Hora, you were once a legendary knight, renowned across Westeros, and now you wander like a lost dog in Essos. Are you truly content with this fate?" Upon hearing this, Big Bear clenched his fists tightly, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate. "What do you want me to do? Swear your allegiance to me?" Alex demanded bluntly, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. Their conversation unfolded in the common tongue of Westeros, leaving the surrounding Dothraki in the dark. A hint of mockery flickered across Yura's face as he slowly shook his head. "I do not know from where you have gleaned my past, nor why you would place any faith in the loyalty and vows of a slave trader. Yet I have no intention of spending my remaining days in the Dothraki Sea. Do you truly believe my journey will be confined to these grasslands?" Alex gestured toward the armored cavalry surrounding them. "Change shall sweep across the plains, Ser Yura. If I were to command 100,000 Dothraki horsemen, could they not elevate me to the Iron Throne? Pledge your loyalty to me, and you shall lead the finest Dothraki cavalry. He spoke with a hint of significance. What worth is a so-called prince of trade? If you so desire, you could march into the contested lands, wreak havoc in Lys, or even in Myr and Tyrosh. The Earl of Bear Island could indeed rise to become a duke over the bounteous southern lands, or once again stand tall upon the continent of Westeros as a guardian. Jorah Mormont had lost everything due to his former wife, Lynesse Hightower, his honor, status, wealth, and the love he cherished. At this moment, Lynesse resided in Lys, now a favored concubine of a certain so-called prince of trade. Hearing the mention of bloodshed in Lys caused his heart to race uncontrollably, and his breath grew heavy. To stand tall once more was a dream he yearned to fulfill. Alex's words ignited an unprecedented fervor within him. However, the years of hardship and disgrace tempered his youthful impulsiveness, and he quickly regained his composure, a bitter expression settling upon his face. "I appreciate your kindness, Khaleesi," he said with a slight bow, his voice laced with reluctance. "The might of the Dothraki cavalry is indisputable, especially after you have clad them in armor. Yet, warhorses cannot gallop across the sea. They pose no threat to Lys or Westeros, and the continent has its own laws. Even if your cavalry were to cross the narrow sea, you lack the legal claim to the Iron Throne. The nobility of the Seven Kingdoms will not yield to violence." His reasoning was lucid, demonstrating considerable insight, both strategically and politically. You need not worry about the ships crossing the sea, under the weight of gold and the curved blades of the Yunkish. Vessels are not an issue. Alex, however, scoffed. The nobility will not yield to violence? According to the customs of Westeros, all are equal before the stranger. As for the so-called rules, the Tyrells, who rose from Steward origins, the indecisive Tullis, and the deceitful Lannisters, as well as the bastard Baratheons, if these families can ascend to dukedom, why cannot you? As for the Iron Throne, if Aegon Targaryen can sit upon it, why can't I? With a few words, he stripped bare the foundations of several great houses in Westeros. It was the final statement that left Jorah Mormont in utter astonishment. He gazed at Alex's silver hair, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. "Are you a Blackfire?" he exclaimed, involuntarily rising to his feet. Nevertheless, disbelief lingered within him. Was not the last Blackfire slain in the War of the Ninepenny Kings? Are there remnants still? Alex shook his head in denial, and under the increasingly shocked gaze of the bear, he pondered aloud. Is there only one Targaryen in the lineage of the Dragonlords? Chapter 32. Preparation for the siege. Nightfall descended as Alex convened with Jorah Mormont and the returning Orys Baratheon within a hastily erected tent to discuss their plans. Jorah ultimately refrained from swearing fealty, choosing instead to serve as a free knight. Alex was unfazed by this decision. He never anticipated that Jorah would bow to a few words. As long as he could be of temporary use, that sufficed. As for absolute loyalty, Alex believed that once the affairs in the region of reshapes concluded and they returned to Qarth to claim the obsidian of House Mockley and House Garrus, Jorah would make the right choice. The hot-tempered Orysbear, having taken a day's rest, rotated a portion of the armored cavalry and roaring warriors to continue monitoring the movements of Korlak. The death of their younger brother at the hands of the Blood Crow had imbued the two siblings with a heightened sense of urgency regarding this task. "Great Khan, as per your command, we are reorganizing the warriors," Orys relayed while savoring a freshly served blood pie, his expression betraying a hint of fatigue. 3,000 roaring warriors are willing to don armor. He paused, presenting a considerable dilemma. "However, our armor is insufficient. We can only equip 2,000 at most. The tribe possesses few blacksmiths and limited materials. We must prioritize replenishing the supply of Arak sabers and arrows." "Should we?" Jorah interjected, drawing their attention. "Great Khan, even with ample personnel and materials, we cannot feasibly expand to 3,000 armored cavalry in the short term. The Dothraki blacksmiths lack the skill to forge armor. They need training." Alex's expression darkened as he contemplated a solution. "We cannot halt our progress. In the absence of iron armor, we shall substitute it with leather armor." He regarded Orys with a hint of irritation. "If there are insufficient Dothraki blacksmiths, will you not procure them? Gather the nearby smiths and materials. We must complete the outfitting in the shortest time possible. For now, divide the willing armored warriors into 3,000-man divisions, with you, Orysbear, and Jorah each serving as captains. The centurions and decurions shall be selected from the initial armor cavalry, and temporarily reserve 200 as my personal guard. Yes, great Khan. Bear bowed his head in acknowledgement, then cast a curious glance at the formidable knight from Westeros. He was intrigued by how this man had so quickly gained the great Khan's favor, entrusted with significant responsibilities on his very first day. Yura, too, solemnly accepted his orders, a surge of excitement stirring within him. Commanding 3,000 cavalry was a privilege he had never held even during his tenure as the Earl of Bear Island. In the absence of a pardon from the Iron Throne, serving this king of horses seemed a commendable choice, for it offered him a glimmer of hope to return to Westeros, a hope ignited by the ambition he perceived in the great Khan. He had even convinced himself that Alex was a descendant of a surviving Targaryen and a child of the forest, momentarily dismissing the notion of the Valyrian Dragon Lords, regarding it as inconsequential. The fall of the freehold had been decades past, and yet the sudden emergence of this dynasty not long after the Targaryen downfall raised his skepticism. Moreover, even if it were true, what difference does it make? In the absence of dragons, how does the House of the Dragon King differ from the common Valyrians? Their allure pales in comparison to that of the Blackfires. Nonetheless, Alex's generosity and trust moved Yura to some extent. Upon accepting the appointment, he could not help but remind Khan, the Dothraki are warriors of the horse, yet they are not adept at besieging cities. We have barely over 10,000 warriors, and even if they are all clad in armor, a direct assault on a city guarded by mercenaries would lead to tremendous casualties, perhaps even defeat. Should you wish to attain your goals through negotiation, I could serve as an envoy into the city. His words incensed Orusippa, Westolander. You know not the enmity we hold towards mercenaries. The Dothraki disregard death, yet we are not devoid of emotion. Those wretched mercenaries nearly cost me 2 brothers. I have no thoughts of negotiation, only the desire to utterly annihilate them along with the city. Alex nodded in agreement, praising, Yura, I admire your courage. However, a band of mercenaries and sheepmen are not worth your risk. Regardless, the ravenous crows will be eradicated from the Razak region. Yura, unaware of the entanglement between Alex and the ravenous crows, sighed helplessly. Khan, if it must be settled by sword and blade, I hope you can grant me sufficient time and a retinue. It would be prudent for us to craft siege equipment. We have ample time, Yura. You shall receive these in due course, Alex reassured, raising his hand to calm the still irate Orusippa, continuing, if a siege is necessary, you will be appointed as commander. He was self-aware. While he managed reasonably well in open combat, besieging a city was a skilled endeavor better left to professionals. Yura bowed in acceptance. Seeing this, Orusippa tempered his anger, glaring at Yura with a hint of irritation. I will provide you with sufficient sheepmen slaves. With negotiations off the table, the 3 began to deliberate and refine their plans until the midnight hour. From the following day, Yura and Orusippa took turns leading their subordinates to patrol and guard around the city of Khosrak, while sending small contingents to raid the surrounding sheepmen villages and settlements, seizing provisions, capturing craftsmen, and herding able-bodied men towards the camp, while women and children were driven towards Khosrak City. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. For a duration of half a month, the surrounding hundreds of miles were laid waste, with vast herds of livestock and supplies congregating near the camp. Hundreds of blacksmiths toiled day and night crafting armor and weaponry, equipping the armored cavalry, while preparing over 100,000 arrows. Countless trees were transported from the northern Painted Mountains, as Yura Mormont directed the craftsmen in the creation of siege ladders and battering rams. During this period, the city of Khosrak attempted to initiate negotiations, yet the emissaries were unable to even catch a glimpse of Alex before their heads were returned, severed. The Ravenous Brigade and other mercenaries had made several attempts to break through, only to be thwarted by the relentless patrols of armored cavalry. Even if they managed to disperse the initial wave of riders, the pursuing forces would inevitably hunt them down amidst the vast, desolate hills. Thus, each time they were discovered, they were compelled to retreat to the city. Ultimately, in a bid to obstruct their advance, Alex even drove the women and children of the Lazalan towards Khosrak. This was a calculated maneuver. Allowing these individuals to enter would place immense logistical strain on Khosrak, while denying them entry would leave them encircled by the Dothraki. inciting chaos at the slightest movement from the city, with the Dothraki quick to respond. Furthermore, approximately 20,000 able-bodied men were enslaved, laboring under the threat of the Iraq blade as they began transporting soil to the north of Koslak, disregarding the arrows raining down from the walls. In mere days, they constructed several earthen mounds that reached the height of the city walls, and these structures continued to rise. This crude yet effective method of siege warfare instilled a growing sense of despair within the walls of Koslak. Initially, there had been hope that the mercenaries could withstand the early assaults, and that gifts would persuade the Dothraki to retreat. However, if the situation continued to deteriorate, the first wave of attacks could very well lead to the collapse of the defenders. When yet another unfortunate emissary's head was returned, their resolve crumbled. 200 knights ventured forth under the cover of night, determined to break through the encirclement, and fought fiercely against the armored cavalry led by Orville, carving a bloody path with nearly 90% casualties, escorting a handful of messengers as they fled eastward, southward, and westward. Chapter 33. A test of one's own strength at dawn. Alex stood bare-chested, engaged in a sparring session with Jorah Mormont. After more than half a month of recovery, his injuries had nearly healed, igniting a fervent desire within him to discern the disparity between himself and the traditional knights of Westeros, who had trained since childhood. The legendary sword, Thunder Fury, was not to be wielded. Instead, he had commissioned a blacksmith to forge a replica that bore a striking resemblance. Even so, a casual strike nearly caused Jorah's sword to slip from his grasp. The formidable man, known as the Great Bear, gazed at his opponent, who was half a head shorter and considerably leaner than himself, his face flushed with astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Despite having witnessed Alex's prowess that fateful evening when he cleaved the roaring night along with his steed, the direct confrontation left a more profound impact. How could such a seemingly frail physique harbor such immense power? He struggled to comprehend, finally murmuring in embarrassment, "Your strength is unparalleled, even surpassing that of Gregor Clegane, the mountain." Alex nodded, tempering his might to continue the assault. This time, Jorah managed to endure several exchanges before once again succumbing to the weight of the long sword pressed against his shoulder, forced to kneel on one leg, drenched in sweat. The two unequivocal defeats shattered his pride completely. After Alex sheathed his sword, Jorah, somewhat dejected, remarked, "This should not be within the capabilities of a mere human." In Jorah's eyes, Alex's attacks seemed singular and lacked continuity, at best reflecting the skill of a typical squire, devoid of any discernible technique. Yet, in terms of strength, speed, reflexes, and adaptability, Alex surpassed an ordinary man by 3 to 5-fold. Jorah could only attribute this phenomenon to the extraordinary bloodline of the children of the forest. Alex had anticipated this reaction. He patted the disheartened Great Bear and inquired curiously, "What if I were to battle with Balistan or the Dawnbringer? What would be the outcome? If those two were to join forces, they might inflict a minor injury upon you," Jorah replied, silently sheathing his knightly sword, casting a glance at the glimmering Thunder Fury. "Provided, of course, that you do not employ it." This implied that even the combined strength of the Seven Kings Guard would pose a significant threat to him. Alex scratched his head, lifting the replica sword, and queried, "What if I wished to use this sword to defeat Rhaegar and the Seven Kings Guard at that time?" Jorah's face turned crimson at the absurdity of the notion. Those 8 could decimate an entire armored company of 100 knights. Yet, Alex remained unfazed. He was acutely aware of his deficiencies in technique and combat experience. However, if he could not best even a few ordinary mortals, what purpose did his blood elf physique serve? After persistent questioning, Jorah reluctantly replied, "Great Bear, should you refine your technique and gain experience, it may indeed be achievable. However, this necessitates prolonged practice and combat." Following Jorah's guidance, Alex engaged in simple yet monotonous drills, soon finding himself growing weary and seeking to increase the difficulty for his instructor. He casually asked, "What if I aim to accomplish this within a month?" Originally intended as a jest, he had not anticipated that Jorah might provide a response. However, Jorah, upon witnessing Alex wielding a colossal sword that matched his height with a single hand, pondered for a moment before surprisingly offering a solution: a shield. Jorah scanned the vicinity, picked up a wooden plank over a meter tall and half a meter wide, and demonstrated by positioning himself behind it. Quite simply, all one requires is a massive iron shield and full-plate armor to safeguard oneself against harm, thus leveraging strength and speed to vanquish numerous foes. Yet, this strategy is confined to foot combat. On horseback, such a shield would be unwieldy and burdensome. A defensive warrior? As Alex's eyes brightened, he recalled that the Thunder Fury was designed as a one-handed sword. How could he have forgotten this? With his extraordinary strength and physical prowess, wielding Thunder Fury in one hand while carrying a sturdy iron shield for defense rendered him nearly invulnerable. The image of an iron shield adorned with 9 imposing spikes flashed through his mind. He called upon the tribe's blacksmith, conveying his specifications for the shield's design and urging him to craft it promptly. Jorah approached him, offering a reminder. Great Khan, the sword and shield combination also necessitates a degree of skill. Rest assured, Sir Jorah, Alex replied, elated as he resumed his basic training. This is merely a transitional strategy. I shall continue with my foundational exercises. While the two conversed, Oluber burst in with fervor, kneeling to report. He appeared somewhat disheveled. A look of frustration etched on his face. Great Khan, last night, the goatmen and mercenaries attempted a breakout with over 200 individuals. Most were decapitated. Yet, a little over 10 managed to escape, and we could not pursue them. He was a messenger seeking aid. Jorah, adjusting his armor, offered his insights. Aid? Alex shook his head. The earthworks are nearly complete. We shall be ready to launch an offensive in no more than 5 days. From which direction? Is it the ravenous crows? He accepted a towel from a maid, cleaning himself as he casually inquired. Oluber rose to respond. From the east and west. It is uncertain if they are involved. The east may lead to Quers. Traversing the wasteland will take at least half a month. Moreover, Quers may not acquiesce to our request for assistance. They may not arrive in time. Jorah, responsible for directing the siege, was well aware of the preparations underway. However, upon glancing towards the west, he furrowed his brow slightly. Great Khan, west leads to the Slave Bay. The messenger could reach the Kai's Pass in no more than 5 days. Within half a month, the 3 cities of the Slave Bay could potentially intervene, or even sooner. He expressed his concern. The Lazalan people are the finest slaves. Nearly 30% of the slaves in the Slave Bay originate from here. Furthermore, Koslak is the primary commercial hub connecting the Slave Bay to Quers. Those slave owners will not permit us to destroy this place. He remained unaware of Alex's intention to implement a routine mowing plan for the Laza region, thus promptly offering a reminder. We must conclude the battle before intervening in Slave Bay. Let us resolve this matter decisively. Alex, however, was not overly concerned. After all, the preparations were nearly complete. He merely wished to breach the city at a lesser cost, and a few days' advance did not bear significant consequence. He had not given much thought to the 3 cities of Slave Bay. The combat capabilities of the slave legions were mediocre, while the purists excelled in defense. As long as he did not launch a reckless assault against their gun formations, could they possibly keep pace with the cavalry? In response to this, Jorah presented a reason that warranted his serious consideration. Great Khan, in truth, the 3 cities of Slave Bay maintain amicable relations with most of the Horse Kings. Chongukau has just cleared the merchandise outside Minlin. This compelled Alex to temper his dismissive attitude and, to avert unforeseen complications, he resolved to commence the siege ahead of schedule. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. Under the relentless toil of the sheep people, 5 earthen mounds rose majestically to the north of Koslak City, towering 4 to 5 meters above the city walls. At the rear lay a gentle slope, where over 2,000 Slavic warriors, under Jorah's command, ascended the 5 mounds, gazing down upon the disordered defenders atop the walls, drawing their bows and awaiting orders. In the midst of the mounds, 3 battering rams and dozens of ladders were also meticulously prepared. Chapter 34. The Greatest Doctrine as the Sun Ascended. The siege forces gradually prepared for the assault. With numbers limited, the primary attack was directed towards the northern city of Tushuan. The brothers Arasapa and Orber led 1,000 armored cavalry and 1,000 roaring warriors each, patrolling other directions to prevent any chaos-induced escape from within the city. At Jorah Mormont's command, the siege officially commenced. The archers atop the hill, under the guidance of their respective captains, conducted 2 rounds of trial shots, narrowing their attacking range to the vicinity of the city walls. The rain of arrows from their elevated position rendered the defenders on the battlements too fearful to raise their heads, with only a few archers daring to shoot intermittently from behind their shields. The sporadic attacks failed to impose any significant pressure, allowing dozens of siege towers and battering rams to approach the walls unimpeded. As the hooks atop the siege towers were secured, the valiant Dothraki warriors roared and began their ascent, quickly leaping onto the low battlements to engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. On the hill, aside from a handful of sharpshooters targeting specific foes, the other archers concentrated their fire on the area behind the walls, attempting to hinder the enemy's reinforcements to the battlements. Though with little effect, the mercenaries of the Raven's Claw, serving as the backbone of the defense, were seasoned fighters who, relying on their armor and synchronized teamwork, established a numerical advantage in certain sections, overwhelming the first Dothraki warriors to scale the walls. Alex could even see the figures of their 3 captains under their leadership. The Raven's Claw mercenaries held the battlements like nails, remaining steadfast against the relentless assaults of the Dothraki. In the melee of close combat, the Dothraki found themselves at a natural disadvantage. Even though Alex had forcibly outfitted them with armor and shields, it proved futile as they launched wave after wave against the walls, only to be systematically slaughtered. However, the Raven's Claw was limited in number, and Yura astutely recognized this fact, redirecting subsequent waves of assault to areas defended by other mercenary groups. Soon, 2 siege towers broke through the defensive line of mercenaries, allowing an increasing number of attackers to ascend the walls. They swept horizontally, flanking the Raven's Claw to shield more of their comrades, while simultaneously launching an assault towards the northern gate. In stark contrast to the mercenaries, the Lazarene guards defending the city gates crumbled at the slightest touch. With their harassment and obstruction eliminated, the battering ram brigade easily shattered the city gates, and the roaring warriors began to clear the debris at the entrance, preparing for the cavalry's entry. "My lord, the situation is all but decided," Yura Mormont reported as he rode up to Alex before the gradually opening gates. In truth, he had realized that once the hill was fortified, there would be no room left for resistance from the city of Koslak. The greatest reliance in siege warfare lay in the defenders' elevated position imposing pressure on the attackers. Once that advantage was lost, allowing the besieging forces to approach and scale the walls would inevitably lead to the city's downfall. However, this tactic bore limited effectiveness in Westeros, where fortresses were often established in accordance with the natural terrain, with only a few major cities like King's Landing, Old Town, and Harrenhal being susceptible to such strategies. What truly astonished or terrified Yura, however, was Alex's action of expelling the sheepfolk civilians from the encircled city. With a refined, noble education and the experience of numerous wars, he understood the terrifying nature of such tactics. Allowing civilians into the city would impose immense pressure on logistics and could potentially lead to a breach of the city gates amidst the chaos. If they chose not to allow entry, the city would remain intact. But could a lord truly call himself such after losing all his subjects? He struggled to suppress the dreadful images of the Dothraki employing this very strategy in Westeros, forcing his focus back onto the conclusion of the siege. Unbeknownst to him, the unease and trepidation stirring within him mirrored Alex's own inner turmoil. In his fury, thoughts of razing the city consumed his mind, particularly regarding the merchants and mercenaries who conspired against him. Yet, with the threat diminished and the moment at hand, he hesitated to issue such a command that would lead to the deaths of tens of thousands before his eyes. Rationality, however, reminded him that eliminating threats at their root was the most prudent survival strategy in this world. After a brief moment of hesitation, he relinquished the notion of slaughtering the city, his expression impassive as he commanded, "Prepare to enter the city. Do your utmost to restrain the soldiers. Do not engage in excessive slaughter of the civilians. As for the merchants and mercenaries, they must fend for themselves." Upon hearing his words, Yura, who had been somewhat hesitant, suddenly felt invigorated and promptly set forth. "As you wish, my lord." Observing the knight's newfound fervor, Alex felt a twinge of confusion, but refrained from voicing it. Soon Yura, after a brief mobilization, charged into Khosrak with the cavalry that had long awaited his command. Alex, accompanied by his guards and reserves, remained stationary. He had no intention of joining the fray today. While field battles could be overlooked, personally leading the charge in a siege seemed to render the command of thousands somewhat pointless. Even the Dothraki call did not engage in every battle personally, as it would undermine their stature. The din of battle persisted until the afternoon, gradually subsiding. The situation was largely under control, with only scattered small fortifications and outposts continuing their desperate resistance. With Yura and Orobor welcoming him, Alex rode into the city. "My lord, the ravenous crows are trapped in a warehouse in the northwest, with only 30 men remaining." Orobor, bloodied and bearing a gruesome trophy, a severed head of one of the leaders of the ravenous crows, Planda, reported. Yura's expression darkened, despite his efforts to curb the chaos. The frenzied Dothraki had wrought considerable devastation, and he had devoted much of his time to suppressing their atrocities, rendering Alex's orders ineffective. The warehouse occupied by the ravenous crows was narrow, and a direct assault would incur significant losses. Moreover, a number of merchants and priests had gathered at the high priest's temple, with a small contingent of guards stationed there. He glanced at the impassive Alex, tentatively revealing his discontent. The roaring warriors do not heed commands. At least 5,000 civilians have fallen victim to their hands. Alex sat astride his steed, dismissing the final remark and issuing his command, "Burn down that warehouse. As for the temple, send a captive to inform them that they must unconditionally surrender within half an hour or face the flames." Orobor, brimming with excitement, brandished his curved blade and exclaimed, "Great Khan, let us set it ablaze." After all, the stone statues are impervious to fire. The Dothraki would, upon conquering their foes, transport the enemy's religious effigies back to the city of horse lords, viz. Dothrak, to showcase their might and supremacy, which was the essence of Orobor's words. Alex, with a flick of his whip against Orobor's back, retorted with irritation, "Why should we destroy the temple? The Supreme Shepherd teaches the sheep to endure passively, to accept suffering without resistance. What a magnificent doctrine that is. Is there a deity in the world more benevolent than this? Relay my orders. Henceforth, no one is to impede the Lazarene in their worship of the Supreme Shepherd. Its temple must not be destroyed, but rather safeguarded." Oblivious to the deeper implications, Orobor murmured his dissatisfaction, but proceeded to convey the command. Yura Mormont, meanwhile, watched Alex's retreating figure with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His gaze filled with a strange intensity. He had never contemplated that anyone might interpret divinity and its teachings from such a perspective.